Chapter 24. A Letter with a Moral. The letter which the Virginian wrote to Molly Wood was, as has been stated, the first that he had ever addressed to her. I think, perhaps, he may have been a little shy as to his skill in the epistolary art, a little anxious lest any sustained production from his pen might contain blunders that would too staringly remind her of his scant learning. He could turn off a business communication about steers or stock cars, or any other of the subjects involved in his profession, with a brevity and a clearness that led the judge to confide 3/4 of such correspondence to his foreman. "Write to the 76 outfit," the judge would say, "and tell them that my wagon cannot start for the roundup until," etc. Or, "Write to Cheyenne and say that if they will hold a meeting next Monday week, I will," etc. And then the Virginian would write such communications with ease. But his first message to his lady was scarcely written with ease. It must be classed, I think, among those productions which are styled literary efforts. It was completed in pencil before it was copied in ink, and that first draft of it in pencil was well nigh illegible with erasures and amendments. The state of mind of the writer during its composition may be gathered without further description on my part from a slight interruption which occurred in the middle. The door opened and Scipio put his head in. "You comin' to dinner?" he inquired. "You go to hell!" replied the Virginian. "My jinks!" said Scipio, quietly, and he shut the door without further observation. To tell the truth, I doubt if this letter would ever have been undertaken, far less completed and dispatched, had not the lover's heart been wrung with disappointment. All winter long he had looked to that day when he should knock at the girl's door, and hear her voice bid him come in. All winter long he had been choosing the ride he would take her. He had imagined a sunny afternoon, a hidden grove, a sheltering cleft of rock, a running spring, and some words of his that should conquer her at last and leave his lips upon hers. And with this controlled fire pent up within him, he had counted the days, scratching them off his calendar with a dig each night that once or twice snapped the pen. Then, when the trail stood open, this meeting was deferred, put off for indefinite days or weeks, he could not tell how long. So, gripping his pencil and tracing heavy words, he gave himself what consolation he could by writing her. The letter, duly stamped and addressed to Bear Creek, set forth upon its travels, and these were devious and long. When it reached its destination, it was some 20 days old. It had gone by private hand at the outset, taken the stagecoach at a waypoint, become late in that stagecoach, reached a point of transfer, and waited there for the postmaster to begin, continue, end, and recover from a game of poker mingled with whiskey. Then it once more proceeded, was dropped at the right waypoint, and carried by private hand to Bear Creek. The experience of this letter, however, was not at all a remarkable one at that time in Wyoming. Molly Wood looked at the envelope. She had never before seen the Virginian's handwriting. She knew it instantly. She closed her door and sat down to read it with a beating heart. Sunk Creek Ranch, May 5th, 1880 . My dear Miss Wood, I am sorry about this. My plan was different. It was to get over for a ride with you about now or sooner. This year spring is early. The snow is off the flats this side the range, and where the sun gets a chance to hit the earth strong all day, it is green and has flowers too, a good many. You can see them bob and mix together in the wind. The quaking asps down low on the south side are in small leaf, and will soon be twinkling like the flowers do now. I had planned to take a look at this with you, and that was a better plan than what I have got to do. The water is high, but I could have got over, and as for the snow on top of the mountain, A man told me nobody could cross it for a week yet, because he had just done it himself. Was not he a funny man? You ought to see how the birds have streamed across the sky while spring was coming. But you have seen them on your side of the mountain. But I can't come now, Miss Wood. There is a lot for me to do that has to be done, and Judge Henry needs more than 2 eyes just now. I could not think much of myself if I left him for my own wishes. But the days will be warmer when I come. We will not have to quit by 5, and we can get off and sit too. We could not sit now unless for a very short while. If I know when I can come, I will try to let you know, but I think it will be this way. I think you will just see me coming, for I have things to do of an unsure nature, and a good number of such. Do not believe reports about Indians. They are started by editors to keep the soldiers in the country. The friends of the editors get the hay and beef contracts. Indians do not come to settled parts like Bear Creek is. It is all editors and politicianists. Nothing has happened worth telling you. I have read that play, Othello. No man should write down such a thing. Do you know if it is true? I have seen one worse affair down in Arizona. He killed his little child as well as his wife, but such things should not be put down in fine language for the public. I have read Romeo and Juliet. That is beautiful language, but Romeo is no man. I like his friend Mercutio that gets killed. He is a man. If he had got Juliet, there would have been no foolishness and trouble. Well, Miss Wood, I would like to see you to-day. Do you know what I think Monty would do if I rode him out and let the reins slack? He would come straight to your gate, for he is a horse of great judgment. That's the first word he has misspelled, said Molly. I suppose you are sitting with George Taylor and those children right now. Then George will get old enough to help his father, but Uncle Hughey's twins will be ready for you about then, and the supply will keep coming from all quarters, all sizes, for you to say big A, little a to them. There is no news here. Only calves and cows, and the hens are laying now, which does always seem news to a hen every time she does it. Did I ever tell you about a hen, Emily, we had here? She was venturesome to an extent I have not seen in other hens, only she had poor judgment and would make no family ties. She would keep trying to get interest in the ties of others, taking charge of little chicks and bantams and turkeys and puppies one time, and she thought most anything was an egg. I will tell you about her some time. She died without family ties one day while I was building a house for her to teach school in. The outrageous wretch! Cried Molly, and her cheeks turned deep pink as she sat alone with her lover's letter. I am coming the first day I am free. I will be 100 miles from you most of the time when I am not more, but I will ride 100 miles for 1 hour, and Monty is up to that. After never seeing you for so long, I will make 1 hour do if I have to. Here is a flower I have just been out and picked. I have kissed it now. That is the best I can do yet. Molly laid the letter in her lap and looked at the flower. Then suddenly she jumped up and pressed it to her lips, and after a long moment held it away from her. No, she said. No, no, no. She sat down. It was some time before she finished the letter. Then once more she got up and put on her hat. Mrs. Taylor wondered where the girl could be walking so fast. But she was not walking anywhere, and in half an hour she returned, rosy with her swift exercise, but with a spirit as perturbed as when she had set out. Next morning at 6, when she looked out of her window, there was Monty tied to the Taylor's gate. Ah, could he have come the day before? Could she have found him when she returned from that swift walk of hers? CHAPTER 25. Progress of the Lost Dog. It was not even an hour's visit that the Virginian was able to pay his lady love. But neither had he come 100 miles to see her. The necessities of his wandering work had chanced to bring him close enough for a glimpse of her, and this glimpse he took almost on the wing, for he had to rejoin a company of men at once. "You got my letter?" he said. "Yesterday." "Yesterday? I wrote it 3 weeks ago. Well, you got it. This cannot be the hour with you that I mentioned. That is coming, and may be very soon." She could say nothing. Relief she felt, and yet with it something like a pang. "To-day does not count," he told her, "except that every time I see you counts with me. But this is not the hour that I mentioned." What little else was said between them upon this early morning shall be told duly. For this visit in its own good time did count momentously, though both of them took it lightly while its fleeting minutes passed. He returned to her 2 volumes that she had lent him long ago, and with Taylor he left a horse which he had brought for her to ride. As a good-by he put a bunch of flowers in her hand. Then he was gone, and she watched him going by the thick bushes along the stream. They were pink with wild roses, and the meadow larks, invisible in the grass like hiding choristers, sent up across the empty miles of air their unexpected song. Earth and sky had been propitious, could he have stayed, and perhaps one portion of her heart had been propitious too. So as he rode away on Monte, she watched him, half chilled by reason, half melted by passion, self-thwarted, self-accusing, unresolved. Therefore the days that came for her now were all of them unhappy ones, while for him they were filled with work well done, and with changeless longing. One day it seemed as if a lull was coming, a pause in which he could at last attain that hour with her. He left the camp and turned his face toward Bear Creek. The way led him along Butte Creek. Across the stream lay Balaam's large ranch, and presently on the other bank he saw Balaam himself, and reined in Monte for a moment to watch what Balaam was doing. "That's what I've heard," he muttered to himself. For Balaam had led some horses to the water, and was lashing them heavily because they would not drink. He looked at this spectacle so intently that he did not see Shorty approaching along the trail. "Morning," said Shorty to him, with some constraint. But the Virginian gave him a pleasant greeting. "I was afraid I'd not catch you so quick," said Shorty. "This is for you." He handed his recent foreman a letter of much battered appearance. It was from the Judge. It had not come straight, but very gradually, in the pockets of 3 successive cow punchers. As the Virginian glanced over it and saw that the enclosure it contained was for Balaam, his heart fell. Here were new orders for him, and he could not go to see his sweetheart. "Hello, Shorty!" said Balaam from over the creek. To the Virginian he gave a slight nod. He did not know him, although he knew well enough who he was. "Hyeh's a letter from Judge Henry for yu'," said the Virginian, and he crossed the creek. Many weeks before, in the early spring, Balaam had borrowed 2 horses from the Judge, promising to return them at once. But the Judge, of course, wrote very civilly. He hoped that "this dunning reminder" might be excused. As Balaam read the reminder, he wished that he had sent the horses before. The Judge was a greater man than he in the Territory. Balaam could not but excuse the dunning reminder, but he was ready to be disagreeable to somebody at once. "Well," he said, musing aloud in his annoyance, "Judge Henry wants them by the 30th. Well, this is the 24th, and time enough yet." "This is the 27th," said the Virginian briefly. That made a difference. Not so easy to reach Sunk Creek in good order by the 30th. Balaam had drifted 3 sunrises behind the progress of the month. Days look alike, and often lose their very names in the quiet depths of cattle land. The horses were not even here at the ranch. Balaam was ready to be very disagreeable now. Suddenly he perceived the date of the judge's letter. He held it out to the Virginian, and struck the paper. "What's your idea in bringing this here 2 weeks late?" he said. Now, when he had struck that paper, Shorty looked at the Virginian. But nothing happened beyond a certain change of light in the Southerner's eyes. And when the Southerner spoke, it was with his usual gentleness and civility. He explained that the letter had been put in his hands just now by Shorty. "Oh," said Balaam. He looked at Shorty. How had he come to be a messenger? "You working for the Sunk Creek outfit again?" said he. "No," said Shorty. Balaam turned to the Virginian again. "How do you expect me to get those horses to Sunk Creek by the 30th?" The Virginian leveled a lazy eye on Balaam. "I ain't doing any expecting," said he. His native dialect was on top today. "The Judge has friends going to arrive from New York for a trip across the basin," he added. "The hosses are for them." Balaam grunted with displeasure, and thought of the 60 or 70 days since he had told the Judge he would return the horses at once. He looked across at Shorty, seated in the shade, and through his uneasy thoughts his instinct irrelevantly noted what a good pony the youth rode. It was the same animal he had seen once or twice before. But something must be done. The Judge's horses were far out on the big range, and must be found and driven in, which would take certainly the rest of this day, possibly part of the next. Balaam called to one of his men and gave some sharp orders, emphasizing details and enjoining haste, while the Virginian leaned slightly against his horse, with one arm over the saddle, hearing and understanding, but not smiling outwardly. The man departed to saddle up for his search on the big range, and Balaam resumed the unhitching of his team. "So you're not working for the Sunk Creek outfit now?" he inquired of Shorty. He ignored the Virginian. "Working for the Goose Egg?" "No," said Shorty. "Sand Hill outfit, then?" "No," said Shorty. Balaam grinned. He noticed how Shorty's yellow hair stuck through a hole in his hat, and how old and battered were Shorty's overalls. Shorty had been glad to take a little accidental pay for becoming the bearer of the letter which he had delivered to the Virginian. But even that sum was no longer in his possession. He had passed through Drybone on his way, and at Drybone there had been a game of poker. Shorty's money was now in the pocket of Trampas, but he had one valuable possession in the world left to him, and that was his horse Pedro. "Good pony of yours," said Balaam to him now, from across Butte Creek. Then he struck his own horse in the jaw because he held back from coming to the water as the other had done. "Your trace ain't unhitched," commented the Virginian, pointing. Balaam loosed the strap he had forgotten, and cut the horse again for consistency's sake. The animal, bewildered, now came down to the water, with its head in the air, and snuffing as it took short, nervous steps. The Virginian looked on at this, silent and somber. He could scarcely interfere between another man and his own beast. Neither he nor Balaam was among those who say their prayers, yet in this omission they were not equal. A half-great poet once had a wholly great day, and in that great day he was able to write a poem that has lived and become, with many, a household word. He called it "The Rime of the Ancient Mariner," and it is rich with many lines that possess the memory, but these are the golden ones. He prayeth well who loveth well, both man and bird and beast. He prayeth best who loveth best, all things both great and small. For the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. These lines are the pure gold. They are good to teach children, because after the children come to be men, they may believe at least some part of them still. The Virginian did not know them, but his heart had taught him many things. I doubt if Balaam knew them either, but on him they would have been as pearls to swine. "So you've quit the round up?" he resumed to Shorty. Shorty nodded and looked sideways at the Virginian. For the Virginian knew that he had been turned off for going to sleep while night herding. Then Balaam threw another glance on Pedro the horse. "Hello, Shorty!" he called out, for the boy was departing. "Don't you like dinner any more? It's ready about now." Shorty forded the creek and slung his saddle off, and on invitation turned Pedro, his buckskin pony, into Balaam's pasture. This was green, the rest of the wide world being yellow, except only where Butte Creek, with its bordering cottonwoods, coiled away into the desert distance like a green snake without end. The Virginian also turned his horse into the pasture. He must stay at the ranch till the Judge's horses should be found. "Mrs. Balaam's east yet," said her lord, leading the way to his dining room. He wanted Shorty to dine with him, and could not exclude the Virginian, much as he should have enjoyed this. "See any Indians?" he inquired. "Nah," said Shorty, in disdain of recent rumors. "They're headin' the other way," observed the Virginian. "Bow Leg Range is where they was reported." "What business have they got off the reservation, I'd like to know," said the ranchman. "Bow Leg or anywhere." "Oh, it's just a hunt, and a kind of visitin' their friends on the south reservation," Shorty explained. "Squaws along and all." "Well, if the folks at Washington don't keep squaws and all where they belong," said Balaam in a rage, "the folks in Wyoming Territory'll do a little job that way themselves." "There's a petition out," said Shorty. "Paper's going east with a lot of names to it. But they ain't no harm, them Indians ain't." "No harm?" rasped out Balaam. "Was it white men druv off the O.C. yearlings?" Balaam's Eastern grammar was sometimes at the mercy of his Western feelings. The thought of the perennial stultification of Indian affairs at Washington, whether by politician or philanthropist, was always sure to arouse him. He walked impatiently about while he spoke, and halted impatiently at the window. Out in the world the unclouded day was shining, and Balaam's eye traveled across the plains to where a blue line, faint and pale, lay along the end of the vast yellow distance. That was the beginning of the Bow Leg Mountains. Somewhere over there were the red men, ranging in unfrequented depths of rock and pine, their forbidden ground. Dinner was ready, and they sat down. "And I suppose," Balaam continued, still hot on the subject, "you'd claim Indians object to killing a white man when they run onto him good and far from human help? These peaceable Indians are just the worst in the business." "That's so," assented the easy opinioned Shorty, exactly as if he had always maintained this view. "Chap started for Sunk Creek 3 weeks ago. Trapper he was, old like, with a red shirt. One of his horses come into the roundup Tuesday. Man ain't been heard from." He ate in silence for a while, evidently brooding in his childlike mind. Then he said querulously, "I'd sooner trust one of them Indians than I would Trampas." Balaam slanted his fat bullet head far to one side, and laying his spoon down (he had opened some canned grapes), laughed steadily at his guest, with a harsh relish of irony. The guest ate a grape, and perceiving he was seen through, smiled back rather miserably. "Say, Shorty," said Balaam, his head still slanted over, "what's the figures of your bank balance just now?" "I ain't using banks," murmured the youth. Balaam put some more grapes on Shorty's plate, and drawing a cigar from his waistcoat, sent it rolling to his guest. "Matches are behind you," he added. He gave a cigar to the Virginian as an afterthought, but to his disgust the Southerner put it in his pocket and lighted a pipe. Balaam accompanied his guest, Shorty, when he went to the pasture to saddle up and depart. "Got a rope?" he asked the guest, as they lifted down the bars. "Don't need to rope him. I can walk right up to Pedro. You stay back." Hiding his bridle behind him, Shorty walked to the river bank, where the pony was switching his long tail in the shade, and speaking persuasively to him, he came nearer till he laid his hand on Pedro's dusky mane, which was many shades darker than his hide. He turned expectantly, and his master came up to his expectations with a piece of bread. "Eats that, does he?" said Balaam over the bars. "Likes the salt," said Shorty. "Now, ow, here. You don't guess you'll be bridled, don't you? Open your teeth. You'd like to play you was nobody's horse and live private? Or maybe you'd prefer owning a saloon?" Pedro evidently enjoyed this talk, and the dodging he made about the bit. Once fairly in his mouth, he accepted the inevitable, and followed Shorty to the bars. Then Shorty turned and extended his hand. "Shake," he said to his pony, who lifted his forefoot quietly and put it in his master's hand. Then the master tickled his nose, and he wrinkled it and flattened his ears, pretending to bite. His face wore an expression of knowing relish over this performance. "Now the other hoof," said Shorty, and the horse and master shook hands with their left. "I learned him that," said the cowboy, with pride and affection. "Say, Pady," he continued in Pedro's ear, "ain't you the best little horse in the country? What? Here now, keep out of that, you deadbeat. There ain't no more bread." He pinched the pony's nose, 1/4 of which was wedged into his pocket. "Quite a lady's little pet," said Balaam, with the rasp in his voice. "Pity this isn't New York, now, where there's a big market for harmless horses. Geegees, the children call 'em." "He ain't no Geegee," said Shorty, offended. "He'll beat any cow pony workin' you've got. You can turn him on a $1/2. Don't need to touch the reins. Hang him on one finger and swing your body, and he'll turn." Balaam knew this, and he knew that the pony was only a 4-year-old. "Well," he said, "Drybones had no circus this season. Maybe they'd buy tickets to see Pedro. He's good for that, anyway." Shorty became gloomy. The Virginian was grimly smoking. Here was something else going on not to his taste, but none of his business. "Try a circus," persisted Balaam. "Alter your plans for spending cash in town, and make a little money instead." Shorty, having no plans to alter and no cash to spend, grew still more gloomy. "What do you take for that pony?" said Balaam. Shorty spoke up instantly. "$100 couldn't buy that piece of stale mud off his back," he asserted, looking off into the sky grandiosely. But Balaam looked at Shorty. "You keep the mud," he said, "and I'll give you $30 for the horse." Shorty did a little professional laughing, and began to walk toward his saddle. "Give you $30," repeated Balaam, picking a stone up and slinging it into the river. "How far do you call it to Drybone?" Shorty remarked, stooping to investigate the bucking strap on his saddle, a superfluous performance, for Pedro never bucked. "You won't have to walk," said Balaam. "Stay all night, and I'll send you over comfortably in the morning, when the wagon goes for the mail." "Walk?" Shorty retorted. "Drybone's 25 miles. Pedro'll put me there in 3 hours and not know he done it." He lifted the saddle on the horse's back. "Come, Pedro," said he. "Come, Pedro," mocked Balaam. There followed a little silence. "No, sir," mumbled Shorty, with his head under Pedro's belly busily cinching. $100 is bottom figures." Balaam, in his turn, now duly performed some professional laughing, which was noted by Shorty under the horse's belly. He stood up and squared round on Balaam. "Well, then," he said, "what'll you give for him?" $30, said Balaam, looking far off into the sky, as Shorty had looked. "Oh, come now!" expostulated Shorty. It was he who now did the feeling for an offer, and this was what Balaam liked to see. "Why, yes," he said, "30," and looked surprised that he should have to mention the sum so often. "I thought you'd quit them first figures," said the cow puncher, "for you can see I ain't going to look at 'em." Balaam climbed on the fence and sat there. "I'm not crying for your Pedro," he observed dispassionately. Only it struck me you were dead broke and wanted to raise cash and keep yourself going till you hunted up a job and could buy him back." He hooked his right thumb inside his waistcoat pocket. "But I'm not crying for him," he repeated. "He'd stay right here, of course. I wouldn't part with him. Why does he stand that way? Hello!" Balaam suddenly straightened himself like a man who has made a discovery. "Hello what?" said Shorty, on the defensive. Balaam was staring at Pedro with a judicial frown. Then he stuck out a finger at the horse, keeping the thumb hooked in his pocket. So meager a gesture was felt by the ruffled Shorty to be no just way to point at Pedro. "What's the matter with that foreleg there?" said Balaam. "Which? Nothing's the matter with it," snapped Shorty. Balaam climbed down from his fence and came over with elaborate deliberation. He passed his hand up and down the off foreleg. Then he spit slenderly. He said thoughtfully, and added, with a shade of sadness, "That's always to be expected when they're worked too young." Shorty slid his hand slowly over the disputed leg. "What's to be expected?" he inquired. "That they'll eat hearty? Well, he does." At this retort the Virginian permitted himself to laugh in audible sympathy. "Sprung," continued Balaam with a sigh. "Whirling round short when his bones were soft did that. Yes." "Sprung!" Shorty said with a bark of indignation. "Come on, Patey. You and me'll spring for town." He caught the horn of the saddle, and as he swung into place the horse rushed away with him. "Oh ee yoy yup yup yup!" sang Shorty in the shrill cow dialect. He made Pedro play an exhibition game of speed, bringing him round close to Balaam in a wide circle, and then he vanished in dust down the left bank trail. Balaam looked after him and laughed harshly. He had seen trout dash about like that when the hook in their jaw first surprised them. He knew Shorty would show the pony off, and he knew Shorty's love for Pedro was not equal to his need of money. He called to one of his men, asked something about the dam at the mouth of the canyon, where the main irrigation ditch began, made a remark about the prolonged drought, and then walked to his dining room door, where, as he expected, Shorty met him. "Say," said the youth, "do you consider that's any way to talk about a good horse?" "Any dude could see the leg sprung," said Balaam. But he looked at Pedro's shoulder, which was well laid back, and he admired his points, dark in contrast with the buckskin, and also the width between the eyes. "Now you know," whined Shorty, "that it ain't sprung any more than your leg's cork. If you mean the right leg ain't plumb straight, I can tell you he was born so. That don't make no difference, for it ain't weak. Try him onced. Just as sound and strong as iron. Never stumbles, and he don't never go to jumping with you. He's kind and he's smart." And the master petted his pony, who lifted a hoof for another handshake. Of course Balaam had never thought the leg was sprung, and he now took on an unprejudiced air of wanting to believe Shorty's statements if he only could. "Maybe there's 2 years' work left in that leg," he now observed. "Better give your hawss away, Shorty," said the Virginian. "Is this your deal, my friend?" inquired Balaam, and he slanted his bullet head at the Virginian. "Give him away, Shorty," drawled the Southerner. "His leg is busted. Mr. Balaam says so." Balaam's face grew evil with baffled fury. But the Virginian was gravely considering Pedro. He, too, was not pleased. But he could not interfere. Already he had overstepped the code in these matters. He would have dearly liked, for reasons good and bad, spite and mercy mingled, to have spoiled Balaam's market, to have offered a reasonable or even an unreasonable price for Pedro, and taken possession of the horse himself. But this might not be. In bets, in card games, in all horse transactions and other matters of similar business, a man must take care of himself, and wiser onlookers must suppress their wisdom and hold their peace. That evening Shorty again had a cigar. He had parted with Pedro for $40, a striped Mexican blanket, and a pair of spurs. Undressing over in the bunkhouse, he said to the Virginian, "I'll sure buy Pedro back off him just as soon as ever I rustle some cash." The Virginian grunted. He was thinking he should have to travel hard to get the horses to the Judge by the 30th, and below that thought lay his aching disappointment and his longing for Bear Creek. In the early dawn Shorty sat up among his blankets on the floor of the bunkhouse, and saw the various sleepers coiled or sprawled in their beds. Their breathing had not yet grown restless at the nearing of day. He stepped to the door carefully, and saw the crowding blackbirds begin their walk and chatter in the mud of the littered and trodden corrals. From beyond among the cottonwoods came continually the smooth, unemphatic sound of the doves answering each other invisibly, and against the empty ridge of the river bluff lay the moon, no longer shining, for there was established a new light through the sky. Pedro stood in the pasture close to the bars. The cowboy slowly closed the door behind him, and sitting down on the step, drew his money out and idly handled it, taking no comfort just then from its possession. Then he put it back, and after dragging on his boots, crossed to the pasture and held a last talk with his pony, brushing the cakes of mud from his hide where he had rolled, and passing a lingering hand over his mane. As the sounds of the morning came increasingly from tree and plain, Shorty glanced back to see that no one was yet out of the cabin, and then put his arms round the horse's neck, laying his head against him. For a moment the cowboy's insignificant face was exalted by the emotion he would never have let others see. He hugged tight this animal, who was dearer to his heart than anybody in the world. "Good by, Pedro," he said. "Good by." Pedro looked for bread. "No," said his master sorrowfully. "Not any more. You know well I'd give it yu' if I had it. You and me didn't figure on this, did we, Pedro? Good by." He hugged his pony again, and got as far as the bars of the pasture, but returned once more. "Good by, my little horse, my dear horse, my little Pedro," he said as his tears wet the pony's neck. Then he wiped them with his hand, and got himself back to the bunkhouse. After breakfast he and his belongings departed to Drybone, and Pedro from his field calmly watched this departure. For horses must recognize even less than men the black corners that their destinies turn. The pony stopped feeding to look at the mail wagon pass by, but the master, sitting in the wagon, forbore to turn his head. Chapter 26. Balaam and Pedro. Resigned to wait for the Judge's horses, Balaam went into his office this dry, bright morning and read 9 accumulated newspapers, for he was behindhand. Then he rode out on the ditches, and met his man returning with the troublesome animals at last. He hastened home and sent for the Virginian. He had made a decision. "See here," he said, "those horses are coming. What trail would you take over to the Judge's?" "Shortest trail's right through the Bowleg Mountains," said the foreman in his gentle voice. "Guess you're right. It's dinner time. We'll start right afterward. We'll make Little Muddy Crossing by sundown, and Sunk Creek tomorrow, and the next day'll see us through. Can a wagon get through Sunk Creek Canyon?" The Virginian smiled. "I reckon it can't, seh, and stay resembling a wagon." Balaam told them to saddle Pedro and one pack horse, and drive the bunch of horses into a corral, roping the Judge's 2, who proved extremely wild. He had decided to take this journey himself, on remembering certain politics soon to be rife in Cheyenne. For Judge Henry was indeed a greater man than Balaam. This personally conducted return of the horses would temper its tardiness, and, moreover, the sight of some New York visitors would be a good thing after 7 months of no warmer touch with that metropolis than the Sunday Herald, always 8 days old when it reached the Butte Creek ranch. They forded Butte Creek, and, crossing the well-traveled trail which follows down to Drybone, turned their faces toward the uninhabited country that began immediately, as the ocean begins off a sandy shore. And as a single mast on which no sail is shining stands at the horizon and seems to add a loneliness to the surrounding sea, so the long gray line of fence, almost a mile away, that ended Balaam's land on this side the creek, stretched along the waste ground and added desolation to the plain. No solitary watercourse with margin of cottonwoods or willow thickets flowed here to stripe the dingy yellow world with interrupting green, nor were cattle to be seen dotting the distance, nor moving objects at all, nor any bird in the soundless air. The last gate was shut by the Virginian, who looked back at the pleasant trees of the ranch, and then followed on in single file across the alkali of no man's land. No cloud was in the sky. The desert's grim noon shone somberly on flat and hill. The sagebrush was dull like zinc. Thick heat rose near at hand from the caked alkali, and pale heat shrouded the distant peaks. There were 5 horses. Balaam led on Pedro, his squat figure stiff in the saddle, but solid as a rock, and tilted a little forward, as his habit was. One of the judge's horses came next, a sorrel, dragging back continually on the rope by which he was led. After him ambled Balaam's wise pack animal, carrying the light burden of 2 days' food and lodging. She was an old mare who could still go when she chose, but had been schooled by the years, and kept the trail, giving no trouble to the Virginian who came behind her. He also sat solid as a rock, yet subtly bending to the struggles of the wild horse he led, as a steel spring bends and balances and resumes its poise. Thus they made but slow time, and when they topped the last dull rise of ground, and looked down on the long slant of ragged caked earth to the crossing of Little Muddy, with its single tree and few mean bushes, the final distance where eyesight ends had deepened to violet from the thin steady blue they had stared at for so many hours, and all heat was gone from the universal dryness. The horses drank a long time from the sluggish yellow water, and its alkaline taste and warmth were equally welcome to the men. They built a little fire, and when supper was ended, smoked but a short while and in silence, before they got in the blankets that were spread in a smooth place beside the water. They had picketed the 2 horses of the judge in the best grass they could find, letting the rest go free to find pasture where they could. When the first light came, the Virginian attended to breakfast, while Balaam rode away on the sorrel to bring in the loose horses. They had gone far out of sight, and when he returned with them, after some 2 hours, he was on Pedro. Pedro was soaking with sweat, and red froth creamed from his mouth. The Virginian saw the horses must have been hard to drive in, especially after Balaam brought them the wild sorrel as a leader. "If you'd kept riding him, 'stead of changing off on your hawss, they'd have behaved quieter," said the foreman. "That's good seasonable advice," said Balaam, sarcastically. "I could have told you that now." "I could have told you when you started," said the Virginian, heating the coffee for Balaam. Balaam was eloquent on the outrageous conduct of the horses. He had come up with them evidently striking back for Butte Creek, with the old mare in the lead. "But I soon showed her the road she was to go," he said, as he drove them now to the water. The Virginian noticed the slight limp of the mare, and how her pastern was cut as if with a stone or the sharp heel of a boot. "I guess she'll not be in a hurry to travel except when she's wanted to," continued Balaam. He sat down and sullenly poured himself some coffee. "We'll be in luck if we make any Sunk Creek this night." He went on with his breakfast, thinking aloud for the benefit of his companion, who made no comments, preferring silence to the discomfort of talking with a man whose vindictive humor was so thoroughly uppermost. He did not even listen very attentively, but continued his preparations for departure, washing the dishes, rolling the blankets, and moving about in his usual way of easy and visible good nature. 6 o'clock already, said Balaam, saddling the horses, and we'll not get started for 10 minutes more. Then he came to Pedro. So you haven't quit fooling yet, haven't you? He exclaimed, for the pony shrank as he lifted the bridle. Take that for your sore mouth. And he rammed the bit in, at which Pedro flung back and reared. Well, I never saw Pedro act that way yet, said the Virginian. Ah, rubbish, said Balaam. They're all the same. Not a bastard one but's layin' for his chance to do for you. Some'll buck you off, and some'll roll with you, and some'll fight you with their forefeet. They may play good for a year, but the Western pony's man's enemy, and when he judges he's got his chance, he's going to do his best, and if you come out alive, it won't be his fault. Balaam paused for a while, packing. You've got to keep them afraid of you, he said next. That's what you've got to do if you don't want trouble. That Pedro horse there has been fed, hand-fed, and fooled with like a damn pet, and what's that policy done? Why, he goes ugly when he thinks it's time, and decides he'll not drive any horses into camp this morning. He knows better now. Mr. Balaam, said the Virginian, I'll buy that hoss off you right now. Balaam shook his head. You'll not do that right now or any other time, said he. I happen to want him. The Virginian could do no more. He had heard cowpunchers say to refractory ponies, You keep still or I'll Balaam you, and he now understood the aptness of the expression. Meanwhile, Balaam began to lead Pedro to the creek for a last drink before starting across the torrid drought. The horse held back on the rein a little, and Balaam turned and cut the whip across his forehead. A delay of forcing and backing followed, while the Virginian, already in the saddle, waited. The minutes passed, and no immediate prospect, apparently, of getting nearer Sunk Creek. He ain't going to follow you while you're beating his head, the Southerner at length remarked. Do you think you can teach me anything about horses? Retorted Balaam. Well, it don't look like I could, said the Virginian lazily. Then don't try it, so long as it's not your horse, my friend. Again the Southerner leveled his eye on Balaam. All right, he said, in the same gentle voice. And don't you call me your friend. You've made that mistake twice. The road was shadeless, as it had been from the start, and they could not travel fast. During the first few hours all coolness was driven out of the glassy morning, and another day of illimitable sun invested the world with its blaze. The pale bow-legged range was coming nearer, but its hard hot slants and rifts suggested no sort of freshness, and even the pines that spread for wide miles along near the summit counted for nothing in the distance and the glare, but seemed mere patches of dull, dry discoloration. No talk was exchanged between the two travelers, for the cowpuncher had nothing to say, and Balaam was sulky, so they moved along in silent endurance of each other's company and the tedium of the journey. But the slow succession of rise and fall in the plain changed and shortened. The earth's surface became lumpy, rising into mounds and knotted systems of steep small hills cut apart by staring gashes of sand, where water poured in the spring from the melting snow. After a time they ascended through the foothills till the plain below was for a while concealed, but came again into view in its entirety, distant and a thing of the past, while some magpies sailed down to meet them from the new country they were entering. They passed up through a small transparent forest of dead trees standing stark and white, and a little higher came on a line of narrow moisture that crossed the way and formed a stale pool among some willow thickets. They turned aside to water their horses, and found near the pool a circular spot of ashes and some poles lying, and beside these a cage-like edifice of willow wands built in the ground. Indian camp, observed the Virginian. There were the tracks of 5 or 6 horses on the farther side of the pool, and they did not come into the trail, but led off among the rocks on some system of their own. "They're about a week old," said Balaam. "It's part of that outfit that's been hunting." "They've gone on to visit their friends," added the cow puncher. "Yes, on the southern reservation. How far do you call Sunk Creek now?" "Well," said the Virginian, calculating, "it's mighty nigh 40 miles from Muddy Crossin', and I reckon we've come 18." "Just about. It's noon." Balaam snapped his watch shut. "We'll rest here till 12:30." When it was time to go, the Virginian looked musingly at the mountains. "We'll need to travel right smart to get through the canyon to night," he said. "Tell you what," said Balaam. "We'll rope the Judge's horses together and drive 'em in front of us. That'll make speed." "Mightn't they get away on us?" objected the Virginian. "They're powerful wild." "They can't get away from me, I guess," said Balaam, and the arrangement was adopted. "We're the first this season over this piece of the trail," he observed, presently. His companion had noticed the ground already, and assented. There were no tracks anywhere to be seen over which winter had not come and gone since they had been made. Presently the trail wound into a sultry gulch that hemmed in the heat and seemed to draw down the sun's rays more vertically. The sorrel horse chose this place to make a try for liberty. He suddenly whirled from the trail, dragging with him his less inventive fellow. Leaving the Virginian with the old mare, Balaam headed them off, for Pedro was quick, and they came jumping down the bank together, but swiftly crossed up on the other side, getting much higher before they could be reached. It was no place for this sort of game, as the sides of the ravine were plowed with steep channels, broken with jutting knobs of rock, and impeded by short twisted pines that swung out from their roots horizontally over the pitch of the hill. The Virginian helped, but used his horse with more judgment, keeping as much on the level as possible, and endeavoring to anticipate the next turn of the runaways before they made it, while Balaam attempted to follow them close, wheeling short when they doubled, heavily beating up the face of the slope, veering again to come down to the point he had left, and whenever he felt Pedro begin to flag, driving his spurs into the horse and forcing him to keep up the pace. He had set out to overtake and capture on the side of the mountain these two animals who had been running wild for many weeks, and now carried no weight but themselves. And the futility of such work could not penetrate his obstinate and rising temper. He had made up his mind not to give in. The Virginian soon decided to move slowly along for the present, preventing the wild horses from passing down the gulch again, but otherwise saving his own animal from useless fatigue. He saw that Pedro was reeking wet, with mouth open, and constantly stumbling, though he galloped on. The cow puncher kept the group in sight, driving the pack horse in front of him and watching the tactics of the sorrel, who had now undoubtedly become the leader of the expedition, and was at the top of the gulch, in vain trying to find an outlet through its rocky rim to the levels above. He soon judged this to be no thoroughfare, and changing his plan, trotted down to the bottom and up the other side, gaining more and more, for in this new descent Pedro had fallen twice. Then the sorrel showed the cleverness of a genuinely vicious horse. The Virginian saw him stop and fall to kicking his companion with all the energy that a short rope would permit. The rope slipped, and both, unencumbered, reached the top and disappeared. Leaving the pack horse for Balaam, the Virginian started after them and came into a high tableland, beyond which the mountains began in earnest. The runaways were moving across toward these at an easy rate. He followed for a moment, then looking back and seeing no sign of Balaam, waited, for the horses were sure not to go fast when they reached good pasture or water. He got out of the saddle and sat on the ground, watching, till the mare came up slowly into sight, and Balaam behind her. When they were near, Balaam dismounted and struck Pedro fearfully, until the stick broke, and he raised the splintered half to continue. Seeing the pony's condition, the Virginian spoke and said, "I'd let that hawss alone." Balaam turned to him, but wholly possessed by passion did not seem to hear, and the Southerner noticed how white and like that of a maniac his face was. The stick slid to the ground. "He played he was tired," said Balaam, looking at the Virginian with glazed eyes. The violence of his rage affected him physically, like some stroke of illness. "He played out on me on purpose." The man's voice was dry and light. "He's perfectly fresh now," he continued, and turned again to the coughing, swaying horse whose eyes were closed. Not having the stick, he seized the animal's unresisting head and shook it. The Virginian watched him a moment, and rose to stop such a spectacle. Then, as if conscious he was doing no real hurt, Balaam ceased, and turning again in slow fashion, looked across the level, where the runaways were still visible. "I'll have to take your horse," he said. "Mine's played out on me." "You ain't goin' to touch my hawss." Again the words seemed not entirely to reach Balaam's understanding, so dulled by rage were his senses. He made no answer, but mounted Pedro, and the failing pony walked mechanically forward, while the Virginian, puzzled, stood looking after him. Balaam seemed without purpose of going anywhere, and stopped in a moment. Suddenly he was at work at something. This sight was odd and new to look at. For a few seconds it had no meaning to the Virginian as he watched. Then his mind grasped the horror, too late. Even with his cry of execration, and the tiger spring that he gave to stop Balaam, the monstrosity was wrought. Pedro sank motionless, his head rolling flat on the earth. Balaam was jammed beneath him. The man had struggled to his feet before the Virginian reached the spot, and the horse then lifted his head and turned it piteously round. Then vengeance like a blast struck Balaam. The Virginian hurled him to the ground, lifted and hurled him again, lifted him and beat his face and struck his jaw. The man's strong, ox-like fighting availed nothing. He fended his eyes as best he could against these sledge-hammer blows of justice. He felt blindly for his pistol. That arm was caught and wrenched backward and crushed and doubled. He seemed to hear his own bones, and set up a hideous screaming of hate and pain. Then the pistol at last came out, and together with the hand that grasped it was instantly stamped into the dust. Once again the creature was lifted and slung so that he lay across Pedro's saddle, a blurred, dingy, wet pulp. Vengeance had come and gone. The man and the horse were motionless. Around them silence seemed to gather like a witness. "If you are dead," said the Virginian, "I am glad of it." He stood looking down at Balaam and Pedro, prone in the middle of the open tableland. Then he saw Balaam looking at him. It was the quiet stare of sight without thought or feeling, the mere visual sense alone, almost frightful in its separation from any self. But as he watched those eyes, the self came back into them. "I have not killed you," said the Virginian. "Well, I ain't going to do any more to you, if that's a satisfaction to know." Then he began to attend to Balaam with impersonal skill, like someone hired for the purpose. "He ain't hurt bad," he asserted aloud, as if the man were some nameless patient, and then to Balaam he remarked, "I reckon it might have put a less tough man than you out of business for quite a while. I'm going to get some water now." When he returned with the water, Balaam was sitting up, looking about him. He had not yet spoken, nor did he now speak. The sunlight flashed on the six-shooter where it lay, and the Virginian secured it. "She ain't so pretty as she was," he remarked as he examined the weapon. "But she'll go right handy yet." Strength was in a measure returning to Pedro. He was a young horse, and the exhaustion neither of anguish nor of overriding was enough to affect him long or seriously. He got himself on his feet, and walked waveringly over to the old mare, and stood by her for comfort. The cow puncher came up to him, and Pedro, after starting back slightly, seemed to comprehend that he was in friendly hands. It was plain that he would soon be able to travel slowly if no weight was on him, and that he would be a very good horse again. Whether they abandoned the runaways or not, there was no staying here for night to overtake them without food or water. The day was still high, and what its next few hours had in store the Virginian could not say, and he left them to take care of themselves, determining meanwhile that he would take command of the minutes and maintain the position he had assumed both as to Balaam and Pedro. He took Pedro's saddle off, threw the mare's pack to the ground, put Balaam's saddle on her, and on that stowed or tied her original pack, which he could do since it was so light. Then he went to Balaam, who was sitting up. "I reckon you can travel," said the Virginian, "and your hawss can. If you're comin' with me, you'll ride your mare. I'm goin' to trail them hosses. If you're not comin' with me, your hawss comes with me, and you'll take $50 for him." Balaam was indifferent to this good bargain. He did not look at the other or speak, but rose and searched about him on the ground. The Virginian was also indifferent as to whether Balaam chose to answer or not. Seeing Balaam searching the ground, he finished what he had to say. "I have your 6-shooter, and you'll have it when I'm ready for you to. Now I'm goin'," he concluded. Balaam's intellect was clear enough now, and he saw that though the rest of this journey would be nearly intolerable, it must go on. He looked at the impassive cow puncher getting ready to go and tying a rope on Pedro's neck to lead him. Then he looked at the mountains where the runaways had vanished, and it did not seem credible to him that he had come into such straits. He was helped stiffly on the mare, and the 3 horses in single file took up their journey once more, and came slowly among the mountains. The perpetual desert was ended, and they crossed a small brook, where they missed the trail. The Virginian dismounted to find where the horses had turned off, and discovered that they had gone straight up the ridge by the watercourse. "There's been a man camped in hyeh inside a month," he said, kicking up a rag of red flannel. "White man and 2 hosses. Ours have went up his old tracks." It was not easy for Balaam to speak yet, and he kept his silence. But he remembered that Shorty had spoken of a trapper who had started for Sunk Creek. For 3 hours they followed the runaway's course over softer ground, and steadily ascending, passed 1 or 2 springs at length where the mud was not yet settled in the hoof prints. Then they came through a corner of pine forest, and down a sudden bank among quaking asps to a green park. Here the runaways, beside a stream, were grazing at ease, but saw them coming, and started on again, following down the stream. For the present, all to be done was to keep them in sight. This creek received tributaries and widened, making a valley for itself. Above the bottom, lining the first terrace of the ridge, began the pines, and stretched back, unbroken over intervening summit and basin, to cease at last where the higher peaks presided. "This hyeh is the middle fork of Sunk Creek," said the Virginian. "We'll get on to our right road again where they join." Soon a game trail marked itself along the stream. If this would only continue, the runaways would be nearly sure to follow it down into the canyon. Then there would be no way for them but to go on and come out into their own country, where they would make for the Judge's ranch of their own accord. The great point was to reach the canyon before dark. They passed into permanent shadow, for though the other side of the creek shone in full day, the sun had departed behind the ridges immediately above them. Coolness filled the air, and the silence, which in this deep valley of invading shadow seemed too silent, was relieved by the birds. Not birds of song, but a freakish band of gray, talkative observers, who came calling and croaking along through the pines, and inspected the cavalcade, keeping it company for a while, and then flying up into the woods again. The travelers came round a corner on a little spread of marsh, and from somewhere in the middle of it rose a buzzard, and sailed on its black pinions into the air above them, wheeling and wheeling, but did not grow distant. As it swept over the trail, something fell from its claw, a rag of red flannel, and each man in turn looked at it as his horse went by. "I wonder if there's plenty elk and deer hyeh," said the Virginian. "I guess there is," Balaam replied, speaking at last. The travelers had become strangely reconciled. "There's game most all over these mountains," the Virginian continued. "Country not been settled long enough to scare them out." So they fell into casual conversation, and for the first time were glad of each other's company. The sound of a new bird came from the pines above, the hoot of an owl, and was answered from some other part of the wood. This they did not particularly notice at first, but soon they heard the same note, unexpectedly distant, like an echo. The game trail, now quite a defined path beside the river, showed no sign of changing its course or fading out into blank ground, as these uncertain guides do so often. It led consistently in the desired direction, and the two men were relieved to see it continue. Not only were the runaways easier to keep track of, but better speed was made along this valley. The pervading imminence of night more and more dispelled the lingering afternoon, though there was yet no twilight in the open, and the high peaks opposite shone yellow in the invisible sun. But now the owls hooted again. Their music had something in it that caused both the Virginian and Balaam to look up at the pines and wish that this valley would end. Perhaps it was early for night birds to begin, or perhaps it was that the sound never seemed to fall behind, but moved abreast of them among the trees above, as they rode on without pause down below. Some influence made the faces of the travelers grave. The spell of evil which the sight of the wheeling buzzard had begun, deepened as evening grew, while ever and again along the creek the singular call and answer of the owls wandered among the darkness of the trees not far away. The sun was gone from the peaks when at length the other side of the stream opened into a long wide meadow. The trail they followed, after crossing a flat willow thicket by the water, ran into dense pines, that here for the first time reached all the way down to the water's edge. The two men came out of the willows, and saw ahead the capricious runaways leave the bottom and go up the hill and enter the wood. "We must hinder that," said the Virginian, and he dropped Pedro's rope. "There's your 6-shooter. You keep the trail and camp down there." He pointed to where the trees came to the water. "Till I head them hawsses off. I may not get back right away." He galloped up the open hill and went into the pine, choosing a place above where the vagrants had disappeared. Balaam dismounted, and picking up his 6-shooter, took the rope off Pedro's neck, and drove him slowly down toward where the wood began. Its interior was already dim, and Balaam saw that here must be their stopping place tonight, since there was no telling how wide this pine strip might extend along the trail before they could come out of it and reach another suitable camping ground. Pedro had recovered his strength, and he now showed signs of restlessness. He shied where there was not even a stone in the trail, and finally turned sharply round. Balaam expected he was going to rush back on the way they had come, but the horse stood still, breathing excitedly. He was urged forward again, though he turned more than once. But when they were a few paces from the wood, and Balaam had got off preparatory to camping, the horse snorted and dashed into the water, and stood still there. The astonished Balaam followed to turn him, but Pedro seemed to lose control of himself, and plunged to the middle of the river, and was evidently intending to cross. Fearing that he would escape to the opposite meadow, and add to their difficulties, Balaam, with the idea of turning him round, drew his six-shooter and fired in front of the horse, divining, even as the flash cut the dusk, the secret of all this, the Indians, but too late. His bruised hand had stiffened, marring his aim, and he saw Pedro fall over in the water, then rise and struggle up the bank on the farther shore, where he now hurried also, to find that he had broken the pony's leg. He needed no interpreter for the voices of the seeming owls that had haunted the latter hour of their journey, and he knew that his beast's keener instinct had perceived the destruction that lurked in the interior of the wood. The history of the trapper whose horse had returned without him might have been, might still be, his own, and he thought of the rag that had fallen from the buzzard's talons when he had been disturbed at his meal in the marsh. Peaceable Indians were still in these mountains, and some few of them had for the past hour been skirting his journey unseen, and now waited for him in the wood which they expected him to enter. They had been too wary to use their rifles or show themselves, lest these travelers should be only part of a larger company following, who would hear the noise of a shot, and catch them in the act of murder. So, safe under the cover of the pines, they had planned to sling their silent noose, and drag the white man from his horse as he passed through the trees. Balaam looked over the river at the ominous wood, and then he looked at Pedro, the horse that he had first maimed and now ruined, to whom he probably owed his life. He was lying on the ground, quietly looking over the green meadow where the dusk was gathering. Perhaps he was not suffering from his wound yet, as he rested on the ground, and into his animal intelligence there probably came no knowledge of this final stroke of his fate. At any rate, no sound of pain came from Pedro, whose friendly and gentle face remained turned toward the meadow. Once more Balaam fired his pistol, and this time the aim was true, and the horse rolled over, with a ball through his brain. It was the best reward that remained for him. Then Balaam rejoined the old mare, and turned from the middle fork of Sunk Creek. He dashed across the wide field and went over a ridge, and found his way along in the night till he came to the old trail, the road which they would never have left but for him and his obstinacy. He unsaddled the weary mare by Sunk Creek, where the canyon begins, letting her drag a rope and find pasture and water, while he, lighting no fire to betray him, crouched close under a tree till the light came. He thought of the Virginian in the wood. What could either have done for the other had he stayed to look for him among the pines? If the cow puncher came back to the corner, he would follow Balaam's tracks or not. They would meet, at any rate, where the creeks joined. But they did not meet. And then to Balaam the prospect of going onward to the Sunk Creek ranch became more than he could bear. To come without the horses, to meet Judge Henry, to meet the guests of the judges, looking as he did now after his punishment by the Virginian, to give the news about the judge's favorite man. No, how could he tell such a story as this? Balaam went no farther than a certain cabin, where he slept and wrote a letter to the judge. This the owner of the cabin delivered. And so, having spread news which would at once cause a search for the Virginian, and having constructed such sentences to the judge as would most smoothly explain how, being overtaken by illness, he had not wished to be a burden at Sunk Creek, Balaam turned homeward by himself. By the time he was once more at Butte Creek, his general appearance was a thing less to be noticed, and there was Shorty, waiting. One way and another, the lost dog had been able to gather some ready money. He was cheerful because of this momentary purseful of prosperity. "And so I come back, you see," he said, "for I figured on getting Pedro back as soon as I could when I sold him to you." "You're behind the times, Shorty," said Balaam. Shorty looked blank. "You sure not sold Pedro?" he exclaimed. "Them Indians," said Balaam, "got after me on the Bow Leg trail. Got after me and that Virginia man. But they didn't get me." Balaam wagged his bullet head to imply that this escape was due to his own superior intelligence. The Virginian had been stupid, and so the Indians had got him. "And they shot your horse," Balaam finished. "Stop and get some dinner with the boys." Having eaten, Shorty rode away in mournful spirits, for he had made so sure of once more riding and talking with Pedro, his friend whom he had taught to shake hands. Chapter 27. Grandmother Stark. Except for its chair and bed, the cabin was stripped almost bare. Amid its emptiness of dismantled shelves and walls and floor, only the tiny ancestress still hung in her place, last token of the home that had been. This miniature, tacked against the despoiled boards, and its descendant, the angry girl with her hand on an open box lid, made a sort of couple in the loneliness. She on the wall, sweet and serene; she by the box, sweet and stormy. The picture was her final treasure waiting to be packed for the journey. In whatever room she had called her own since childhood, there it had also lived and looked at her, not quite familiar, not quite smiling, but in its prim colonial hues, delicate as some pressed flower. Its pale oval, of color blue and rose and flaxen, in a battered, pretty gold frame, unconquerably pervaded any surroundings with a something like last year's lavender. Till yesterday a Crow Indian war bonnet had hung next it, a sumptuous cascade of feathers. On the other side a bow with arrows had dangled. Opposite had been the skin of a silver fox. Over the door had spread the antlers of a black-tailed deer, a bearskin stretched beneath it. Thus had the whole cozy log cabin been upholstered, lavish with trophies of the frontier, and yet it was in front of the miniature that the visitors used to stop. Shining quietly now in the cabin's blackness this summer day, the heirloom was presiding until the end. And as Molly Wood's eyes fell upon her ancestress of Bennington, 1777, there flashed a spark of steel in them, alone here in the room that she was leaving forever. She was not going to teach school any more on Bear Creek, Wyoming. She was going home to Bennington, Vermont. When time came for school to open again, there should be a new schoolmarm. This was the momentous result of that visit which the Virginian had paid her. He had told her that he was coming for his hour soon. From that hour she had decided to escape. She was running away from her own heart. She did not dare to trust herself face to face again with her potent, indomitable lover. She longed for him, and therefore she would never see him again. No great aunt at Dunbarton, or anybody else that knew her and her family, should ever say that she had married below her station, had been an unworthy Stark. Accordingly, she had written to the Virginian, bidding him good by and wishing him everything in the world. As she happened to be aware that she was taking everything in the world away from him, this letter was not the most easy of letters to write. But she had made the language very kind. Yes, it was a thoroughly kind communication. And all because of that momentary visit when he had brought back to her two novels, Emma and Pride and Prejudice. "How do you like them?" she had then inquired, and he had smiled slowly at her. "You haven't read them!" she exclaimed. "No." "Are you going to tell me there has been no time?" "No." Then Molly had scolded her cow-puncher, and to this he had listened with pleasure undisguised, as indeed he listened to every word that she said. "Why, it has come too late," he had told her when the scolding was over. "If I was one of your little scholars hyeh in Bear Creek schoolhouse, you could learn me to like such frillery, I reckon. But I'm a mighty ignorant, growed up man." "So much the worse for you," said Molly. "No, I am pretty glad I am a man. Else I could not have learned the thing you have taught me." But she shut her lips and looked away. On the desk was a letter written from Vermont. "If you don't tell me at once when you decide," had said the arch writer. "Never hope to speak to me again. Mary Wood, seriously, I am suspicious. Why do you never mention him nowadays? How exciting to have you bring a live cowboy to Bennington. We should all come to dinner. Though of course I understand now that many of them have excellent manners. But would he wear his pistol at table?" So the letter ran on. It recounted the latest home gossip and jokes. In answering it, Molly Wood had taken no notice of its childish tone here and there. "Here's some of them cactus blossoms you wanted," said the Virginian. His voice recalled the girl with almost a start. "I've brought a good hoss I've gentled for you, and Taylor'll keep him till I need him." "Thank you so much, but I wish—" "I reckon you can't stop me lending Taylor a hoss. And you certainly'll get sick school teaching if you don't keep outdoors some. Good by, till that next time." "Yes, there's always a next time," she answered as lightly as she could. "There always will be. Don't you know that?" She did not reply. "I have discouraged spells," he pursued, "but I down them. For I've told you were going to love me. You are going to learn back the thing you have taught me. I'm not asking anything now. I don't want you to speak a word to me. But I'm never going to quit till next time is no more, and it's all the time for you and me." With that he had ridden away, not even touching her hand. Long after he had gone she was still in her chair, her eyes lingering upon his flowers, those yellow cups of the prickly pear. At length she had risen impatiently, caught up the flowers, gone with them to the open window, and then, after all, set them with pains in water. But to-day Bear Creek was over. She was going home now. By the week's end she would be started. By the time the mail brought him her good-by letter she would be gone. She had acted. To Bear Creek, the neighborly, the friendly, the not comprehending, this move had come unlooked for, and had brought regret. Only one hard word had been spoken to Molly, and that by her next-door neighbor and kindest friend. In Mrs. Taylor's house the girl had daily come and gone as a daughter, and that lady reached the subject thus. "When I took Taylor," said she, sitting by as Robert Browning and Jane Austen were going into their box, "I married for love." "Do you wish it had been money?" said Molly, stooping to her industries. "You know both of us better than that, child." "I know I've seen people at home who couldn't possibly have had any other reason. They seem satisfied too." "Maybe the poor ignorant things were." "And so I have never been sure how I might choose." "Yes, you are sure, dearie. Don't you think I know you? And when it comes over Taylor once in a while, and he tells me I'm the best thing in his life, and I tell him he ain't merely the best thing but the only thing in mine, him and the children, why, we just agree we'd do it all over the same way if we had the chance." Molly continued to be industrious. "And that's why," said Mrs. Taylor, "I want every girl that's anything to me to know her luck when it comes. For I was that near telling Taylor I wouldn't." "If ever my luck comes," said Molly, with her back to her friend, "I shall say I will at once." "Then you'll say it at Bennington next week." Molly wheeled round. "Why, you surely will. Do you expect he's going to stay here, and you in Bennington?" And the campaigner sat back in her chair. "He? Goodness! Who is he?" "Child, child! You're talking cross to-day because you're at outs with yourself. You've been at outs ever since you took this idea of leaving the school and us and everything this needless way. You have not treated him right. And why, I can't make out to save me. What have you found out all of a sudden? If he was not good enough for you, but, oh, it's a prime one you're losing, Molly. When a man like that stays faithful to a girl, spite all the chances he gets, her luck is come." "Oh, my luck! People have different notions of luck." "Notions?" "He has been very kind." "Kind?" And now, without further simmering, Mrs. Taylor's wrath boiled up and poured copiously over Molly Wood. "Kind! There's a word you shouldn't use, my dear. No doubt you can spell it, but more than its spelling I guess you don't know. The children can learn what it means from some of the rest of us folks that don't spell so correct, maybe." "Mrs. Taylor, Mrs. Taylor!" "I can't wait, dearie. Since the roughness looks bigger to you than the diamond, you had better go back to Vermont. I expect you'll find better grammar there, dearie." The good dame stalked out and across to her own cabin, and left the angry girl among her boxes. It was in vain she fell to work upon them. Presently something had to be done over again, and when it was, the box held several chattels less than before the readjustment. She played a sort of desperate dominoes to fit these objects in the space, but here were a paperweight, a portfolio, with two wretched volumes that no chink would harbor; and letting them fall all at once, she straightened herself, still stormy with revolt, eyes and cheeks still hot from the sting of long-parried truth. There, on her wall still, was the miniature, the little silent ancestress, and upon this face the girl's glance rested. It was as if she appealed to Grandmother Stark for support and comfort across the 100 years which lay between them. So the flaxen girl on the wall, and she among the boxes, stood a moment face to face in seeming communion, and then the descendant turned again to her work. But after a desultory touch here and there, she drew a long breath and walked to the open door. What use was in finishing today, when she had nearly a week? This first spurt of toil had swept the cabin bare of all indwelling charm, and its look was chill. Across the lane his horse, the one he had gentled for her, was grazing idly. She walked there and caught him, and led him to her gate. Mrs. Taylor saw her go in, and soon come out in riding dress, and she watched the girl throw the saddle on with quick ease, the ease he had taught her. Mrs. Taylor also saw the sharp cut she gave the horse, and laughed grimly to herself in her window as horse and rider galloped into the beautiful sunny loneliness. To the punished animal this switching was new, and at its third repetition he turned his head in surprise, but was no more heated than were the bluffs and flowers where he was taking his own undirected choice of way. He carried her over ground she knew by heart: Corncliff Mesa, Crowheart Butte, West Falls Crossing, Upper Canyon, open land and woodland, pines and sagebrush, all silent and grave and lustrous in the sunshine. Once and again a ranchman greeted her, and wondered if she had forgotten who he was. Once she passed some cow punchers with a small herd of steers, and they stared after her too. Bear Creek narrowed, its mountain sides drew near, its little falls began to rush white in midday shadow, and the horse suddenly pricked his ears. Unguided, he was taking this advantage to go home. Though he had made but little way, a mere beginning yet, on this trail over to Sunk Creek, here was already a Sunk Creek friend whinnying good day to him, so he whinnied back and quickened his pace, and Molly started to life. What was Monte doing here? She saw the black horse she knew also, saddled, with reins dragging on the trail as the rider had dropped them to dismount. A cold spring bubbled out beyond the next rock, and she knew her lover's horse was waiting for him while he drank. She pulled at the reins, but loosed them, for to turn and escape now was ridiculous, and riding boldly round the rock, she came upon him by the spring. One of his arms hung up to its elbow in the pool, the other was crooked beside his head, but the face was sunk downward against the shelving rock, so that she saw only his black tangled hair. As her horse snorted and tossed his head, she looked swiftly at Monte, as if to question him. Seeing now the sweat matted on his coat, and noting the white rim of his eye, she sprang and ran to the motionless figure. A patch of blood at his shoulder behind stained the soft flannel shirt, spreading down beneath his belt, and the man's whole strong body lay slack and pitifully helpless. She touched the hand beside his head, but it seemed neither warm nor cold to her. She felt for the pulse, as nearly as she could remember the doctor's did, but could not tell whether she imagined or not that it was still. Twice with painful care her fingers sought and waited for the beat, and her face seemed like one of listening. She leaned down and lifted his other arm and hand from the water, and as their ice coldness reached her senses, clearly she saw the patch near the shoulder she had moved grow wet with new blood, and at that sight she grasped at the stones upon which she herself now sank. She held tight by two rocks, sitting straight beside him, staring and murmuring aloud, "I must not faint, I will not faint," and the standing horses looked at her, pricking their ears. In this cup-like spread of the ravine the sun shone warmly down, the tall red cliff was warm, the pines were a warm film and filter of green. Outside the shade across Bear Creek rose the steep, soft, open yellow hill, warm and high to the blue, and Bear Creek tumbled upon its sun-sparkling stones. The two horses on the margin trail still looked at the spring and trees, where sat the neat flaxen girl so rigid, by the slack prone body in its flannel shirt and leathern chaps. Suddenly her face livened. "But the blood ran!" she exclaimed, as if to the horses, her companions in this. She moved to him and put her hand in through his shirt against his heart. Next moment she had sprung up and was at his saddle, searching, then swiftly went on to her own and got her small flask and was back beside him. Here was the cold water he had sought, and she put it against his forehead and drenched the wounded shoulder with it. 3 times she tried to move him, so he might lie more easy, but his dead weight was too much, and desisting, she sat close and raised his head to let it rest against her. Thus she saw the blood that was running from in front of the shoulder also. But she said no more about fainting. She tore strips from her dress and soaked them, keeping them cold and wet upon both openings of his wound, and she drew her pocket knife out and cut his shirt away from the place. As she continually rinsed and cleaned it, she watched his eyelashes, long and soft and thick, but they did not stir. Again she tried the flask, but failed from being still too gentle, and her searching eyes fell upon ashes near the pool. Still undispersed by the weather lay the small charred ends of a fire he and she had made once here together, to boil coffee and fry trout. She built another fire now, and when the flames were going well, filled her flask cup from the spring and set it to heat. Meanwhile she returned to nurse his head and wound. Her cold water had stopped the bleeding. Then she poured her brandy in the steaming cup, and, made rough by her desperate helplessness, forced some between his lips and teeth. Instantly, almost, she felt the tremble of life creeping back, and as his deep eyes opened upon her she sat still and mute. But the gaze seemed luminous with an unnoting calm, and she wondered if perhaps he could not recognize her. She watched this internal clearness of his vision, scarcely daring to breathe, until presently he began to speak, with the same profound and clear impersonality sounding in his slowly uttered words. "I thought they had found me. I expected they were going to kill me." He stopped, and she gave him more of the hot drink, which he took, still lying and looking at her as if the present did not reach his senses. "I knew hands were touching me. I reckon I was not dead. I knew about them soon as they began, only I could not interfere." He waited again. "It is mighty strange where I have been. No, mighty natural." Then he went back into his reverie, and lay with his eyes still full open upon her where she sat motionless. She began to feel a greater awe in this living presence than when it had been his body with an ice-cold hand, and she quietly spoke his name, venturing scarcely more than a whisper. At this some nearer thing wakened in his look. "But it was you all along," he resumed. "It is you now. You must not stay." Weakness overcame him, and his eyes closed. She sat ministering to him, and when he roused again, he began anxiously at once. "You must not stay. They would get you too." She glanced at him with a sort of fierceness, then reached for his pistol, in which was nothing but blackened empty cartridges. She threw these out and drew 6 from his belt, loaded the weapon, and snapped shut its hinge. "Please take it," he said, more anxious and more himself. "I ain't worth trying to keep. Look at me." "Are you giving up?" she inquired, trying to put scorn in her tone. Then she seated herself. "Where is the sense in both of us?" "You had better save your strength," she interrupted. He tried to sit up. "Lie down," she ordered. He sank obediently and began to smile. When she saw that, she smiled too, and unexpectedly took his hand. "Listen, friend," said she. "Nobody shall get you, and nobody shall get me. Now take some more brandy." "It must be noon," said the cow puncher, when she had drawn her hand away from him. "I remember it was dark when I can remember. I reckon they were scared to follow me in so close to settlers. Else they would have been here." "You must rest," she observed. She broke the soft ends of some evergreen, and putting them beneath his head went to the horses, loosened the cinches, took off the bridles, led them to drink, and picketed them to feed. Further still, to leave nothing undone which she could herself manage, she took the horses' saddles off to refold the blankets when the time should come, and meanwhile brought them for him. But he put them away from him. He was sitting up against a rock, stronger evidently, and asking for cold water. His head was fire hot, and the paleness beneath his swarthy skin had changed to a deepening flush. "Only 5 miles," she said to him, bathing his head. "Yes, I must hold it steady," he answered, waving his hand at the cliff. She told him to try and keep it steady until they got home. "Yes," he repeated, "only 5 miles. But it's fightin' to turn around." Half aware that he was becoming lightheaded, he looked from the rock to her and from her to the rock with dilating eyes. "We can hold it together," she said. "You must get on your horse." She took his handkerchief from round his neck, knotting it with her own, and to make more bandage she ran to the roll of clothes behind his saddle and tore in halves a clean shirt. A handkerchief fell from it, which she seized also, and opening saw her own initials by the hem. Then she remembered. She saw again their first meeting, the swollen river, the overset stage, the unknown horseman who carried her to the bank on his saddle and went away unthanked, her whole first adventure on that first day of her coming to this new country. And now she knew how her long forgotten handkerchief had gone that day. She refolded it gently and put it back in his bundle, for there was enough bandage without it. She said not a word to him, and he placed a wrong meaning upon the look which she gave him as she returned to bind his shoulder. "It don't hurt so much," he assured her, though extreme pain was clearing his head for the moment, and he had been able to hold the cliff from turning. "You must not squander your pity." "Do not squander your strength," said she. "Oh, I could put up a pretty good fight now." But he tottered in showing her how strong he was, and she told him that, after all, he was a child still. "Yes," he slowly said, looking after her as she went to bring his horse. "The same child that wanted to touch the moon, I guess." And during the slow climb down into the saddle from a rock to which she helped him, he said, "You have got to be the man all through this mess." She saw his teeth clenched and his drooping muscles compelled by will. And as he rode and she walked to lend him support, leading her horse by a backward stretched left hand, she counted off the distance to him continually, the increasing gain, the lessening road, the landmarks nearing and dropping behind. Here was the tree with the wasp nest gone. Now the burned cabin was past. Now the cottonwoods at the ford were in sight. He was silent and held to the saddle horn, leaning more and more against his two hands clasped over it. And just after they had made the crossing he fell, without a sound, slipping to the grass, and his descent broken by her. But it started the blood a little, and she dared not leave him to seek help. She gave him the last of the flask and all the water he craved. Revived, he managed to smile. "You see, I ain't worth keeping." "It's only a mile," said she. So she found a log, a fallen trunk, and he crawled to that, and from there crawled to his saddle, and she marched on with him, talking, bidding him note the steps accomplished. For the next half mile they went thus, the silent man clinched on the horse, and by his side the girl walking and cheering him forward, when suddenly he began to speak. "I will say good by to you now, ma'am." She did not understand at first the significance of this. "He is getting away," pursued the Virginian. "I must ask you to excuse me, ma'am." It was a long while since her lord had addressed her as "ma'am." As she looked at him in growing apprehension, he turned Monte and would have ridden away, but she caught the bridle. "You must take me home," said she, with ready inspiration. "I am afraid of the Indians." "Why, they've all gone. There he goes. Ma'am, that hawss—" "No," said she, holding firmly his rein and quickening her step. "A gentleman does not invite a lady to go out riding and leave her." His eyes lost their purpose. "I'll certainly take you home. That sorrel has gone in there by the wallow, and Judge Henry will understand." With his eyes watching imaginary objects, he rode and rambled, and it was now the girl who was silent, except to keep his mind from its half-fixed idea of the sorrel. As he grew more fluent, she hastened still more, listening to head off that notion of return, skilfully inventing questions to engage him, so that when she brought him to her gate, she held him in a manner subjected, answering faithfully the shrewd unrealities which she devised, whatever makeshift she could summon to her mind. And next she had got him inside her dwelling, and set him down docile, but now completely wandering. And then no help was at hand, even here. She had made sure of aid from next door, and there she hastened, to find the Taylor's cabin locked and silent. And this meant that parents and children were gone to drive. Nor might she be luckier at her next nearest neighbor's, should she travel the intervening mile to fetch them. With a mind jostled once more into uncertainty, she returned to her room, and saw a change in him already. Illness had stridden upon him. His face was not as she had left it, and the whole body, the splendid, supple horseman, showed sickness in every line and limb, its spurs and pistol and bold leather chaps a mockery of trappings. She looked at him, and decision came back to her, clear and steady. She supported him over to her bed and laid him on it. His head sank flat, and his loose, nerveless arms stayed as she left them. Then among her packing boxes and beneath the little miniature, blue and flaxen and gold upon its lonely wall, she undressed him. He was cold, and she covered him to the face, and arranged the pillow, and got from its box her scarlet and black Navajo blanket, and spread it over him. There was no more that she could do, and she sat down by him to wait. Among the many and many things that came into her mind was a word he said to her lightly a long while ago. "Cow punchers do not live long enough to get old," he had told her. And now she looked at the head upon the pillow, grave and strong, but still the head of splendid, unworn youth. At the distant jingle of the wagon in the lane she was out, and had met her returning neighbors midway. They heard her with amazement, and came in haste to the bedside. Then Taylor departed to spread news of the Indians and bring the doctor, 25 miles away. The two women friends stood alone again, as they had stood in the morning when anger had been between them. "Kiss me, dearie," said Mrs. Taylor. "Now I will look after him, and you'll need some looking after yourself." But on returning from her cabin with what store she possessed of lint and stimulants, she encountered a rebel, independent as ever. Molly would hear no talk about saving her strength, would not be in any room but this one until the doctor should arrive. Then perhaps it would be time to think about resting. So together the dame and the girl rinsed the man's wound and wrapped him in clean things, and did all the little that they knew, which was in truth the very thing needed. Then they sat watching him toss and mutter. It was no longer upon Indians or the sorrel horse that his talk seemed to run, or anything recent apparently, always excepting his work. This flowingly merged with whatever scene he was inventing or living again, and he wandered unendingly in that incompatible world we dream in. Through the medley of events and names, often thickly spoken, but rising at times to grotesque coherence, the listeners now and then could piece out the reference from their own knowledge. Monte, for example, continually addressed, and Molly heard her own name, but invariably as Miss Wood, nothing less respectful came out, and frequently he answered someone as ma'am. At these fragments of revelation, Mrs. Taylor abstained from speech, but eyed Molly Wood with caustic reproach. As the night wore on, short lulls of silence intervened, and the watchers were deceived into hope that the fever was abating. And when the Virginian sat quietly up in bed, essayed to move his bandage, and looked steadily at Mrs. Taylor, she rose quickly and went to him with a question as to how he was doing. "Rise on your legs, you polecat," said he, "and tell them you're a liar." The good dame gasped, then bade him lie down, and he obeyed her with that strange double understanding of the delirious, for even while submitting he muttered "liar," "polecat," and then "Trampas." At that name light flashed on Mrs. Taylor, and she turned to Molly, and there was the girl struggling with a fit of mirth at his speech, but the laughter was fast becoming a painful seizure. Mrs. Taylor walked Molly up and down, speaking immediately to arrest her attention. "You might as well know it," she said. "He would blame me for speaking of it, but where's the harm all this while after? And you would never hear it from his mouth. Molly, child, they say Trampas would kill him if he dared, and that's on account of you." "I never saw Trampas," said Molly, fixing her eyes upon the speaker. "No, dearie, but before a lot of men, Taylor has told me about it, Trampas spoke disrespectfully of you, and before them all he made Trampas say he was a liar. That is what he did when you were almost a stranger among us, and he had not started seeing so much of you. I expect Trampas is the only enemy he ever had in this country. But he would never let you know about that." "No," whispered Molly. "I did not know." "Steve!" The sick man now cried out in poignant appeal. "Steve!" To the women it was a name unknown, unknown as was also this deep inward tide of feeling which he could no longer conceal, being himself no longer. "No, Steve," he said next, and muttering followed. "It ain't so!" he shouted, and then cunningly in a lowered voice, "Steve, I have lied for you." In time Mrs. Taylor spoke some advice. "You had better go to bed, child. You look about ready for the doctor yourself." "Then I will wait for him," said Molly. So the two nurses continued to sit until darkness at the windows weakened into gray, and the lamp was no more needed. Their patient was rambling again. Yet into whatever scenes he went, there in some guise did the throb of his pain evidently follow him, and he lay hitching his great shoulder as if to rid it of the cumbrance. They waited for the doctor, not daring much more than to turn pillows and give what other ease they could. And then, instead of the doctor, came a messenger, about noon, to say he was gone on a visit some 30 miles beyond, where Taylor had followed to bring him here as soon as might be. At this Molly consented to rest, and to watch turnabout; and once she was over in her friend's house lying down, they tried to keep her there. But the revolutionist could not be put down, and when, as a last pretext, Mrs. Taylor urged the proprieties and conventions, the pale girl from Vermont laughed sweetly in her face, and returned to sit by the sick man. With the approach of the second night, his fever seemed to rise and master him more completely than they had yet seen it; and presently it so raged that the women called in stronger arms to hold him down. There were times when he broke out in the language of the roundup, and Mrs. Taylor renewed her protests. "Why," said Molly, "don't you suppose I knew they could swear?" So the dame, in deepening astonishment and affection, gave up these shifts at decorum. Nor did the delirium run into the intimate, coarse matters that she dreaded. The cow puncher had lived like his kind, but his natural daily thoughts were clean, and came from the untamed but unstained mind of a man. And toward morning, as Mrs. Taylor sat taking her turn, suddenly he asked had he been sick long, and looked at her with a quieted eye. The wandering seemed to drop from him at a stroke, leaving him altogether himself. He lay very feeble, and inquired once or twice of his state and how he came here, nor was anything left in his memory of even coming to the spring where he had been found. When the doctor arrived, he pronounced that it would be long, or very short. He praised their clean water treatment. The wound was fortunately well up on the shoulder, and gave so far no bad signs. There were not any bad signs, and the blood and strength of the patient had been as few men's were. Each hour was now an hour nearer certainty, and meanwhile the doctor would remain as long as he could. He had many inquiries to satisfy. Dusty fellows would ride up, listen to him, and reply, as they rode away, "Don't yu' let him die, Doc." And Judge Henry sent over from Sunk Creek to answer for any attendance or medicine that might help his foreman. The country was moved with concern and interest, and in Molly's ears its words of good feeling seemed to unite and sum up a burden. "Don't yu' let him die, Doc." The Indians who had done this were now in military custody. They had come unpermitted from a southern reservation, hunting, next thieving, and as the slumbering spirit roused in one or two of the young and ambitious, they had ventured this in the secret mountains, and perhaps had killed a trapper found there. Editors immediately reared a tall war out of it, but from 5 Indians in a guardhouse waiting punishment, not even an editor can supply spar for more than 2 editions. And if the recent alarm was still a matter of talk anywhere, it was not here in the sick room. Whichever way the case should turn, it was through Molly alone, the doctor told her, that the wounded man had got this chance, this good chance, he related. And he told her she had not done a woman's part, but a man's part, and now had no more to do. No more till the patient got well and could thank her in his own way, said the doctor, smiling, and supposing things that were not so, misled perhaps by Mrs. Taylor. "I'm afraid I'll be gone by the time he is well," said Molly coldly. and the discreet physician said ah, and that she would find Bennington quite a change from Bear Creek. But Mrs. Taylor spoke otherwise, and at that the girl said, "I shall stay as long as I am needed. I will nurse him. I want to nurse him. I will do everything for him that I can," she exclaimed with force. "And that won't be anything, dearie," said Mrs. Taylor harshly. "A year of nursing don't equal a day of sweetheart." The girl took a walk. She was of no more service in the room at present. But she turned without going far, and Mrs. Taylor spied her come to lean over the pasture fence and watch the two horses, that one the Virginian had gentled for her, and his own Monte. During this suspense came a new call for the doctor, neighbors profiting by his visit to Bear Creek. And in his going away to them, even under promise of quick return, Mrs. Taylor suspected a favorable sign. He kept his word as punctually as had been possible, arriving after some 6 hours with a confident face, and spending now upon the patient a care not needed, save to reassure the bystanders. He spoke his opinion that all was even better than he could have hoped it would be, so soon. Here was now the beginning of the 5th day. The wound's look was wholesome, no further delirium had come, and the fever had abated a degree while he was absent. He believed the serious danger line lay behind, and, short of the unforeseen, the man's deep untainted strength would reassert its control. He had much blood to make, and must be cared for during weeks, 3, 4, 5, there was no saying how long yet. These next few days it must be utter quiet for him. He must not talk, nor hear anything likely to disturb him. And then the time for cheerfulness and gradual company would come, sooner than later, the doctor hoped. So he departed, and sent next day some bottles, with further cautions regarding the wound and dirt, and to say he should be calling the day after tomorrow. Upon that occasion he found 2 patients. Molly Wood lay in bed at Mrs. Taylor's, filled with apology and indignation. With little to do, and deprived of the strong stimulant of anxiety and action, her strength had quite suddenly left her, so that she had spoken only in a sort of whisper. But upon waking from a long sleep, after Mrs. Taylor had taken her firmly, almost severely, in hand, her natural voice had returned, and now the chief treatment the doctor gave her was a sort of scolding, which it pleased Mrs. Taylor to hear. The doctor even dropped a phrase concerning the arrogance of strong nerves and slender bodies, and of undertaking several people's work when several people were at hand to do it for themselves, and this pleased Mrs. Taylor remarkably. As for the wounded man, he was behaving himself properly. Perhaps in another week he could be moved to a more cheerful room. Just now, with cleanliness and pure air, any barn would do. "We are real lucky to have such a sensible doctor in the country," Mrs. Taylor observed after the physician had gone. "No doubt," said Molly. "He said my room was a barn." "That's what you've made it, dearie. But sick men don't notice much." Nevertheless, one may believe, without going widely astray, that illness, so far from veiling, more often quickens the perceptions, at any rate those of the naturally keen. On a later day, and the interval was brief, while Molly was on her second drive to take the air with Mrs. Taylor, that lady informed her that the sick man had noticed. "And I could not tell him things liable to disturb him," said she. "And so I expect I just didn't exactly tell him the facts. I said, yes, you were packing up for a little visit to your folks. They had not seen you for quite a while, I said, and he looked at those boxes kind of silent like." "There's no need to move him," said Molly. "It is simpler to move them, the boxes. I could take out some of my things, you know, just while he has to be kept there. I mean, you see, if the doctor says the room should be cheerful." "Yes, dearie." "I will ask the doctor next time," said Molly, "if he believes I am competent to spread a rug upon a floor." Molly's references to the doctor were usually acid these days. And this he totally failed to observe, telling her when he came, why, to be sure, the very thing, and if she could play cards, or read aloud, or afford any other light distractions, provided they did not lead the patient to talk and tire himself, that she would be most useful. Accordingly, she took over the cribbage board, and came with unexpected hesitation face to face again with the swarthy man she had saved and tended. He was not so swarthy now, but neat, with chin clean, and hair and mustache trimmed and smooth, and he sat propped among pillows, watching for her. "You are better," she said, speaking first and with uncertain voice. "Yes, they have given me orders not to talk," said the Southerner, smiling. "Oh, yes, please, do not talk, not to-day." "No, only this." He looked at her and saw her seem to shrink. "Thank you for what you have done," he said simply. She took tenderly the hand he stretched to her, and upon these terms they set to work at cribbage. She won, and won again, and the third time laid down her cards and reproached him with playing in order to lose. "No," he said, and his eye wandered to the boxes. "But my thoughts get away from me. I'll be strong enough to hold 'em on the cyards next time, I reckon." Many tones in his voice she had heard, but never the tone of sadness until to-day. Then they played a little more, and she put away the board for this first time. "You are going now?" he asked. "When I have made this room look a little less forlorn. They haven't wanted to meddle with my things, I suppose." And Molly stooped once again among the chattels destined for Vermont. Out they came. Again the bearskin was spread on the floor. Various possessions and ornaments went back into their ancient niches. The shelves grew comfortable with books, and last some flowers were stood on the table. "More like old times," said the Virginian, but sadly. "It's too bad," said Molly, "you had to be brought into such a looking place." "And your folks waiting for you," said he. "Oh, I'll pay my visit later," said Molly, putting the rug a trifle straighter. "May I ask one thing?" pleaded the Virginian, and at the gentleness of his voice her face grew rosy, and she fixed her eyes on him with a sort of dread. "Anything that I can answer," said she. "Oh, yes. Did I tell you to quit me, and did you load up my gun and stay? Was that a real business? I have been mixed up in my head." "That was real," said Molly. "What else was there to do?" "Just nothing, for such as you," he exclaimed. "My head has been mighty crazy, and that little grandmother of yours yondah, but I can't just quite catch a hold of these things." He passed a hand over his forehead. "So many, or else one right along. Well, it's all foolishness," he concluded, with something almost savage in his tone. And after she had gone from the cabin he lay very still, looking at the miniature on the wall. He was in another sort of mood the next time, cribbage not interesting him in the least. "Your folks will be wondering about you," said he. "I don't think they will mind which month I go to them," said Molly, "especially when they know the reason." "Don't let me keep you, ma'am," said he. Molly stared at him, but he pursued, with the same edge lurking in his slow words. "Though I'll never forget. How could I forget any of all you have done, and been? If there had been none of this, why, I had enough to remember. But please don't stay, ma'am. We'll say I had a claim when you found me pretty well dead, but I'm getting well, you see, right smart, too." "I can't understand, indeed I can't," said Molly, "why you're talking so." He seemed to have certain moods when he would address her as "ma'am," and this she did not like, but could not prevent. "Oh, a sick man is funny. And you know I'm grateful to you." "Please say no more about that, or I shall go this afternoon. I don't want to go. I am not ready. I think I had better read something now." "Why, yes, that's certainly a good notion. Why, this is the best show you'll ever get to give me education. Won't you please try that Emma book now, ma'am? Listening to you will be different." This was said with softness and humility. Uncertain, as his gravity often left her, precisely what he meant by what he said, Molly proceeded with Emma, slackly at first, but soon with the enthusiasm that Miss Austen invariably gave her. She held the volume and read away at it, commenting briefly, and then, finishing a chapter of the sprightly classic, found her pupil slumbering peacefully. There was no uncertainty about that. "You couldn't be doing a healthier thing for him, dearie," said Mrs. Taylor. "If it gets to make him wakeful, try something harder." This was the lady's scarcely sympathetic view. But it turned out to be not obscurity in which Miss Austen sinned. When Molly next appeared at the Virginian's threshold, he said plaintively, "I reckon I am a dunce," and he sued for pardon. "When I waked up," he said, "I was ashamed of myself for a plumb half hour." Nor could she doubt this day that he meant what he said. His mood was again serene and gentle, and without referring to his singular words that had distressed her, he made her feel his contrition, even in his silence. "I am right glad you have come," he said. And as he saw her going to the bookshelf, he continued with diffidence, "As regards that Emma book, you see, the doin's and sayin's of folks like them are above me. But I think," he spoke most diffidently, "if you could read me something that was about something, I'd be liable to keep awake." And he smiled with a certain shyness. "Something about something?" queried Molly, at a loss. "Why, yes. Shakespeare. Henry IV. The British king is fighting, and there is his son, the prince. He certainly must have been a jim dandy boy, if that is all true. Only he would go around town with a mighty trifling gang. They sported and they held up citizens, and his father hated his traveling with trash like them. It was right natural, the boy and the old man. But the boy showed himself a man too. He killed a big fighter on the other side who was another jim dandy, and he was sorry for having it to do." The Virginian warmed to his recital. "I understand most all of that. There was a fat man kept everybody laughing. He was awful natural too, except you don't commonly meet 'em so fat. But the prince, that play is bedrock, ma'am. Have you got something like that?" "Yes, I think so," she replied. "I believe I see what you would appreciate." She took her Browning, her idyll, her imagined affinity. For the pale decadence of New England had somewhat watered her good old Revolutionary blood, too, and she was inclined to think under glass and to live underdone, when there were no Indians to shoot. She would have joyed to venture Paracelsus on him, and some lengthy rhymed discourses, and she fondly turned leaves and leaves of her pet doggerel analytics. Pippa Passes and others she had to skip, from discreet motives, pages which he would have doubtless stayed awake at, but she chose a poem at length. This was better than Emma, he pronounced, and short. The horse was a good horse. He thought a man whose horse must not play out on him would watch the ground he was galloping over for holes, and not be likely to see what color the rims of his animal's eye sockets were. You could not see them if you sat as you ought to for such a hard ride. Of the next piece that she read him he thought still better. "And it is short," said he, "but the last part drops." Molly instantly exacted particulars. "The soldier should not have told the general he was killed," stated the cow puncher. "What should he have told him, I'd like to know?" said Molly. "Why, just nothing. If the soldier could ride out of the battle all shot up, and tell his general about their taking the town, that was being gritty, you see. But that truck at the finish, will you please say it again?" So Molly read, "You're wounded. Nay, the soldier's pride touched to the quick, he said, I'm killed, sire, and, his chief beside, smiling the boy fell dead." "Nay, I'm killed, sire," drawled the Virginian, amiably, for, symptom of convalescence, his freakish irony was revived in him. "Now, a man who was man enough to act like he did, yu' see, would fall dead without mentioning it." None of Molly's sweet girl friends had ever thus challenged Mr. Browning. They had been wont to cluster over him with a joyous awe that deepened proportionally with their misunderstanding. Molly paused to consider this novelty of view about the soldier. "He was a Frenchman, you know," she said, under inspiration. "A Frenchman," murmured the grave cow puncher. "I never knowed a Frenchman, but I reckon they might perform that class of foolishness." "But why was it foolish?" she cried. "His soldier's pride, don't you see?" "No." Molly now burst into a luxury of discussion. She leaned toward her cow puncher with bright eyes searching his, with elbow on knee and hand propping chin. Her lap became a slant, and from it Browning the poet slid and toppled and lay unrescued. For the slow cow puncher unfolded his notions of masculine courage and modesty, though he did not deal in such high-sounding names, and Molly forgot everything to listen to him, as he forgot himself and his inveterate shyness, and grew talkative to her. "I would never have supposed that," she would exclaim as she heard him, or presently again, "I never had such an idea." And her mind opened with delight to these new things which came from the man's mind so simple and direct. To Browning they did come back, but the Virginian, though interested, conceived a dislike for him. "He is a smarty," said he, once or twice. "Now here is something," said Molly, "I have never known what to think." "Oh, heavens!" murmured the sick man, smiling. "Is it short?" "Very short. Now please attend." And she read him 12 lines about a lover who rode to a beach in the dusk, crossed a field, tapped at a pane, and was admitted. "That is the best yet," said the Virginian. "There's only one thing you can think about that." "But wait," said the girl, swiftly. "Here is how they parted. Round the cape of a sudden came the sea, and the sun looked over the mountain's rim, and straight was a path of gold for him, and the need of a world of men for me." "That is very, very true," murmured the Virginian, dropping his eyes from the girl's intent ones. "Had they quarreled?" she inquired. "Oh, no." "But " "I reckon he loved her very much." "Then you're sure they hadn't quarreled?" "Dead sure, ma'am. He would come back afteh he had played some more of the game." "The game?" "Life, ma'am. Whatever he was a doing in the world of men. That's a bedrock piece, ma'am." "Well, I don't see why you think it's so much better than some of the others." "I could sca'cely explain," answered the man. "But that writer does know something." "I'm glad they hadn't quarreled," said Molly, thoughtfully, and she began to like having her opinions refuted. His bandages, becoming a little irksome, had to be shifted, and this turned their discourse from literature to Wyoming, and Molly inquired had he ever been shot before? Only once, he told her. "I have been lucky in having few fusses," said he. "I hate them. If a man has to be killed " "You never " broke in Molly. She had started back a little. "Well," she added hastily, "don't tell me if " "I shouldn't wonder if I got one of those Indians," he said quietly. "But I wasn't waiting to see. But I came mighty near doing for a white man that day. He had been hurting a hawss." "Hurting?" said Molly. "Injuring. I will not tell yu' about that. It would hurt yu' to hear such things. But hosses, don't they depend on us? Ain't they something like children? I did not lay up the man very bad. he was able to travel most right away. Why, you'd have wanted to kill him yourself." So the Virginian talked, nor knew what he was doing to the girl. Nor was she aware of what she was receiving from him as he unwittingly spoke himself out to her in these Browning meetings they had each day. But Mrs. Taylor grew pleased. The kindly dame would sometimes cross the road to see if she were needed, and steal away again after a peep at the window. There, inside, among the restored home treasures, sat the two, the rosy, alert girl, sweet as she talked or read to him, and he, the grave, half-weak giant, among his wraps, watching her. Of her delayed home visit he never again spoke, either to her or to Mrs. Taylor, and Molly veered aside from any trend of talk she foresaw was leading toward that subject. But in those hours when no visitors came, and he was by himself in the quiet, he would lie often somberly contemplating the girl's room, her little dainty knickknacks, her home photographs, all the delicate manifestations of what she came from and what she was. Strength was flowing back into him each day, and Judge Henry's latest messenger had brought him clothes and mail from Sunk Creek, and many inquiries of kindness, and returned taking the news of the cow puncher's improvement, and how soon he would be permitted the fresh air. Hence Molly found him waiting in a flannel shirt of highly becoming shade, and with a silk handkerchief knotted round his throat, and he told her it was good to feel respectable again. She had come to read to him for the allotted time, and she threw around his shoulders the scarlet and black Navajo blanket, striped with its splendid zigzags of barbarity. Thus he half sat, half leaned, languid but at ease. In his lap lay one of the letters brought over by the messenger, and though she was midway in a book that engaged his full attention, David Copperfield, his silence and absent look this morning stopped her, and she accused him of not attending. "No," he admitted, "I am thinking of something else." She looked at him with that apprehension which he knew. "It had to come," said he. "And to day I see my thoughts straighter than I've been up to managing since my head got clear. And now I must say these thoughts, if I can. He stopped. His eyes were intent upon her. One hand was gripping the arm of his chair. "You promised," trembled Molly. "I promised you should love me," he sternly interrupted. "Promised that to myself. I have broken that word." She shut David Copperfield mechanically, and grew white. "Your letter has come to me hyeh," he continued, gentle again. She had forgotten it. "The letter you wrote to tell me good by. You wrote it a little while ago. Not a month yet, but it's away and away long gone for me." "I have never let you know," began Molly. "The doctor," he interrupted once more, but very gently now, "he gave orders I must be kept quiet. I reckon you thought telling me might—" "Forgive me!" cried the girl. "Indeed, I ought to have told you sooner. Indeed, I had no excuse." "Why, should you tell me if you preferred not? You had written. And you speak," he lifted the letter, "of never being able to repay kindness. But you have turned the tables. I can never repay you by anything. So I had figured I would just jog back to Sunk Creek and let you get away, if you did not want to say that kind of good by. For I saw the boxes. Mrs. Taylor is too nice a woman to know the trick of lying, and she could not deceive me. I have knowed you were going away for good ever since I saw those boxes. But now hyeh comes your letter, and it seems no way but I must speak. I have thought a deal, lying in this room, and to day I can say what I have thought. I could not make you happy." He stopped, but she did not answer. His voice had grown softer than whispering, but yet was not a whisper. From its quiet syllables she turned away, blinded with sudden tears. "Once I thought love must surely be enough," he continued. "And I thought if I could make you love me, you could learn me to be more your kind. And I think I could give you a pretty good sort of love. But that don't help the little mean pesky things of day by day that make roughness or smoothness for folks tied together so awful close. Mrs. Taylor hyeh, she don't know anything better than Taylor does. She don't want anything he can't give her. Her friends will do for him and his for her. And when I dreamed of you in my home," he closed his eyes and drew a long breath. At last he looked at her again. "This is no country for a lady. Will you forget and forgive the bothering I have done?" "Oh!" cried Molly. "Oh!" And she put her hands to her eyes. She had risen and stood with her face covered. "I surely had to tell you this all out, didn't I?" said the cow puncher faintly in his chair. "Oh!" said Molly again. "I have put it clear how it is," he pursued. "I ought to have seen from the start I was not the sort to keep you happy." "But," said Molly, you ought please try to keep me happy." And sinking by his chair, she hid her face on his knees. Speechless, he bent down and folded her round, putting his hands on the hair that had been always his delight. Presently he whispered, "You have beat me. How can I fight this?" She answered nothing. The Navajo's scarlet and black folds fell over both. Not with words, not even with meeting eyes, did the two plight their troth in this first new hour. So they remained long, the fair head nesting in the great arms, and the black head laid against it, while over the silent room presided the little grandmother Stark in her frame, rosy, blue, and flaxen, not quite familiar, not quite smiling. Chapter 28. No Dream to Wake From. For a long while after she had left him, he lay still, stretched in his chair. His eyes were fixed steadily upon the open window and the sunshine outside. There he watched the movement of the leaves upon the green cottonwoods. What had she said to him when she went? She had said, "Now I know how unhappy I have been." These sweet words he repeated to himself over and over, fearing in some way that he might lose them. They almost slipped from him at times, but with a jump of his mind he caught them again and held them. And then, "I'm not all strong yet," he murmured. "I must have been very sick." And, weak from his bullet wound and fever, he closed his eyes without knowing it. There were the cottonwoods again, waving, waving, and he felt the cool pleasant air from the window. He saw the light draught stir the ashes in the great stone fireplace. "I have been asleep," he said. "But she was certainly here herself. Oh yes, surely. She always has to go away every day because the doctor says Why, she was reading," he broke off aloud. "David Copperfield." There it was on the floor. "Aha! Nailed you anyway," he said. "But how scared I am of myself. You're a fool. Of course it's so. No fever business could make you feel like this." His eye dwelt a while on the fireplace, next on the deer horns, and next it traveled toward the shelf where her books were, but it stopped before reaching them. "Better say off the names before I look," said he. "I've had a heap o' misreading visions, and supposin' if this was just my sickness foolin' me some more, I'd want to die. I would die. Now we'll see. If Copperfield is on the floor," he looked stealthily to be sure that it was, "then she was reading to me when everything happened, and then there should be a hole in the book row top left," he repeated, and warily brought his glance to the place. "Proved!" he cried. "It's all so." He now noticed the miniature of Grandmother Stark. "You are awful like her," he whispered. "You're certainly awful like her. May I kiss you too, ma'am?" Then, tottering, he rose from his sick chair. The Navajo blanket fell from his shoulders, and gradually, experimentally, he stood upright. Helping himself with his hand slowly along the wall of the room, and round to the opposite wall with many a pause, he reached the picture and very gently touched the forehead of the ancestral dame with his lips. "I promise to make your little girl happy," he whispered. He almost fell in stooping to the portrait, but caught himself and stood carefully quiet, trembling and speaking to himself. "Where is your strength?" he demanded. "I reckon it is joy that has unsteadied your legs." The door opened. It was she, come back with his dinner. "My heavens!" she said, and setting the tray down, she rushed to him. She helped him back to his chair, and covered him again. He had suffered no hurt, but she clung to him, and presently he moved and let himself kiss her with fuller passion. "I will be good," he whispered. "You must," she said. "You look so pale." "You are speaking low, like me," he answered. "But we have no dream we can wake from." Had she surrendered on this day to her cow puncher, her wild man? Was she forever wholly his? Had the Virginian's fire so melted her heart that no rift in it remained? So she would have thought if any thought had come to her, but in his arms to day thought was lost in something more divine. Chapter 29. Word to Bennington. They kept their secret for a while, or at least they had that special joy of believing that no one in all the world but themselves knew this that had happened to them. But I think that there was one person who knew how to keep a secret even better than these two lovers. Mrs. Taylor made no remarks to any one whatever. Nobody on Bear Creek, however, was so extraordinarily cheerful and serene. That peculiar severity which she had manifested in the days when Molly was packing her possessions had now altogether changed. In these days she was endlessly kind and indulgent to her "dearie." Although as a housekeeper Mrs. Taylor believed in punctuality at meals, and visited her offspring with discipline when they were late without good and sufficient excuse, Molly was now exempt from the faintest hint of reprimand. "And it's not because you're not her mother," said George Taylor, bitterly. "She used to get it too, and we're the only ones that get it. There she comes, just as we're about ready to quit. Aren't you going to say nothing to her?" "George," said his mother, "when you've saved a man's life, it'll be time for you to talk." So Molly would come in to her meals with much irregularity, and her remarks about the imperfections of her clock met with no rejoinder. And yet one can scarcely be so severe as had been Mrs. Taylor, and become wholly as mild as milk. There was one recurrent event that could invariably awaken hostile symptoms in the dame. Whenever she saw a letter arrive with the Bennington postmark upon it, she shook her fist at that letter. "What's family pride?" she would say to herself. "Taylor could be a son of the Revolution if he'd a mind to. I wonder if she has told her folks yet." And when letters directed to Bennington would go out, Mrs. Taylor would inspect every one as if its envelope ought to grow transparent beneath her eyes, and yield up to her its great secret, if it had one. But in truth these letters had no great secret to yield up, until one day, yes, one day Mrs. Taylor would have burst, were bursting a thing that people often did. 3 letters were the cause of this emotion on Mrs. Taylor's part. One addressed to Bennington, one to Dunbarton, and the third, here was the great excitement, to Bennington, but not in the little schoolmarm's delicate writing. A man's hand had traced those plain, steady vowels and consonants. "It's come!" exclaimed Mrs. Taylor at this sight. "He has written to her mother himself." That is what the Virginian had done, and here is how it had come about. The sick man's convalescence was achieved. The weeks had brought back to him not his whole strength yet, that could come only by many miles of open air on the back of Monte, but he was strong enough now to get strength. When a patient reaches this stage, he is out of the woods. He had gone for a little walk with his nurse. They had taken, under the doctor's recommendation, several such little walks, beginning with a 5-minute one, and at last to-day accomplishing 3 miles. "No, it has not been too far," said he. "I am afraid I could walk twice as far." "Afraid?" "Yes, because it means I can go to work again. This thing we have had together is over." For reply she leaned against him. "Look at you," he said. "Only a little while ago you had to help me stand on my legs. And now " For a while there was silence between them. "I have never had a right down sickness before," he presently went on. "Not to remember, that is. If any person had told me I could enjoy such a thing " He said no more, for she reached up, and no more speech was possible. "How long has it been?" he next asked her. She told him. "Well, if it could be forever no, not forever, with no more than this. I reckon I'd be sick again. But if it could be forever, with just you and me, and no one else to bother with. But any longer would not be doing right by your mother. She would have a right to think ill of me." "Oh," said the girl, "let us keep it." "Not after I am gone. Your mother must be told." "It seems so can't we oh, why need anybody know?" "Your mother ain't anybody. She is your mother. I feel mighty responsible to her for what I have done." "But I did it." "Do you think so? Your mother will not think so. I am going to write to her to-day." "You? Write to my mother? Oh, then everything will be so different. They will all " Molly stopped before the rising visions of Bennington. Upon the fairy tale that she had been living with her cowboy lover broke the voices of the world. She could hear them from afar. She could see the eyes of Bennington watching this man at her side. She could imagine the ears of Bennington listening for slips in his English. There loomed upon her the round of visits which they would have to make, the ringing of the doorbells, the waiting in drawing rooms for the mistress to descend and utter her prepared congratulations, while her secret eye devoured the Virginian's appearance, and his manner of standing and sitting. He would be wearing gloves, instead of fringed gauntlets of buckskin. In a smooth black coat and waistcoat, how could they perceive the man he was? During those short formal interviews, what would they ever find out of the things that she knew about him, the things for which she was proud of him? He would speak shortly and simply. They would say, "Oh, yes," and "How different you must find this from Wyoming." And then, after the door was shut behind his departing back, they would say, "He would be totally underrated, not in the least understood. Why should he be subjected to this? He should never be." Now, in all these half-formed, hurried, distressing thoughts which streamed through the girl's mind, she altogether forgot one truth. True it was that the voice of the world would speak as she imagined. True it was that in the eyes of her family and acquaintance this lover of her choice would be examined even more like a specimen than are other lovers upon these occasions. And all accepted lovers have to face this ordeal of being treated like specimens by the other family. But dear me, most of us manage to stand it, don't we? It isn't perhaps the most delicious experience that we can recall in connection with our engagement, but it didn't prove fatal. We got through it somehow. We dined with Aunt Jane, and wined with Uncle Joseph, and perhaps had 2 fingers given to us by old Cousin Horatio, whose enormous fortune was of the greatest importance to everybody, and perhaps fragments of the other family's estimate of us subsequently reached our own ears. But if a chosen lover cannot stand being treated as a specimen by the other family, he's a very weak vessel, and not worth any good girl's love. That's all I can say for him. Now the Virginian was scarcely what even his enemy would term a weak vessel, and Molly's jealousy of the impression which he might make upon Bennington was vastly superfluous. She should have known that he would indeed care to make a good impression, but that such anxiety on his part would be wholly for her sake, that in the eyes of her friends she might stand justified in taking him for her wedded husband. So far as he was concerned apart from her, Aunt Jane and Uncle Joseph might say anything they pleased, or think anything they pleased. His character was open for investigation. Judge Henry would vouch for him. This is what he would have said to his sweetheart had she but revealed to him her perturbations. But she did not reveal them, and they were not of the order that he, with his nature, was likely to divine. I do not know what good would have come from her speaking out to him, unless that perfect understanding between lovers which indeed is a good thing. But I do not believe that he could have reassured her, and I am certain that she could not have prevented his writing to her mother. "Well, then," she sighed at last, "if you think so, I will tell her." That sigh of hers, be it well understood, was not only because of those far-off voices which the world would, in consequence of her news, be lifting presently. It came also from bidding farewell to the fairy tale which she must leave now, that land in which she and he had been living close together, alone, unhindered, unmindful of all things. "Yes, you will tell her," said her lover, "and I must tell her too." "Both of us?" questioned the girl. What would he say to her mother? How would her mother like such a letter as he would write to her? Suppose he should misspell a word? Would not sentences from him at this time, written sentences, be a further bar to his welcome acceptance at Bennington? "Why don't you send messages by me?" she asked him. He shook his head. "She is not going to like it anyway," he answered. "I must speak to her direct. It would be like shirking." Molly saw how true his instinct was here, and the little flame shot upward from the glow of her love and pride in him. Oh, if they could all only know that he was like this when you understood him! She did not dare say out to him what her fear was about this letter of his to her mother. She did not dare because, well, because she lacked a little faith. That is it, I am afraid. And for that sin she was her own punishment. For in this day, and in many days to come, the pure joy of her love was vexed and clouded, all through a little lack of faith, while for him, perfect in his faith, his joy was like crystal. "Tell me what you're going to write," she said. He smiled at her. "No." "Aren't you going to let me see it when it's done?" "No." Then a freakish look came into his eyes. "I'll let you see anything I write to other women." And he gave her one of his long kisses. "Let's get through with it together," he suggested, when they were once more in his sick room, that room which she had given to him. "You'll sit one side of the table, and I'll sit the other, and we'll go ahead, and pretty soon it will be done." "Oh dear," she said. "Yes, I suppose that is the best way." And so accordingly they took their places. The inkstand stood between them. Beside each of them she distributed paper enough almost for a presidential message. And pens and pencils were in plenty. Was this not the headquarters of the Bear Creek schoolmarm? "Why, aren't you going to do it in pencil first?" she exclaimed, looking up from her vacant sheet. His pen was moving slowly but steadily. "No, I don't reckon I need to," he answered, with his nose close to the paper. "Oh, damnation, there's a blot." He tore his spoiled beginning in small bits and threw them into the fireplace. "You've got it too full," he commented, and taking the inkstand he tipped a little from it out of the window. She sat lost among her false starts. Had she heard him swear she would not have minded. She rather liked it when he swore. He possessed that quality in his profanity of not offending by it. It is quite wonderful how much worse the same word will sound in one man's lips than in another's. But she did not hear him. Her mind was among a litter of broken sentences. Each thought which she began ran out into the empty air, or came against some stone wall. So there she sat, her eyes now upon that inexorable blank sheet that lay before her, waiting, and now turned with vacant hopelessness upon the sundry objects in the room. And while she thus sat accomplishing nothing, opposite to her the black head bent down, and the steady pen moved from phrase to phrase. She became aware of his gazing at her, flushed and solemn. That strange color of the sea water, which she could never name, was lustrous in his eyes. He was folding his letter. "You have finished?" she said. "Yes." His voice was very quiet. "I feel like an honester man." "Perhaps I can do something tonight at Mrs. Taylor's," she said, looking at her paper. On it were a few words crossed out. This was all she had to show. At this set task in letter writing the cow puncher had greatly excelled the schoolmarm. But that night, while he lay quite fast asleep in his bed, she was keeping vigil in her room at Mrs. Taylor's. Accordingly, the next day those 3 letters departed for the mail, and Mrs. Taylor consequently made her exclamation, "It's come!" On the day before the Virginian returned to take up his work at Judge Henry's ranch, he and Molly announced their news. What Molly said to Mrs. Taylor, and what Mrs. Taylor said to her, is of no interest to us, though it was of much to them. But Mr. McLean happened to make a call quite early in the morning to inquire for his friend's health. "Lin," began the Virginian, "there's no harm in your knowing an hour or so before the rest. I am " "Lord!" said Mr. McLean, indulgently. "Everybody has knowed that since the day she found you at the spring." "It was not so then," said the Virginian, crossly. "Lord! Everybody has knowed it right along." "Humph!" said the Virginian. "I didn't know this country was that rank with gossips." Mr. McLean laughed mirthfully at the lover. "Well," he said, "Mrs. McLean will be glad. She told me to give you her congratulations quite a while ago. I was to have 'em ready just as soon as ever you asked for 'em yourself." Lin had been made a happy man some 12 months previous to this. And now, by way of an exchange of news, he added, "We're expectin' a little McLean down on Box Elder. That's what you'll be expectin' some of these days, I hope." "Yes," murmured the Virginian, "I hope so too." "And I don't guess," said Lin, "that you and I will do much shufflin' of other folks' children any more." Whereupon he and the Virginian shook hands silently, and understood each other very well. On the day that the Virginian parted with Molly, beside the weight of farewell which lay heavy on his heart, his thoughts were also grave with news. The cattle thieves had grown more audacious. Horses and cattle both were being missed, and each man began almost to doubt his neighbor. "Steps will have to be taken soon by somebody, I reckon," said the lover. "By you?" she asked quickly. "Most likely I'll get mixed up with it." "What will you have to do?" "Can't say. I'll tell you when I come back." So did he part from her, leaving her more kisses than words to remember. And what was doing at Bennington meanwhile, and at Dunbarton? Those 3 letters which by their mere outside had so moved Mrs. Taylor, produced by their contents much painful disturbance. It will be remembered that Molly wrote to her mother and to her great aunt. That announcement to her mother was undertaken first. Its composition occupied 3 hours and a half, and it filled 11 pages, not counting a postscript upon the 12th. The letter to the great aunt took only 10 minutes. I cannot pretend to explain why this one was so greatly superior to the other, but such is the remarkable fact. Its beginning, to be sure, did give the old lady a start. She had dismissed the cowboy from her probabilities. "Tut, tut, tut!" she exclaimed out loud in her bedroom. "She has thrown herself away on that fellow." But some sentences at the end made her pause and sit still for a long while. The severity upon her face changed to tenderness, gradually. "Ah me," she sighed, "if marriage were as simple as love!" Then she went slowly downstairs, and out into her garden, where she walked long between the box borders. "But if she has found a great love," said the old lady at length. And she returned to her bedroom, and opened an old desk, and read some old letters. There came to her the next morning a communication from Bennington. This had been penned frantically by poor Mrs. Wood. As soon as she had been able to gather her senses, after the shock of her daughter's 11 pages in the postscript, the mother had poured out 8 pages herself to the eldest member of the family. There had been, indeed, much excuse for the poor lady. To begin with, Molly had constructed her whole opening page with the express and merciful intention of preparing her mother. Consequently, it made no sense whatever. Its effect was the usual effect of remarks designed to break a thing gently. It merely made Mrs. Wood's head swim, and filled her with a sickening dread. "Oh, mercy, Sarah!" she had cried. "Come here! What does this mean?" And then, fortified by her elder daughter, she had turned over that first page, and found what it meant on the top of the second. "A savage with knives and pistols!" she wailed. "Well, mother, I always told you so," said her daughter, Sarah. "What is a foreman?" exclaimed the mother. "And who is Judge Henry?" "She has taken a sort of upper servant," said Sarah. "If it is allowed to go as far as a wedding, I doubt if I can bring myself to be present." This threat she proceeded to make to Molly, with results that shall be set forth in their proper place. "The man appears to have written to me himself," said Mrs. Wood. "He knows no better," said Sarah. "Bosh!" said Sarah's husband later. It was a very manly thing to do. Thus did consternation rage in the house at Bennington. Molly might have spared herself the many assurances that she gave concerning the universal esteem in which her cow puncher was held, and the fair prospects which were his. So, in the first throes of her despair, Mrs. Wood wrote those 8 not maturely considered pages to the great aunt. "Tut, tut, tut!" said the great aunt as she read them. Her face was much more severe to day. "You'd suppose," she said, "that the girl had been kidnapped. Why, she has kept him waiting 3 years." And then she read more, but soon put the letter down with laughter. For Mrs. Wood had repeated in writing that early outburst of hers about a savage with knives and pistols. "Law!" said the great aunt. "Law, what a fool Lizzie is!" So she sat down and wrote to Mrs. Wood a wholesome reply about putting a little more trust in her own flesh and blood, and reminding her, among other things, that General Stark had himself been wont to carry knives and pistols, owing to the necessities of his career, but that he had occasionally taken them off, as did probably this young man in Wyoming. "You had better send me the letter he has written you," she concluded. "I shall know much better what to think after I have seen that." It is not probable that Mrs. Wood got much comfort from this communication, and her daughter Sarah was actually enraged by it. "She grows more perverse as she nears her dotage," said Sarah. But the Virginian's letter was sent to Dunbarton, where the old lady sat herself down to read it with much attention. Here is what the Virginian had said to the unknown mother of his sweetheart: Mrs. John Stark Wood, Bennington, Vermont. Madam: If your daughter, Miss Wood, has ever told you about her saving a man's life here, when some Indians had shot him, that is the man who writes to you now. I don't think she can have told you right about that affair, for she is the only one in this country who thinks it was a little thing. So I must tell you it, the main points. Such an action would have been thought highly of in a Western girl, but with Miss Wood's raising, nobody had a right to expect it." "Indeed!" snorted the great aunt. "Well, he would be right if I had not had a good deal more to do with her raising than ever Lizzie had." And she went on with the letter. "I was starting in to die when she found me. I did not know anything then, and she pulled me back from where I was half in the next world. She did not know but what Indians would get her too, but I could not make her leave me. I am a heavy man, 173 stripped when in full health. She lifted me herself from the ground, me helping scarce any, for there was not much help in me that day. She washed my wound and brought me to with her own whiskey. Before she could get me home I was out of my head, but she kept me on my horse somehow, and talked wisely to me, so I minded her and did not go clean crazy till she had got me safe to bed. The doctor says I would have died all the same if she had not nursed me the way she did. It made me love her more, which I did not know I could. But there is no end, for this writing it down makes me love her more as I write it. And now, Mrs. Wood, I am sorry this will be bad news for you to hear. I know you would never choose such a man as I am for her, for I have got no education and must write humble against my birth. I wish I could make the news easier, but truth is the best. I am of old stock in Virginia. English and one Scotch-Irish grandmother my father's father brought from Kentucky. We have always stayed at the same place, farmers and hunters, not bettering our lot, and very plain. We have fought when we got the chance, under Old Hickory and in Mexico, and my father and 2 brothers were killed in the valley '64. Always with us one son has been apt to run away, and I was the one this time. I had too much older brethren to suit me. But now I am doing well, being in full sight of prosperity, and not too old, and very strong, my health having stood the sundries it has been put through. She shall teach school no more when she is mine. I wish I could make this news easier for you, Mrs. Wood. I do not like promises, I have heard so many. I will tell any man of your family anything he likes to ask me, and Judge Henry would tell you about my reputation. I have seen plenty rough things, but can say I have never killed for pleasure or profit, and am not one of that kind, always preferring peace. I have had to live in places where they had courts and lawyers so called, but an honest man was all the law you could find in 500 miles. I have not told her about those things, not because I am ashamed of them, but there are so many things too dark for a girl like her to hear about. I had better tell you the way I know I love Miss Wood. I am not a boy now, and women are no new thing to me. A man like me who has traveled meets many of them as he goes, and passes on, but I stopped when I came to Miss Wood. That is 3 years, but I have not gone on. What right has such as he, you will say? So did I say it after she had saved my life. It was hard to get to that point and keep there with her around me all day. But I said to myself, you have bothered her for 3 years with your love, and if you let your love bother her, you don't love her like you should, and you must quit for her sake who has saved your life. I did not know what I was going to do with my life after that, but I supposed I could go somewhere and work hard, and so, Mrs. Wood, I told her I would give her up. But she said no. It is going to be hard for her to get used to a man like me. But at this point in the Virginian's letter the old great aunt could read no more. She rose and went over to that desk where lay those faded letters of her own. She laid her head down upon the package, and as her tears flowed quietly upon it, "Oh, dear," she whispered, "oh, dear, and this is what I lost." To her girl upon Bear Creek she wrote the next day. And this word from Dunbarton was like balm among the harsh stings Molly was receiving. The voices of the world reached her in gathering numbers, and not one of them, save that great aunt's, was sweet. Her days were full of hurts, and there was no one by to kiss the hurts away. Nor did she even hear from her lover any more now. She only knew he had gone into lonely regions upon his errand. That errand took him far. Across the basin, among the secret places of Owl Creek, past the Washakie Needles, over the divide to Gros Ventre, and so through a final barrier of peaks into the borders of East Idaho. There, by reason of his bidding me, I met him, and came to share in a part of his errand. It was with no guide that I traveled to him. He had named a little station on the railroad, and from thence he had charted my route by means of landmarks. Did I believe in omens, the black storm that I set out in upon my horse would seem like one to-day. But I had been living in cities and smoke, and Idaho, even with rain, was delightful to me. Chapter 30. A Stable on the Flat. When the first landmark, the lone clump of cottonwoods, came at length in sight, dark and blurred in the gentle rain, standing out perhaps a mile beyond the distant buildings, my whole weary body hailed the approach of repose. Saving the noon hour, I had been in the saddle since 6, and now 6 was come round again. The ranch, my resting place for this night, was a ruin, cabin, stable, and corral. Yet after the 12 hours of pushing on and on through silence, still to have silence, still to eat and go to sleep in it, perfectly fitted the mood of both my flesh and spirit. At noon, when for a while I had thrown off my long oilskin coat, merely the sight of the newspaper half crowded into my pocket had been a displeasing reminder of the railway and cities and affairs. But for its possible help to build fires, it would have come no farther with me. The great levels around me lay cooled and freed of dust by the wet weather, and full of sweet airs. Far in front the foothills rose through the rain, indefinite and mystic. I wanted no speech with any one, nor to be near human beings at all. I was steeped in a reverie as of the primal earth. Even thoughts themselves had almost ceased motion. To lie down with wild animals, with elk and deer, would have made my waking dream complete, and since such dream could not be, the cattle around the deserted buildings, mere dots as yet across separating space, were my proper companions for this evening. Tomorrow night I should probably be camping with the Virginian in the foothills. At his letter's bidding I had come eastward across Idaho, abandoning my hunting in the Sawtooth Range to make this journey with him back through the Tetons. It was a trail known to him, and not to many other honest men. Horse Thief Pass was the name his letter gave it. Business, he was always brief, would call him over there at this time. Returning, he must attend to certain matters in the Wind River country. There I could leave by stage for the railroad, or go on with him the whole way back to Sunk Creek. He designated for our meeting the forks of a certain little stream in the foothills, which today's ride had brought in sight. There would be no chance for him to receive an answer from me in the intervening time. If by a certain day, which was 4 days off still, I had not reached the forks, he would understand I had other plans. To me it was like living back in ages gone, this way of meeting my friend, this choice of a stream so far and lonely that its very course upon the maps was wrongly traced. And to leave behind all noise and mechanisms, and set out at ease, slowly, with one pack horse, into the wilderness, made me feel that the ancient earth was indeed my mother, and that I had found her again after being lost among houses, customs, and restraints. I should arrive 3 days early at the Forks, 3 days of margin seeming to me a wise precaution against delays unforeseen. If the Virginian were not there, good, I could fish and be happy. If he were there but not ready to start, good, I could still fish and be happy. And remembering my Eastern helplessness in the year when we had met first, I enjoyed thinking how I had come to be trusted. In those days I had not been allowed to go from the ranch for so much as an afternoon's ride unless tied to him by a string, so to speak. Now I was crossing unmapped spaces with no guidance. The man who could do this was scarce any longer a tenderfoot. My vision as I rode took in serenely the dim foothills, tomorrow's goal, and nearer in the vast wet plain the clump of cottonwoods, and still nearer my lodging for tonight with the dotted cattle round it. And now my horse neighed. I felt his gait freshen for the journey's end, and, leaning to pat his neck, I noticed his ears no longer slack and inattentive, but pointing forward to where food and rest awaited both of us. Twice he neighed, impatiently and long, and as he quickened his gait still more, the pack-horse did the same, and I realized that there was about me still a spice of the tenderfoot. Those dots were not cattle, they were horses. My horse had put me in the wrong. He had known his kind from afar, and was hastening to them. The plainsman's eye was not yet mine, and I smiled a little as I rode. When was I going to know, as by instinct, the different look of horses and cattle across some 2 or 3 miles of plain? These miles we finished soon. The buildings changed in their aspect as they grew to my approach, showing their desolation more clearly, and in some way bringing apprehension into my mood. And around them the horses, too, all standing with ears erect, watching me as I came. There was something about them, or was it the silence? For the silence which I had liked until now seemed suddenly to be made too great by the presence of the deserted buildings. And then the door of the stable opened, and men came out and stood, also watching me arrive. By the time I was dismounting, more were there. It was senseless to feel as unpleasant as I did, and I strove to give to them a greeting that should sound easy. I told them that I hoped there was room for one more here tonight. Some of them had answered my greeting, but none of them answered this, and as I began to be sure that I recognized several of their strangely imperturbable faces, the Virginian came from the stable, and at that welcome sight my relief spoke out instantly. "I am here, you see?" "Yes, I do see." I looked hard at him, for in his voice was the same strangeness that I felt in everything around me. But he was looking at his companions. "This gentleman is all right," he told them. "That may be," said one, whom I now knew that I had seen before at Sunk Creek. "But he was not due tonight." "Nor tomorrow," said another. "Nor yet the day after," a third added. The Virginian fell into his drawl. "None of you was ever early for anything, I presume." One retorted, laughing, "Oh, we're not suspicioning you of complicity." And another, "Not even when we remember how thick you and Steve used to be." Whatever jokes they meant by this, he did not receive as jokes. I saw something like a wince pass over his face, and a flush follow it. But he now spoke to me. "We expected to be through before this," he began. "I'm right sorry you have come tonight. I know you'd have preferred to keep away." "We want him to explain himself," put in one of the others. "If he satisfies us, he's free to go away." "Free to go away!" I now exclaimed. But at the indulgence in their frontier smile I cooled down. "Gentlemen," I said, "I don't know why my movements interest you so much. It's quite a compliment. May I get under shelter while I explain?" No request could have been more natural, for the rain had now begun to fall in straight floods. Yet there was a pause before one of them said, "He might as well." The Virginian chose to say nothing more, but he walked beside me into the stable. 2 men sat there together, and a third guarded them. At that sight I knew suddenly what I had stumbled upon, and on the impulse I murmured to the Virginian, "You're hanging them tomorrow." He kept his silence. "You may have 3 guesses," said a man behind me. But I did not need them, and in the recoil of my insight the clump of cottonwoods came into my mind, black and grim. No other trees high enough grew within 10 miles. This, then, was the business that the Virginian's letter had so curtly mentioned. My eyes went into all corners of the stable, but no other prisoners were here. I half expected to see Trampas, and I half feared to see Shorty, for poor stupid Shorty's honesty had not been proof against frontier temptations, and he had fallen away from the company of his old friends. Often of late I had heard talk at Sunk Creek of breaking up a certain gang of horse and cattle thieves that stole in one territory and sold in the next, and knew where to hide in the mountains between. And now it had come to the point. Forces had been gathered, a long expedition made, and here they were, successful under the Virginian's lead, but a little later than their calculations. And here was I, a little too early, and a witness in consequence. My presence seemed a simple thing to account for, but when I had thus accounted for it, one of them said with good nature, "So you find us here, and we find you here. Which is the most surprised, I wonder?" "There's no telling," said I, keeping as amiable as I could. "Nor any telling which objects the most." "Oh, there's no objection here. You're welcome to stay. But not welcome to go, I expect. He ain't welcome to go, is he?" By the answers that their faces gave him it was plain that I was not. "Not till we are through," said one. "He needn't to see anything," another added. "Better sleep late tomorrow morning," a third suggested to me. I did not wish to stay here. I could have made some sort of camp apart from them before dark, but in the face of their needless caution I was helpless. I made no attempt to inquire what kind of spy they imagined I could be, what sort of rescue I could bring in this lonely country. My too early appearance seemed to be all that they looked at. And again my eyes sought the prisoners. Certainly there were only 2. One was chewing tobacco, and talking now and then to his guard as if nothing were the matter. The other sat dull in silence, not moving his eyes, but his face worked, and I noticed how he continually moistened his dry lips. As I looked at these doomed prisoners, whose fate I was invited to sleep through tomorrow morning, the one who was chewing quietly nodded to me. "You don't remember me?" he said. It was Steve. Steve of Medicine Bow. The pleasant Steve of my first evening in the West. Some change of beard had delayed my instant recognition of his face. Here he sat, sentenced to die. A shock, chill and painful, deprived me of speech. He had no such weak feelings. "Have you been to Medicine Bow lately?" he inquired. "That's getting to be quite a while ago." I assented. I should have liked to say something natural and kind, but words stuck against my will, and I stood awkward and ill at ease, noticing idly that the silent one wore a gray flannel shirt like mine. Steve looked me over, and saw in my pocket the newspaper which I had brought from the railroad, and on which I had penciled a few expenses. He asked me would I mind letting him have it for a while, and I gave it to him eagerly, begging him to keep it as long as he wanted. I was over eager in my embarrassment. "You need not return it at all," I said. "Those notes are nothing. Do keep it." He gave me a short glance and a smile. "Thank you," he said. "I'll not need it beyond tomorrow morning." And he began to search through it. "Jake's election is considered sure," he said to his companion, who made no response. "Well, Fremont County owes it to Jake." And I left him interested in the local news. Dead men I have seen not a few times, even some lying pale and terrible after violent ends, and the edge of this wears off, but I hope I shall never again have to be in the company with men waiting to be killed. By this time tomorrow the gray flannel shirt would be buttoned round a corpse. Until what moment would Steve chew? Against such fancies as these I managed presently to barricade my mind, but I made a plea to be allowed to pass the night elsewhere, and I suggested the adjacent cabin. By their faces I saw that my words merely helped their distrust of me. The cabin leaked too much, they said. I would sleep drier here. One man gave it to me more directly. "If you figured on camping in this stable, what has changed your mind?" How could I tell them that I shrunk from any contact with what they were doing, although I knew that only so could justice be dealt in this country? Their wholesome frontier nerves knew nothing of such refinements. But the Virginian understood part of it. "I am right sorry for your annoyance," he said. And now I noticed he was under a constraint very different from the ease of the others. After the 12 hours' ride my bones were hungry for rest. I spread my blankets on some straw in a stall by myself and rolled up in them. Yet I lay growing broader awake, every inch of weariness stricken from my excited senses. For a while they sat over their counsels, whispering cautiously, so that I was made curious to hear them by not being able. Was it the names of Trampas and Shorty that were once or twice spoken? I could not be sure. I heard the whisperers cease and separate. I heard their boots as they cast them off upon the ground. And I heard the breathing of slumber begin and grow in the interior silence. To one after one sleep came, but not to me. Outside, the dull fall of the rain beat evenly, and in some angle dripped the spouting pulses of a leak. Sometimes a cold air blew in, bearing with it the keen wet odor of the sagebrush. On hundreds of other nights this perfume had been my last waking remembrance. It had seemed to help drowsiness. And now I lay staring, thinking of this. Twice through the hours the thieves shifted their positions with clumsy sounds, exchanging muted words with their guard. So often had I heard other companions move and mutter in the darkness and lie down again. It was the very naturalness and usualness of every fact of the night, the stable straw, the rain outside, my familiar blankets, the cool visits of the wind, and with all this the thought of Steve chewing and the man in the gray flannel shirt, that made the hours unearthly and strung me tight with suspense. And at last I heard someone get up and begin to dress. In a little while I saw light suddenly through my closed eyelids, and then darkness shut again abruptly upon them. They had swung in a lantern and found me by mistake. I was the only one they did not wish to rouse. Moving and quiet talking set up around me, and they began to go out of the stable. At the gleams of new daylight which they let in, my thoughts went to the clump of cottonwoods, and I lay still, with hands and feet growing steadily cold. Now it was going to happen. I wondered how they would do it. One instance had been described to me by a witness, but that was done from a bridge, and there had been but a single victim. This morning, would one have to wait and see the other go through with it first? The smell of smoke reached me, and next the rattle of tin dishes. Breakfast was something I had forgotten, and one of them was cooking it now in the dry shelter of the stable. He was alone, because the talking and the steps were outside the stable, and I could hear the sounds of horses being driven into the corral and saddled. Then I perceived that the coffee was ready, and almost immediately the cook called them. One came in, shutting the door behind him as he re-entered, which the rest, as they followed, imitated, For at each opening of the door I saw the light of day leap into the stable, and heard the louder sounds of the rain. Then the sound and the light would again be shut out, until some one at length spoke out bluntly, bidding the door be left open on account of the smoke. What were they hiding from? He asked. The runaways that had escaped? A laugh followed this sally, and the door was left open. Thus I learned that there had been more thieves than the two that were captured. It gave a little more ground for their suspicion about me and my anxiety to pass the night elsewhere. It cost nothing to detain me, and they were taking no chances, however remote. The fresh air and the light now filled the stable, and I lay listening while their breakfast brought more talk from them. They were more at ease now than was I, who had nothing to do but carry out my role of slumber in the stall. They spoke in a friendly, ordinary way, as if this were like every other morning of the week to them. They addressed the prisoners with a sort of fraternal kindness, not bringing them pointedly into the conversation, nor yet pointedly leaving them out. I made out that they must all be sitting round the breakfast together, those who had to die and those who had to kill them. The Virginian I never heard speak, but I heard the voice of Steve. He discussed with his captors the sundry points of his capture. "Do you remember a haystack?" he asked, "away up the South Fork of Gros Ventre?" "That was Thursday afternoon," said one of the captors. "There was a shower." "Yes, it rained. We had you fooled that time. I was laying on the ledge above to report your movements." Several of them laughed. "We thought you were over on Spread Creek then." "I figured you thought so by the trail you left after the stack. Saturday we watched you turn your back on us up Spread Creek. We were snug among the trees the other side of Snake River. That was another time we had you fooled." They laughed again at their own expense. I have heard men pick to pieces a hand of whist with more antagonism. Steve continued. "Would we head for Idaho? Would we swing back over the divide? You didn't know which. And when we generaled you onto that band of horses you thought was the band you were hunting, we were a strong combination." He broke off with the first touch of bitterness I had felt in his words. "Nothing is any stronger than its weakest point." It was the Virginian who said this, and it was the first word he had spoken. "Naturally," said Steve. His tone in addressing the Virginian was so different, so curt, that I supposed he took the weakest point to mean himself. But the others now showed me that I was wrong in this explanation. "That's so," one said. "Its weakest point is where a rope or a gang of men is going to break when the strain comes. And you was linked with a poor partner, Steve." "You're right, I was," said the prisoner, back in his easy, casual voice. "You ought to have got yourself separated from him, Steve." There was a pause. "Yes," said the prisoner moodily. "I'm sitting here because one of us blundered." He cursed the blunderer. "Lighting his fool fire queered the whole deal," he added. As he again heavily cursed the blunderer, the others murmured to each other various "I told you so's." "You'd never have built that fire, Steve," said one. "I said that when we spied the smoke," said another. "I said, that's none of Steve's work, lighting fires and revealing to us their whereabouts." It struck me that they were plying Steve with compliments. "Pretty hard to have the fool get away and you get caught," a third suggested. At this they seemed to wait. I felt something curious in all this last talk. "Oh, did he get away?" said the prisoner then. Again they waited, and a new voice spoke huskily. "I built that fire, boys." It was the prisoner in the gray flannel shirt. "Too late, Ed," they told him kindly. "You ain't a good liar." "What makes you laugh, Steve?" said some one. "Oh, the things I notice." "Meaning Ed was pretty slow in backing up your play? The joke is really on you, Steve. You'd ought never to have cursed the fire builder if you wanted us to believe he was present. But we'd not have done much to Shorty even if we had caught him. All he wants is to be scared good and hard, and he'll go back into virtuousness, which is his nature when not traveling with Trampas." Steve's voice sounded hard now. "You have caught Ed and me. That should satisfy you for one gather." "Well, we think different, Steve. Trampas escapin' leaves this thing unfinished." "So Trampas escaped too, did he?" said the prisoner. "Yes, Steve, Trampas escaped this time. And Shorty with him this time. We know it most as well as if we'd seen them go. And we're glad Shorty is loose, for he'll build another fire or do some other foolishness next time, and that's the time we'll get Trampas." Their talk drifted to other points, and I lay thinking of the skirmish that had played beneath the surface of their banter. Yes, the joke, as they put it, was on Steve. He had lost 1 point in the game to them. They were playing for names. He, being a chivalrous thief, was playing to hide names. They could only, among several likely confederates, guess Trampas and Shorty. So it had been a slip for him to curse the man who built the fire. At least, they so held it. For they, with subtlety, reasoned, one curses the absent. And I agreed with them that Ed did not know how to lie well. He should have at once claimed the disgrace of having spoiled the expedition. If Shorty was the blunderer, then certainly Trampas was the other man, for the two were as inseparable as dog and master. Trampas had enticed Shorty away from good, and trained him in evil. It now struck me that after his single remark, the Virginian had been silent throughout their shrewd discussion. It was the other prisoner that I heard them next address. "You don't eat any breakfast, Ed." "Brace up, Ed. Look at Steve, how hearty he eats." But Ed, it seemed, wanted no breakfast, and the tin dishes rattled as they were gathered and taken to be packed. "Drink this coffee anyway," another urged. "You'll feel warmer." These words almost made it seem like my own execution. My whole body turned cold in company with the prisoners, and as if with a clank the situation tightened throughout my senses. "I reckon if everyone's ready, we'll start." It was the Virginian's voice once more, and different from the rest. I heard them rise at his bidding, and I put the blanket over my head. I felt their tread as they walked out, passing my stall. The straw that was half under me and half out in the stable was stirred as by something heavy dragged or half lifted along over it. "Look out, you're hurting Ed's arm," one said to another, as the steps with tangled sounds passed slowly out. I heard another among those who followed say, "Poor Ed couldn't swallow his coffee." Outside they began getting on their horses, and next their hoofs grew distant, until all was silence round the stable, except the dull, even falling of the rain. CHAPTER 31. The Cottonwoods. I do not know how long I stayed there alone. It was the Virginian who came back, and as he stood at the foot of my blankets, his eye, after meeting mine full for a moment, turned aside. I had never seen him look as he did now, not even in Pitchstone Canyon when we came upon the bodies of Hank and his wife. Until this moment we had found no chance of speaking together except in the presence of others. "Seems to be raining still," I began after a little. "Yes, it's a wet spell." He stared out of the door, smoothing his mustache. It was again I that spoke. "What time is it?" He brooded over his watch. 12 minutes to 7. I rose and stood drawing on my clothes. "The fire's out," said he, and he assembled some new sticks over the ashes. Presently he looked round with a cup. "Never mind that for me," I said. "We've a long ride," he suggested. "I know. I've crackers in my pocket." My boots being pulled on, I walked to the door and watched the clouds. "They seem as if they might lift," I said, and I took out my watch. "What time is it?" he asked. It's run down." While I wound it, he seemed to be consulting his own. "Well?" I inquired. 10 minutes past 7. As I was setting my watch, he slowly said, "Steve wound his all regular. I had to night guard him till 2." His speech was like that of one in a trance, so at least it sounds in my memory today. Again I looked at the weather and the rainy immensity of the plain. The foothills eastward where we were going were a soft yellow. Over the gray-green sagebrush moved shapeless places of light, not yet the uncovered sunlight, but spots where the storm was wearing thin, and wandering streams of warmth passed by slowly in the surrounding air. As I watched the clouds and the earth, my eyes chanced to fall on the distant clump of cottonwoods. Vapors from the enfeebled storm floated round them, and they were indeed far away. But I came inside and began rolling up my blankets. "You will not change your mind?" said the Virginian by the fire. "It is 35 miles." I shook my head, feeling a certain shame that he should see how unnerved I was. He swallowed a hot cupful, and after it sat thinking. And presently he passed his hand across his brow, shutting his eyes. Again he poured out a cup, and emptying this, rose abruptly to his feet as if shaking himself free from something. "Let's pack and quit here," he said. Our horses were in the corral, and our belongings in the shelter of what had been once the cabin at this forlorn place. He collected them in silence while I saddled my own animal, and in silence we packed the 2 pack horses, and threw the diamond hitch, and hauled tight the slack, damp ropes. Soon we had mounted, and as we turned into the trail, I gave a look back at my last night's lodging. The Virginian noticed me. "Good by forever," he interpreted. "By God, I hope so." "Same here," he confessed. And these were our first natural words this morning. "This will go well," said I, holding my flask out to him, and both of us took some, and felt easier for it and the natural words. For an hour we had been shirking real talk, holding fast to the weather or anything, and all the while that silent thing we were keeping off spoke plainly in the air around us and in every syllable that we uttered. But now we were going to get away from it, leave it behind in the stable, and set ourselves free from it by talking it out. Already relief had begun to stir in my spirits. "You never did this before," I said. "No, I never had it to do." He was riding beside me, looking down at his saddle horn. "I do not think I should ever be able," I pursued. Defiance sounded in his answer. "I would do it again this morning." "Oh, I don't mean that. It's all right here. There's no other way." "I would do it all over again the same this morning. Just the same." "Why, so should I, if I could do it at all." I still thought he was justifying their justice to me. He made no answer as he rode along, looking all the while at his saddle. But again he passed his hand over his forehead with that frown and shutting of the eyes. "I should like to be sure I should behave myself if I were condemned," I said next. For it now came to me, which should I resemble? Could I read the newspaper, and be interested in county elections, and discuss coming death as if I had lost a game of cards? Or would they have to drag me out? That poor wretch in the gray flannel shirt. It was bad in the stable, I said aloud, for an after shiver of it went through me. A third time his hand brushed his forehead, and I ventured some sympathy. "I'm afraid your head aches." "I don't want to keep seeing Steve," he muttered. "Steve?" I was astounded. Why, all I saw of him was splendid, since it had to be. It was Oh, yes, Ed. You're thinking about him. I'd forgot him. So you didn't enjoy Ed?" At this I looked at him blankly. "It isn't possible that—" Again he cut me short with a laugh almost savage. "You needn't to worry about Steve. He stayed game." What then had been the matter that he should keep seeing Steve? that his vision should so obliterate from him what I still shivered at, and so shake him now. For he seemed to be growing more stirred as I grew less. I asked him no further questions, however, and we went on for several minutes, he brooding always in the same fashion, until he resumed with the hard indifference that had before surprised me. "So Ed gave you feelin's, dumb ague and so forth." "No doubt we're not made the same way," I retorted. He took no notice of this. "And you'd have been more comfortable if he'd acted same as Steve did. It certainly was bad seeing Ed take it that way, I reckon. And you didn't see him when the time came for business. Well, here's what it is. A man may be such a confirmed miscreant that killing's the only cure for him. But still he's your own species, and you don't want to have him fall around and grab your legs and show you his fear naked. It makes you feel ashamed. So Ed gave you feelings, and Steve made everything right easy for you." There was irony in his voice as he surveyed me, but it fell away at once into sadness. "Both was miscreants. But if Steve had played the coward, too, it would have been a whole heap easier for me." He paused before adding, "And Steve was not a miscreant once." His voice had trembled, and I felt the deep emotion that seemed to gain upon him now that action was over and he had nothing to do but think. And his view was simple enough. You must die brave. Failure is a sort of treason to the brotherhood, and forfeits pity. It was Steve's perfect bearing that had caught his heart so that he forgot even his scorn of the other man. But this was by no means all that was to come. He harked back to that notion of a prisoner helping to make it easy for his executioner. "Easy plumb to the end," he pursued, his mind reviewing the acts of the morning. "Why, he tried to give me your newspaper. I didn't—" "Oh, no," I said hastily. I had finished with it. "Well, he took dying as naturally as he took living. Like a man should. Like I hope to." Again he looked at the pictures in his mind. "No play acting nor last words. He just told good by to the boys as we led his horse under the limb. You needn't to look so dainty," he broke off. "You ain't going to get any more shocking particulars." "I know I'm white-livered," I said, with a species of laugh. "I never crowd and stare when somebody is hurt in the street. I get away." He thought this over. "You don't mean all of that. You'd not have spoke just that way about crowding and staring if you thought well of them that stare. Staring ain't courage. It's trashy curiosity. Now you did not have this thing—" He had stretched out his hand to point, but it fell, and his utterance stopped, and he jerked his horse to a stand. My nerves sprang like a wire at his suddenness, and I looked where he was looking. There were the cottonwoods, close in front of us. As we had traveled and talked we had forgotten them. Now they were looming within 100 yards, and our trail lay straight through them. "Let's go around them," said the Virginian. When we had come back from our circuit into the trail, he continued, "You did not have that thing to do. But a man goes through with his responsibilities, and I reckon you could." "I hope so," I answered. "How about Ed?" "He was not a man, though we thought he was till this. Steve and I started punching cattle together at the Bordeaux outfit north of Cheyenne. We did everything together in those days, work and play. 6 years ago. Steve had many good points onced." We must have gone 2 miles before he spoke again. "You probably didn't notice Steve? I mean the way he acted to me?" It was a question, but he did not wait for my answer. "Steve never said a word to me all through. He shunned it. And you saw how neighborly he talked to the other boys." "Where have they all gone?" I asked. He smiled at me. "It certainly is lonesome now, for a fact." "I didn't know you felt it," said I. "Feel it? They've went to the railroad. 3 of them are witnesses in a case at Evanston, and the judge wants our outfit at Medicine Bow. Steve shunned me. Did he think I was going back on him?" "What if he did? You were not. And so nobody's going to Wind River but you?" "No. Did you notice Steve would not give us any information about Shorty? That was right. I would have acted that way too." Thus each time he brought me back to the subject. The sun was now shining warm during 2 or 3 minutes together, and gulfs of blue opened in the great white clouds. These moved and met among each other and parted, like hands spread out, slowly weaving a spell of sleep over the day after the wakeful night storm. The huge contours of the earth lay basking and drying, and not one living creature, bird or beast, was in sight. Quiet was returning to my revived spirits, but there was none for the Virginian. And as he reasoned matters out aloud, his mood grew more overcast. "You have a friend, and his ways are your ways. You travel together, you spree together confidentially, and you suit each other down to the ground. Then one day you find him putting his iron on another man's calf. You tell him fair and square those ways have never been your ways and ain't going to be your ways. Well, that does not change him any, for it seems he's disturbed over getting rich quick and being a big man in the Territory. And the years go on, until you are foreman of Judge Henry's ranch, and he is dangling back in the cottonwoods. What can he claim? Who made the choice? He cannot say, 'Here is my old friend that I would have stood by.' Can he say that?" "But he didn't say it," I protested. "No, he shunned me." "Listen," I said. "Suppose while you were on guard he had whispered, 'Get me off.' Would you have done it?" "No, sir," said the Virginian, hotly. "Then what do you want?" I asked. "What did you want?" He could not answer me, but I had not answered him, I saw, so I pushed it farther. "Did you want endorsement from the man you were hanging? That's asking a little too much." But he had now another confusion. "Steve stood by Shorty," he said musingly. "It was Shorty's mistake cost him his life. But all the same he didn't want us to catch—" "You are mixing things," I interrupted. "I never heard you mix things before. And it was not Shorty's mistake." He showed momentary interest. "Whose, then?" "The mistake of whoever took a fool into their enterprise." "That's correct. Well, Trampas took Shorty in, and Steve would not tell on him either." I still tried it, saying, "They were all in the same boat." But logic was useless. He had lost his bearings in a fog of sentiment. He knew passionately, that he had done right, but the silence of his old friend to him through those last hours left a sting that no reasoning could assuage. "He told good by to the rest of the boys, but not to me." And nothing I could point out in common sense turned him from the thread of his own argument. He worked round the circle again to self-justification. "Was it him I was deserting? Was not the deserting done by him the day I spoke my mind about stealing calves? I have kept my ways the same. He is the one that took to new ones. The man I used to travel with is not the man back there. Same name, to be sure, and same body, but different in. And yet he had the memory. You can't never change your memory." He gave a sob. It was the first I had ever heard from him, and before I knew what I was doing I had reined my horse up to his and put my arm around his shoulders. I had no sooner touched him than he was utterly overcome. "I knew Steve awful well," he said. Thus we had actually come to change places, for early in the morning he had been firm while I was unnerved, while now it was I who attempted to steady and comfort him. I had the sense to keep silent, and presently he shook my hand, not looking at me as he did so. He was always very shy of demonstration. and he took to patting the neck of his pony. "You, Monty hoss," said he, "you think you are wise, but there's a lot of things you don't savvy." Then he made a new beginning of talk between us. "It is kind of pitiful about Shorty." "Very pitiful," I said. "Do you know about him?" the Virginian asked. "I know there's no real harm in him, and some real good, and that he has not got the brains necessary to be a horse thief." "That's so. That's very true. Trampas has let him in deeper than his stature can stand. Now back East you can be middlin' and get along. But if you go to try a thing on in this Western country, you've got to do it well. You've got to deal cyards well. You've got to steal well. And if you claim to be quick with your gun, you must be quick, for you're a public temptation, and some man will not resist trying to prove he is the quicker. You must break all the commandments well in this Western country, and Shorty should have stayed in Brooklyn, for he will be a novice his livelong days. You don't know about him? He has told me his circumstances. He don't remember his father, and it was like he could have claimed 3 or 4, and I expect his mother was not much interested in him before or after he was born. He ran around, and when he was 18 he got to be help to a grocery man. But a girl he ran with kept taking all his pay and teasing him for more, and so one day the grocery man caught Shorty robbing his till, and fired him. There wasn't no one to tell good-by to, for the girl had to go to the country to see her aunt, she said. So Shorty hung around the store and kissed the grocery cat good-by. He'd been used to feeding the cat, and she'd sit in his lap and purr, he told me. He sends money back to that girl now. This hyeh country is no country for Shorty, for he will be a conspicuous novice all his days. "Perhaps he'll prefer honesty after his narrow shave," I said. But the Virginian shook his head. "Trampas has got hold of him." The day was now all blue above and all warm and dry beneath. We had begun to wind in and rise among the first slopes of the foothills, and we had talked ourselves into silence. At the first running water we made a long nooning, and I slept on the bare ground. My body was lodged so fast and deep in slumber that when the Virginian shook me awake I could not come back to life at once. It was the clump of cottonwoods, small and far out in the plain below us, that recalled me. "It'll not be watching us much longer," said the Virginian. He made it a sort of joke, but I knew that both of us were glad when presently we rode into a steeper country, and among its folds and carvings lost all sight of the plain. He had not slept, I found. His explanation was that the packs needed better balancing, and after that he had gone up and down the stream on the chance of trout. But his haunted eyes gave me the real reason. They spoke of Steve, no matter what he spoke of. It was to be no short thing with him. Chapter 32. Superstition Trail. We did not make 35 miles that day, nor yet 25, for he had let me sleep. We made an early camp and tried some unsuccessful fishing, over which he was cheerful, promising trout to-morrow when we should be higher among the mountains. He never again touched or came near the subject that was on his mind. But while I sat writing my diary, he went off to his horse Monty, and I could hear that he occasionally talked to that friend. Next day we swung southward from what is known to many as the Conant Trail, and headed for that short cut through the Tetons which is known to but a few. Bitch Creek was the name of the stream we now followed, and here there was such good fishing that we idled, and the horses and I at least enjoyed ourselves. For they found fresh pastures and shade in the now plentiful woods, and the mountain odors and the mountain heights were enough for me when the fish refused to rise. This road of ours now became the road which the pursuit had taken before the capture. Going along, I noticed the footprints of many hoofs, rain-blurred but recent, and these were the tracks of the people I had met in the stable. "You can notice Monty's," said the Virginian. "He is the only one that has his hind feet shod. There's several trails from this point down to where we have come from." We mounted now over a long slant of rock, smooth and of wide extent. Above us it went up easily into a little side canyon, but ahead, where our way was, it grew so steep that we got off and led our horses. This brought us to the next higher level of the mountain, a space of sagebrush more open, where the rain-washed tracks appeared again in the softer ground. "Some one has been here since the rain," I called to the Virginian, who was still on the rock, walking up behind the pack horses. "Since the rain!" he exclaimed. "That's not 2 days yet." He came and examined the footprints. "A man and a hawss," he said, frowning, "going the same way we are. How did he come to pass us, and us not see him?" "One of the other trails," I reminded him. "Yes, but there's not many that knows them. They are pretty rough trails." "Worse than the one we're taking?" "Not much. Only how does he come to know any of them? And why don't he take the Conant trail? It's open and easy, and not much longer. One man and a hawss. I don't see who he is or what he wants here." "Probably a prospector," I suggested. "Only one outfit of prospectors has ever been here, and they claimed there was no mineral bearing rock in these parts." We got back into our saddles with the mystery unsolved. To the Virginian it was a greater one, apparently, than to me. Why should one have to account for every stray traveler in the mountains? "That's queer, too," said the Virginian. He was now riding in front of me, and he stopped, looking down at the trail. "Don't you notice?" It did not strike me. "Why, he keeps walking beside his hawss. He don't get on him." Now we, of course, had mounted at the beginning of the better trail after the steep rock, and that was quite half a mile back. Still, I had a natural explanation. "He's leading a pack horse. He's a poor trapper, and walks." "Pack horses ain't usually shod before and behind," said the Virginian, and sliding to the ground he touched the footprints. "They are not 4 hours old," said he. "This bank's in shadow by 1 o'clock, and the sun has not cooked them dusty." We continued on our way, and although it seemed no very particular thing to me that a man should choose to walk and lead his horse for a while, I often did so to limber my muscles, nevertheless I began to catch the Virginian's uncertain feeling about this traveller whose steps had appeared on our path in mid-journey, as if he had alighted from the mid-air, and to remind myself that he had come over the great face of rock from another trail, and thus joined us, and that indigent trappers are to be found, owning but a single horse, and leading him with their belongings through the deepest solitudes of the mountains. None of this quite brought back to me the comfort which had been mine since we left the cottonwoods out of sight down in the plain. Hence I called out sharply, "What's the matter now?" when the Virginian suddenly stopped his horse again. He looked down at the trail, and then he very slowly turned round in his saddle and stared back steadily at me. "There's 2 of them," he said. "Two what?" "I don't know." "You must know whether it's 2 horses or 2 men," I said, almost angrily. But to this he made no answer, sitting quite still on his horse and contemplating the ground. The silence was fastening on me like a spell, and I spurred my horse impatiently forward to see for myself. The footprints of 2 men were there in the trail. "What do you say to that?" said the Virginian. "Kind of ridiculous, ain't it?" "Very quaint," I answered, groping for the explanation. There was no rock here to walk over and step from into the softer trail. These second steps came more out of the air than the first, and my brain played me the evil trick of showing me a dead man in a gray flannel shirt. It's two, you see, travelin' with one hoss, and they take turns ridin' him." "Why, of course!" I exclaimed, and we went along for a few paces. "There you are," said the Virginian, as the trail proved him right. "Number one has got on. My God, what's that?" At a crashing in the woods very close to us we both flung round and caught sight of a vanishing elk. It left us confronted, smiling a little, and sounding each other with our eyes. "Well, we didn't need him for meat," said the Virginian. "A spike horn, wasn't it?" said I. "Yes, just a spike horn." For a while now as we rode we kept up a cheerful conversation about elk. We wondered if we should meet many more close to the trail like this. But it was not long before our words died away. We had come into a veritable gulf of mountain peaks, sharp at their bare summits like teeth, holding fields of snow lower down, and glittering still in full day up there, while down among our pines and parks the afternoon was growing somber. All the while the fresh hoof prints of the horse and the fresh footprints of the man preceded us. In the trees and in the opens, across the levels and up the steeps, they were there. And so they were not 4 hours old. Were they so much? Might we not, round some turn, come upon the makers of them? I began to watch for this, and again my brain played me an evil trick, against which I found myself actually reasoning thus: if they took turns riding, then walking must tire them as it did me or any man. And besides, there was a horse. With such thoughts I combated the fancy that those footprints were being made immediately in front of us all the while, and that they were the only sign of any presence which our eyes could see. But my fancy overcame my thoughts. It was shame only which held me from asking this question of the Virginian. Had one horse served in both cases of justice down at the cottonwoods? I wondered about this. One horse, or had the strangling nooses dragged two saddles empty at the same signal? Most likely, and therefore these people up here. Was I going back to the nursery? I brought myself up short, and I told myself to be steady. There lurked in this brain process which was going on beneath my reason a threat worse than the childish apprehensions it created. I reminded myself that I was a man grown, 25 years old, and that I must not merely seem like one, but feel like one. "You're not afraid of the dark, I suppose?" This I uttered aloud, unwittingly. "What's that?" I startled, but it was only the Virginian behind me. "Oh, nothing. The air is getting colder up here." I had presently a great relief. We came to a place where again this trail mounted so abruptly that we once more got off to lead our horses. So likewise had our predecessors done, and as I watched the two different sets of footprints, I observed something and hastened to speak of it. "One man is much heavier than the other." "I was hoping I'd not have to tell you that," said the Virginian. "You're always ahead of me. Well, still, my education is progressing." "Why, yes, you'll equal an Injun if you keep on." It was good to be facetious, and I smiled to myself as I trudged upward. We came off the steep place, leaving the canyon beneath us, and took to horseback. And as we proceeded over the final gentle slant up to the rim of the great basin that was set among the peaks, the Virginian was jocular once more. "Pounds has got on," said he, "and ounces is walking." I glanced over my shoulder at him, and he nodded as he fixed the weather-beaten crimson handkerchief round his neck. Then he threw a stone at a pack animal that was delaying on the trail. "Damn your buckskin hide," he drawled. "You can view the scenery from the top." He was so natural, sitting loose in the saddle and cursing in his gentle voice, that I laughed to think what visions I had been harboring. The two dead men riding one horse through the mountains vanished, and I came back to every day. "Do you think we'll catch up with those people?" I asked. "Not likely. They're traveling about the same gait we are." "Ounces ought to be the best walker." "Uphill, yes. But Pounds will go down a fogging." We gained the rim of the basin. It lay below us, a great cup of country, rocks, woods, opens, and streams. The tall peaks rose like spires around it, magnificent and bare in the last of the sun, and we surveyed this upper world, letting our animals get breath. Our bleak crumbled rim ran like a rampart between the towering tops, a half circle of 5 miles or 6, very wide in some parts, and in some shrinking to a scanty foothold, as here. Here our trail crossed over it between two eroded and fantastic shapes of stone, like mushrooms or misshapen heads on pikes. Banks of snow spread up here against the black rocks, but half an hour would see us descended to the green and the woods. I looked down, both of us looked down, but our forerunners were not there. "They'll be camping somewhere in this basin, though," said the Virginian, staring at the dark pines. "They have not come this trail by accident." A cold little wind blew down between our stone shapes, and upward again, eddying. And round a corner upward with it came fluttering a leaf of newspaper, and caught against an edge close to me. "What's the latest?" inquired the Virginian from his horse, for I had dismounted and had picked up the leaf. "Seems to be interestin'," I next heard him say. "Can't you tell a man what's making your eyes bug out so?" "Yes," my voice replied to him, and it sounded like some stranger speaking lightly near by. "Oh, yes, decidedly interestin'." My voice mimicked his pronunciation. "It's quite the latest, I imagine. You had better read it yourself." And I handed it to him with a smile, watching his countenance, while my brain felt as if clouds were rushing through it. I saw his eyes quietly run the headings over. "Well?" he inquired, after scanning it on both sides. "I don't seem to catch the excitement. Fremont County is going to hold elections. I see they claim Jake—" "It's mine," I cut him off. "My own paper. Those are my pencil marks." I do not think that a microscope could have discerned a change in his face. "Oh," he commented, holding the paper and fixing it with a critical eye. "You mean this is the one you lent Steve, and he wanted to give me to give back to you. And so them are your own marks." For a moment more he held it judicially, as I have seen men hold a contract upon whose terms they were finally passing. "Well, you have got it back now, anyway." And he handed it to me. "Only a piece of it," I exclaimed, always lightly. And as I took it from him his hand chanced to touch mine. It was cold as ice. "They ain't through reading the rest," he explained easily. "Don't you throw it away, after they've taken such trouble." "That's true," I answered. "I wonder if it's pounds or ounces I'm indebted to." Thus we made further merriment as we rode down into the great basin. Before us the horse and boot tracks showed plain in the soft slough where melted snow ran half the day. "If it's a paper chase," said the Virginian, "they'll drop no more along here." "Unless it gets dark," said I. "We'll camp before that. Maybe we'll see their fire." We did not see their fire. We descended in the chill silence, while the mushroom rocks grew far and the somber woods approached. By a stream we got off where two banks sheltered us, for a bleak wind cut down over the crags now and then, making the pines send out a great note through the basin, like breakers in a heavy sea. But we made cozy in the tent. We pitched the tent this night, and I was glad to have it shut out the mountain peaks. They showed above the banks where we camped, and in the starlight their black shapes rose stark against the sky. They, with the pines and the wind, were a bedroom too unearthly this night, and as soon as our supper dishes were washed we went inside to our lantern and our game of cribbage. "This is snug," said the Virginian as we played. "That wind don't get down here." "Smoking is snug too," said I, and we marked our points for an hour, with no words save about the cards. "I'll be pretty near glad when we get out of these mountains," said the Virginian. "They're most too big." The pines had altogether ceased, but their silence was as tremendous as their roar had been. "I don't know, though," he resumed. "There's times when the plains can be awful big, too." Presently we finished a hand, and he said, "Let me see that paper." He sat reading it apparently through, while I arranged my blankets to make a warm bed. Then, since the paper continued to absorb him, I got myself ready and slid between my blankets for the night. "You'll need another candle soon in that lantern," said I. He put the paper down. "I would do it all over again," he began. "The whole thing just the same. He knowed the customs of the country, and he played the game. No call to blame me for the customs of the country. You leave other folks' cattle alone, or you take the consequences, and it was all known to Steve from the start. Would he have me take the Judge's wages and give him the wink? He must have changed a heap from the Steve I knew if he expected that. I don't believe he expected that. He knew well enough the only thing that would have let him off would have been a regular jury. For the thieves have got hold of the juries in Johnson County. I would do it all over, just the same." The expiring flame leaped in the lantern, and fell blue. He broke off in his words as if to arrange the light, but did not, sitting silent instead, just visible, and seeming to watch the death struggle of the flame. I could find nothing to say to him, and I believed he was now winning his way back to serenity by himself. He kept his outward man so nearly natural that I forgot about that cold touch of his hand, and never guessed how far out from reason the tide of emotion was even now whirling him. "I remember at Cheyenne onced," he resumed, and he told me of a Thanksgiving visit to town that he had made with Steve. "We was just colts then," he said. He dwelt on their coltish doings, their adventures sought and wrought in the perfect fellowship of youth. "For Steve and me most always hunted in couples back in them gamesome years," he explained. And he fell into the elemental talk of sex, such talk as would be in elks or tigers. And spoken so by him, simply and naturally, as we speak of the seasons or of death or of any actuality, it was without offense. It would be offense should I repeat it. Then, abruptly ending these memories of himself and Steve, he went out of the tent, and I heard him dragging a log to the fire. When it had blazed up, there on the tent wall was his shadow and that of the log where he sat with his half-broken heart. And all the while I supposed he was master of himself, and self-justified against Steve's omission to bid him good-by. I must have fallen asleep before he returned, for I remember nothing except waking and finding him in his blankets beside me. The fire shadow was gone, and gray, cold light was dimly on the tent. He slept restlessly, and his forehead was plowed by lines of pain. While I looked at him he began to mutter, and suddenly started up with violence. "No!" he cried out. "No! Just the same!" And thus wakened himself, staring. "What's the matter?" he demanded. He was slow in getting back to where we were, and full consciousness found him sitting up with his eyes fixed on mine. They were more haunted than they had been at all, and his next speech came straight from his dream. "Maybe you'd better quit me. This ain't your trouble." I laughed. "Why, what is the trouble?" His eyes still intently fixed on mine. "Do you think if we changed our trail we could lose them from us?" I was framing a jocose reply about Ounces being a good walker, when the sound of hoofs rushing in the distance stopped me, and he ran out of the tent with his rifle. When I followed with mine he was up the bank, and all his powers alert. But nothing came out of the dimness save our 3 stampeded horses. They crashed over fallen timber and across the open to where their picketed comrade grazed at the end of his rope. By him they came to a stand, and told him, I suppose, what they had seen, for all 4 now faced in the same direction, looking away into the mysterious dawn. We likewise stood peering, and my rifle barrel felt cold in my hand. The dawn was all we saw, the inscrutable dawn, coming and coming through the black pines and the gray open of the basin. There above lifted the peaks, no sun yet on them, and behind us our stream made a little tinkling. "A bear, I suppose," said I at length. His strange look fixed me again, and then his eyes went to the horses. "They smell things we can't smell," said he, very slowly. "Will you prove to me they don't see things we can't see?" A chill shot through me, and I could not help a frightened glance where we had been watching. But one of the horses began to graze, and I had a wholesome thought. "He's tired of whatever he sees, then," said I, pointing. A smile came for a moment in the Virginian's face. "Must be a poor show," he observed. All the horses were grazing now, and he added, "It ain't hurt their appetites any." We made our own breakfast then. And what uncanny dread I may have been touched with up to this time, henceforth left me in the face of a real alarm. The shock of Steve was working upon the Virginian. He was aware of it himself. He was fighting it with all his might, and he was being overcome. He was indeed like a gallant swimmer against whom both wind and tide have conspired. And in this now foreboding solitude there was only myself to throw him ropes. His strokes for safety were as bold as was the undertow that ceaselessly annulled them. "I reckon I made a fuss in the tent," said he, feeling his way with me. I threw him a rope. "Yes. Nightmare, indigestion, too much newspaper before retiring." He caught the rope. "That's correct. I had a hell of a foolish dream for a growed up man. You'd not think it of me." "Oh, yes, I should. I've had them after prolonged lobster and champagne." "Ah," he murmured. "Prolonged. Prolonged is what does it." He glanced behind him. "Steve came back." "In your lobster dream?" I put in. But he missed this rope. "Yes," he answered, with his eyes searching me. "And he handed me the paper." "By the way, where is that?" I asked. "I built the fire with it. But when I took it from him it was a 6-shooter I had hold of, and pointing at my breast. And then Steve spoke. 'Do you think you're fit to live?' Steve said, and I got hot at him, and I reckon I must have told him what I thought of him. You heard me, I expect?" "Glad I didn't. Your language sometimes is " He laughed out. "Oh, I account for all this that's happening just like you do. If we gave our explanations, they'd be pretty near twins." "The horses saw a bear, then?" "Maybe a bear. Maybe " But here the tide caught him again. "What's your idea about dreams?" My ropes were all out. "Liver, nerves," was the best I could do. But now he swam strongly by himself. "You may think I'm discreditable," he said, "but I know I am. It ought to take more than well, men have lost their friendships before. Feuds and wars have cloven a right smart of bonds in twain. And if my head is going to get shook by a little old piece of newspaper, I'm ashamed I burned that. I'm ashamed to have been that weak." "Any man gets unstrung," I told him. My ropes had become straws, and I strove to frame some policy for the next hours. We now finished breakfast and set forth to catch the horses. As we drove them in, I found that the Virginian was telling me a ghost story. At 3:30 in the morning she saw her runaway daughter standing with a babe in her arms. But when she moved it was all gone. Later they found it was the very same hour the young mother died in Nogales, and she sent for the child and raised it herself. I knowed them both back home. Do you believe that?" I said nothing. "No more do I believe it," he asserted. "And see here. Nogales time is 3 hours different from Richmond. I didn't know about that point then." Once out of these mountains I knew he could right himself, but even I, who had no Steve to dream about, felt this silence of the peaks was preying on me. "Her daughter and her might have been thinking mighty hard about each other just then," he pursued. "But Steve is dead. Finished. You certainly don't believe there's anything more?" "I wish I could," I told him. "No, I'm satisfied. Heaven didn't never interest me much. But if there was a world of dreams after you went." He stopped himself and turned his searching eyes away from mine. "There's a heap o' darkness wherever you try to step," he said. "And I thought I'd left off wasting thoughts on the subject. You see," he dexterously roped a horse, and once more his splendid sanity was turned to gold by his imagination. "I expect in many growed up men you'd call sensible, there's a little boy sleepin', the little kid they onced was, that still keeps his fear of the dark. You mentioned the dark yourself yesterday. Well, this experience has woke up that kid in me, and blamed if I can coax the little cuss to go to sleep again. I keep a tellin' him daylight will sure come, but he keeps a cryin' and holding on to me." Somewhere far in the basin there was a faint sound, and we stood still. "Hush," he said. But it was like our watching the dawn. Nothing more followed. "They have shot that bear," I remarked. He did not answer, and we put the saddles on without talk. We made no haste, but we were not over half an hour, I suppose, in getting off with the packs. It was not a new thing to hear a shot where wild game was in plenty, yet as we rode that shot sounded already in my mind different from others. Perhaps I should not believe this to day but for what I look back to. To make camp last night we had turned off the trail, and now followed the stream down for a while, taking next a cut through the wood. In this way we came upon the tracks of our horses where they had been galloping back to the camp after their fright. They had kicked up the damp and matted pine needles very plainly all along. "Nothing has been here but themselves, though," said I. "And they ain't showing signs of remembering any scare," said the Virginian. In a little while we emerged upon an open. "Here's where they was grazing," said the Virginian, and the signs were clear enough. "Here's where they must have got their scare," he pursued. "You stay with them while I circle a little." So I stayed, and certainly our animals were very calm at visiting this scene. When you bring a horse back to where he has recently encountered a wild animal, his ears and his nostrils are apt to be wide awake. The Virginian had stopped and was beckoning to me. "Here's your bear," said he, as I arrived. "Two-legged, you see. And he had a hoss of his own." There was a stake driven down where an animal had been picketed for the night. "Looks like Ounces," I said, considering the footprints. "It's Ounces. And Ounces wanted another hoss very bad, so him and Pounds could travel like gentlemen should." "But Pounds doesn't seem to have been with him." "Oh, Pounds, he was making coffee, somewheres in yonder, when this happened. Neither of them guessed there'd be other hosses wandering here in the night, or they both would have come." He turned back to our pack animals. "Then you'll not hunt for this camp to make sure?" "I prefer making sure first. We might be expected at that camp." He took out his rifle from beneath his leg and set it across his saddle at half cock. I did the same, and thus cautiously we resumed our journey in a slightly different direction. "This ain't all we're going to find out," said the Virginian. "Ounces had a good idea, but I reckon he made a bad mistake later." We had found out a good deal without any more, I thought. Ounces had gone to bring in their single horse, and coming upon 3 more in the pasture, had undertaken to catch one and failed, merely driving them where he feared to follow. "Shorty never could rope a horse alone," I remarked. The Virginian grinned. "Shorty? Well, Shorty sounds as well as Ounces. But that ain't the mistake I'm thinking he made." I knew that he would not tell me, but that was just like him. For the last 20 minutes, having something to do, he had become himself again, had come to earth from that unsafe country of the brain where beckoned a spectral Steve. Nothing was left but in his eyes that question which pain had set there, and I wondered if his friend of old, who seemed so brave and amiable, would have dealt him that hurt at the solemn end, had he known what a poisoned wound it would be. We came out on a ridge from which we could look down. "You always want to ride on high places when there's folks around whose intentions ain't been declared," said the Virginian. And we went along our ridge for some distance. Then suddenly he turned down and guided us almost at once to the trail. "That's it," he said. "See?" The track of a horse was very fresh on the trail. But it was a galloping horse now, and no boot prints were keeping up with it any more. No boots could have kept up with it. The rider was making time today. Yesterday that horse had been ridden up into the mountains at leisure. Who was on him? There was never to be any certain answer to that. But who was not on him? We turned back in our journey, back into the heart of that basin with the tall peaks all rising like teeth in the cloudless sun, and the snowfields shining white. "He was afraid of us," said the Virginian. "He did not know how many of us had come up here. 3 hosses might mean a dozen more around." We followed the backward trail in among the pines, and came after a time upon their camp. And then I understood the mistake that Shorty had made. He had returned after his failure, and had told that other man of the presence of new horses. He should have kept this a secret, for haste had to be made at once, and 2 cannot get away quickly upon 1 horse. But it was poor Shorty's last blunder. He lay there by their extinct fire, with his wistful lost dog face upward, and his thick yellow hair unparted as it had always been. The murder had been done from behind. We closed the eyes. "There was no natural harm in him," said the Virginian. "But you must do a thing well in this country." There was not a trace, not a clue of the other man, and we found a place where we could soon cover Shorty with earth. As we lifted him, we saw the newspaper that he had been reading. He had brought it from the clump of cottonwoods where he and the other man had made a later visit than ours to be sure of the fate of their friends, or possibly in hopes of another horse. Evidently, when the party were surprised, they had been able to escape with only one. All of the newspaper was there, save the leaf I had picked up. All and more, for this had pencil writing on it that was not mine, nor did I at first take it in. I thought it might be a clue, and I read it aloud. "Goodbye, Jeff," it said. "I could not have spoken to you without playing the baby." "Who's Jeff?" I asked. But it came over me when I looked at the Virginian. He was standing beside me quite motionless, and then he put out his hand and took the paper and stood still, looking at the words. "Steve used to call me Jeff," he said, "because I was Southern. I reckon nobody else ever did." He slowly folded the message from the dead, brought by the dead, and rolled it in the coat behind his saddle. For a half minute he stood leaning his forehead down against the saddle. After this he came back and contemplated Shorty's face a while. "I wish I could thank him," he said. "I wish I could." We carried Shorty over and covered him with earth, and on that laid a few pine branches. Then we took up our journey, and by the end of the forenoon we had gone some distance upon our trail through the Teton Mountains. But in front of us the hoof prints ever held their stride of haste, drawing farther from us through the hours, until by the next afternoon somewhere we noticed they were no longer to be seen, and after that they never came upon the trail again. Chapter 33. The Spinster Loses Some Sleep. Somewhere at the eastern base of the Tetons did those hoof prints disappear into a mountain sanctuary where many crooked paths have led. He that took another man's possessions, or he that took another man's life, could always run here if the law or popular justice were too hot at his heels. Steep ranges and forests walled him in from the world on all four sides, almost without a break, and every entrance lay through intricate solitudes. Snake River came into the place through canyons and mournful pines and marshes to the north, and went out at the south between formidable chasms. Every tributary to this stream rose among high peaks and ridges, and descended into the valley by well-nigh impenetrable courses. Pacific Creek from Two Ocean Pass, Buffalo Fork from no pass at all, Black Rock from the Towogedi Pass, all these and many more were the waters of loneliness, among whose thousand hiding places it was easy to be lost. Down in the bottom was a spread of level land, broad and beautiful, with the blue and silver Tetons rising from its chain of lakes to the west, and other heights presiding over its other sides. And up and down and in and out of this hollow square of mountains, where waters plentifully flowed, and game and natural pasture abounded, there skulked a nomadic and distrustful population. This in due time built cabins, took wives, begot children, and came to speak of itself as the honest settlers of Jackson's Hole. It is a commodious title, and doubtless today more accurate than it was once. Into this place the hoof prints disappeared. Not many cabins were yet built there, but the unknown rider of the horse knew well that he would find shelter and welcome among the felons of his stripe. Law and order might guess his name correctly, but there was no next step for lack of evidence, and he would wait, whoever he was, until the rage of popular justice, which had been pursuing him and his brother thieves, should subside. Then, feeling his way gradually with prudence, he would let himself be seen again. And now, as mysteriously as he had melted away, rumor passed over the country. No tongue seemed to be heard telling the first news. The news was there, one day, a matter of whispered knowledge. On Sunk Creek and on Bear Creek, and elsewhere far and wide, before men talked, men seemed secretly to know that Steve and Ed and Shorty would never again be seen. Riders met each other in the road and drew rein to discuss the event and its bearing upon the cattle interests. In town saloons men took each other aside and muttered over it in corners. Thus it reached the ears of Molly Wood, beginning in a veiled and harmless shape. A neighbor joined her when she was out riding by herself. "Good morning," said he. "Don't you find it lonesome?" And when she answered lightly, he continued, meaning well, "You'll be having company again soon now. He has finished his job. Wish he'd finished it more. Well, good day." Molly thought these words over. She could not tell why they gave her a strange feeling. To her Vermont mind no suspicion of the truth would come naturally, but suspicion began to come when she returned from her ride. For, entering the cabin of the Taylors, she came upon several people who all dropped their talk short and were not skilful at resuming it. She sat there a while, uneasily aware that all of them knew something which she did not know and was not intended to know. A thought pierced her, Had anything happened to her lover? No, that was not it. The man she had met on horseback spoke of her having company soon again. How soon, she wondered. He had been unable to say when he should return, and now she suddenly felt that a great silence had enveloped him lately, not the mere silence of absence, of receiving no messages or letters, but another sort of silence which now, at this moment, was weighing strangely upon her. And then the next day it came out at the schoolhouse. During that interval known as recess, she became aware through the open window that they were playing a new game outside. Lusty screeches of delight reached her ears. "Jump!" a voice ordered. "Jump!" "I don't want to," returned another voice uneasily. "You said you would," said several. "Didn't he say he would? Ah, he said he would. Jump now, quick!" "But I don't want to," quavered the voice, in a tone so dismal that Molly went out to see. They had got Bob Carmody on the top of the gate by a tree, with a rope round his neck, the other end of which 4 little boys were joyously holding. The rest looked on eagerly, 3 little girls clasping their hands and springing up and down with excitement. "Why, children!" exclaimed Molly. "He's said his prayers and everything!" they all screamed out. "He's a rustler, and we're lynching him! Jump, Bob!" "I don't want " "Ah, coward! Won't take his medicine!" "Let him go, boys," said Molly. "You might really hurt him." And so she broke up this game, but not without general protest from Wyoming's young voice. "He said he would," Henry Dow assured her. And George Taylor further explained. "He said he'd be Steve, but Steve didn't scare." Then George proceeded to tell the schoolmarm, eagerly, all about Steve and Ed, while the schoolmarm looked at him with a rigid face. "You promised your mother you'd not tell," said Henry Dow, after all had been told. "You've gone and done it." And Henry wagged his head in a superior manner. Thus did the New England girl learn what her cowboy lover had done. She spoke of it to nobody. She kept her misery to herself. He was not there to defend his act. Perhaps in a way that was better. But these were hours of darkness indeed to Molly Wood. On that visit to Dunbarton, when at the first sight of her lover's photograph in frontier dress, her aunt had exclaimed, "I suppose there are days when he does not kill people," she had cried in all good faith and mirth, "He never killed anybody." Later, when he was lying in her cabin weak from his bullet wound, but each day stronger beneath her nursing, at a certain word of his there had gone through her a shudder of doubt. Perhaps in his many wanderings he had done such a thing in self-defense, or in the cause of popular justice. But she had pushed the idea away from her hastily, back into the days before she had ever seen him. If this had ever happened, let her not know of it. Then, as a cruel reward for his candor and his laying himself bare to her mother, the letters from Bennington had used that very letter of his as a weapon against him. Her sister Sarah had quoted from it. "He says with apparent pride," wrote Sarah, "that he has never killed for pleasure or profit. Those are his exact words, and you may guess their dreadful effect upon mother. I congratulate you, my dear, on having chosen a protector so scrupulous." Thus her elder sister had seen fit to write, and letters from less near relatives made hints at the same subject. So she was compelled to accept this piece of knowledge thrust upon her. Yet still, those events had been before she knew him. They were remote, without detail or context. He had been little more than a boy. No doubt it was to save his own life, and so she bore the hurt of her discovery all the more easily because her sister's tone roused her to defend her cowboy. But now! In her cabin, alone, after midnight, she arose from her sleepless bed, and, lighting the candles, stood before his photograph. "It is a good face," her great aunt had said, after some study of it. And these words were in her mind now. There his likeness stood at full length, confronting her. the spurs on the boots, the fringed leathern chapereros, the coiled rope in hand, the pistol at hip, the rough flannel shirt, and the scarf knotted at the throat, and then the grave eyes, looking at her. It thrilled her to meet them even so. She could read life into them. She seemed to feel passion come from them, and then something like reproach. She stood for a long while looking at him, and then, beating her hands together suddenly, she blew out her light and went back into bed, but not to sleep. "You're looking pale, dearie," said Mrs. Taylor to her a few days later. "Am I?" "And you don't eat anything." "Oh, yes, I do," and Molly retired to her cabin. "George," said Mrs. Taylor, "you come here." It may seem severe. I think that it was severe. That evening, when Mr. Taylor came home to his family, George received a thrashing for disobedience. "And I suppose," said Mrs. Taylor to her husband, "that she came out just in time to stop 'em breaking Bob Carmody's neck for him." Upon the day following, Mrs. Taylor essayed the impossible. She took herself over to Molly Wood's cabin. The girl gave her a listless greeting, and the dame sat slowly down and surveyed the comfortable room. "A very nice home, dearie," said she, "if it was a home. But you'll fix something like this in your real home, I have no doubt." Molly made no answer. "What we're going to do without you I can't see," said Mrs. Taylor. "But I'd not have it different for worlds. He'll be coming back soon, I expect." "Mrs. Taylor," said Molly all at once, "please don't say anything now. I can't stand it." And she broke into wretched tears. "Why, dearie, No, not a word, please, please. I'll go out if you do." The older woman went to the younger one, and then put her arms round her. But when the tears were over, they had not done any good. It was not the storm that clears the sky. All storms do not clear the sky. And Mrs. Taylor looked at the pale girl and saw that she could do nothing to help her toward peace of mind. "Of course," she said to her husband after returning from her profitless errand, "you might know she'd feel dreadful." "What about?" said Taylor. "Why, you know just as well as I do. And I'll say for myself, I hope you'll never have to help hang folks." "Well," said Taylor, mildly, "if I had to, I'd have to, I guess." "Well, I don't want it to come. But that poor girl is eating her heart right out over it." "What does she say?" "It's what she don't say. She'll not talk, and she'll not let me talk, and she sits and sits." "I'll go talk some to her," said the man. "Well, Taylor, I thought you had more sense. You'd not get a word in. She'll be sick soon if her worry ain't stopped some way, though." "What does she want this country to do?" inquired Taylor. "Does she expect it to be like Vermont when it—" "We can't help what she expects," his wife interrupted. "But I wish we could help her." They could not, however, and help came from another source. Judge Henry rode by the next day. To him good Mrs. Taylor at once confided her anxiety. The judge looked grave. "Must I meddle?" he said. "Yes, Judge, you must," said Mrs. Taylor. "But why can't I send him over here when he gets back? Then they'll just settle it between themselves." Mrs. Taylor shook her head. "That would unsettle it worse than it is," she assured him. "They mustn't meet just now." The judge sighed. "Well," he said, "very well. I'll sacrifice my character, since you insist." Judge Henry sat thinking, waiting until school should be out. He did not at all relish what lay before him. He would like to have got out of it. He had been a federal judge. He had been an upright judge. He had met the responsibilities of his difficult office not only with learning, which is desirable, but also with courage and common sense besides, and these are essential. He had been a staunch servant of the law, and now he was invited to defend that which, at first sight, nay, even at second and third sight, must always seem a defiance of the law more injurious than crime itself. Every good man in this world has convictions about right and wrong. They are his soul's riches, his spiritual gold. When his conduct is at variance with these, he knows that it is a departure, a falling, and this is a simple and clear matter. If falling were all that ever happened to a good man, all his days would be a simple matter of striving and repentance. But it is not all. There come to him certain junctures, crises, when life, like a highwayman, springs upon him, demanding that he stand and deliver his convictions in the name of some righteous cause, bidding him do evil that good may come. I cannot say that I believe in doing evil that good may come. I do not. I think that any man who honestly justifies such course deceives himself. But this I can say. To call any act evil instantly begs the question. Many an act that man does is right or wrong according to the time and place which form, so to speak, its context. Strip it of its surrounding circumstances, and you tear away its meaning. Gentlemen reformers, beware of this common practice of yours. Beware of calling an act evil on Tuesday because that same act was evil on Monday. Do you fail to follow my meaning? Then here is an illustration. On Monday I walk over my neighbor's field. There is no wrong in such walking. By Tuesday he has put up a sign that trespassers will be prosecuted according to law. I walk again on Tuesday and am a lawbreaker. Do you begin to see my point? Or are you inclined to object to the illustration because the walking on Tuesday was not wrong, but merely illegal? Then here is another illustration which you will find it a trifle more embarrassing to answer. Consider carefully, let me beg you, the case of a young man and a young woman who walk out of a door on Tuesday, pronounced man and wife by a third party inside the door. It matters not that on Monday they were, in their own hearts, sacredly vowed to each other. If they had omitted stepping inside that door, if they had dispensed with that third party, and gone away on Monday sacredly vowed to each other in their own hearts, you would have scarcely found their conduct moral. Consider these things carefully, the signpost and the third party, and the difference they make. And now, for a finish, we will return to the signpost. Suppose that I went over my neighbor's field on Tuesday, after the signpost was put up, because I saw a murder about to be committed in the field, and therefore ran in and stopped it. Was I doing evil that good might come? Do you not think that to stay out and let the murder be done would have been the evil act in this case? To disobey the signpost was right, and I trust that you now perceive the same act may wear as many different hues of right or wrong as the rainbow, according to the atmosphere in which it is done. It is not safe to say of any man, he did evil that good might come. Was the thing that he did in the first place evil? That is the question. Forgive my asking you to use your mind. It is a thing which no novelist should expect of his reader, and we will go back at once to Judge Henry and his meditations about lynching. He was well aware that if he was to touch at all upon this subject with the New England girl, he could not put her off with mere platitudes and humdrum formulas, not, at least, if he expected to do any good. She was far too intelligent, and he was really anxious to do good. For her sake he wanted the course of the girl's true love to run more smoothly, and still more did he desire this for the sake of his Virginian. "I sent him myself on that business," the judge reflected uncomfortably. "I am partly responsible for the lynching. It has brought him one great unhappiness already through the death of Steve. If it gets running in this girl's mind, she may Dear me," the judge broke off, "what a nuisance!" And he sighed, for as all men know, he also knew that many things should be done in this world in silence, and that talking about them is a mistake. But when school was out, and the girl gone to her cabin, his mind had set the subject in order thoroughly, and he knocked at her door, ready, as he had put it, to sacrifice his character in the cause of true love. "Well," he said, coming straight to the point, "some dark things have happened." And when she made no answer to this, he continued, "But you must not misunderstand us. We're too fond of you for that." "Judge Henry," said Molly Wood, also coming straight to the point, "have you come to tell me that you think well of lynching?" He met her. "Of burning Southern negroes in public, no. Of hanging Wyoming cattle thieves in private, yes. You perceive there's a difference, don't you?" "Not in principle," said the girl, dry and short. "Oh, dear me!" slowly exclaimed the Judge. "I am sorry that you cannot see that, because I think that I can. And I think that you have just as much sense as I have." The Judge made himself very grave and very good humored at the same time. The poor girl was strung to a high pitch, and spoke harshly in spite of herself. "What is the difference in principle?" she demanded. "Well," said the Judge, easy and thoughtful, "what do you mean by principle?" "I didn't think you'd quibble," flashed Molly. "I'm not a lawyer myself." A man less wise than Judge Henry would have smiled at this, and then war would have exploded hopelessly between them, and harm been added to what was going wrong already. But the Judge knew that he must give to every word that the girl said now his perfect consideration. "I don't mean to quibble," he assured her. "I know the trick of escaping from one question by asking another. But I don't want to escape from anything you hold me to answer. If you can show me that I am wrong, I want you to do so. But," and here the Judge smiled, "I want you to play fair, too." "And how am I not?" "I want you to be just as willing to be put right by me as I am to be put right by you. And so when you use such a word as principle, you must help me to answer by saying what principle you mean. For in all sincerity I see no likeness in principle whatever between burning Southern negroes in public and hanging Wyoming horse thieves in private. I consider the burning a proof that the South is semi-barbarous, and the hanging a proof that Wyoming is determined to become civilized. We do not torture our criminals when we lynch them. We do not invite spectators to enjoy their death agony. We put no such hideous disgrace upon the United States. We execute our criminals by the swiftest means and in the quietest way. Do you think the principle is the same?" Molly had listened to him with attention. "The way is different," she admitted. "Only the way?" "So it seems to me. Both defy law and order." "Ah, but do they both? Now we're getting near the principle." "Why, yes. Ordinary citizens take the law in their own hands." "The principle at last!" exclaimed the Judge. "Now tell me some more things. Out of whose hands do they take the law?" "The courts." "What made the courts?" "I don't understand." "How did there come to be any courts?" "The Constitution." "How did there come to be any Constitution? Who made it?" "The delegates, I suppose." "Who made the delegates?" "I suppose they were elected or appointed or something." "And who elected them?" "Of course the people elected them." "Call them the ordinary citizens," said the Judge. "I like your term. They are where the law comes from, you see. For they chose the delegates who made the Constitution that provided for the courts. There's your machinery. These are the hands into which ordinary citizens have put the law. So you see, at best, when they lynch, they only take back what they once gave. Now we'll take your two cases that you say are the same in principle. I think that they are not. For in the South they take a Negro from jail where he was waiting to be duly hung. The South has never claimed that the law would let him go. But in Wyoming the law has been letting our cattle thieves go for 2 years. We are in a very bad way, and we are trying to make that way a little better until civilization can reach us. At present we lie beyond its pale. The courts, or rather the juries, into whose hands we have put the law, are not dealing the law. They are withered hands, or rather they are imitation hands made for show, with no life in them, no grip. They cannot hold a cattle thief. And so when your ordinary citizen sees this, and sees that he has placed justice in a dead hand, he must take justice back into his own hands, where it was once at the beginning of all things. Call this primitive, if you will, but so far from being a defiance of the law, it is an assertion of it, the fundamental assertion of self-governing men, upon whom our whole social fabric is based. There is your principle, Miss Wood, as I see it. Now, can you help me to see anything different?" She could not. "But perhaps you are of the same opinion still?" the judge inquired. "It is all terrible to me," she said. "Yes, and so is capital punishment terrible, and so is war, and perhaps some day we shall do without them, but they are none of them so terrible as unchecked theft and murder would be." After the judge had departed on his way to Sunk Creek, no one spoke to Molly upon this subject. But her face did not grow cheerful at once. It was plain from her fits of silence that her thoughts were not at rest. And sometimes at night she would stand in front of her lover's likeness, gazing upon it with both love and shrinking. Chapter 34. To fit her finger. It was 2 rings that the Virginian wrote for when next I heard from him. After my dark sight of what the cattle land could be, I soon had journeyed home by way of Washakie and Rawlins. Steve and Shorty did not leave my memory, nor will they ever, I suppose. The Virginian had touched the whole thing the day I left him. He had noticed me looking a sort of farewell at the plains and mountains. "You will come back to it," he said. "If there was a headstone for every man that once pleasured in his freedom here, you'd see one most every time you turned your head. It's a heap sadder than a graveyard, but you love it all the same." Sadness had passed from him, from his uppermost mood at least, when he wrote about the rings. Deep in him was sadness, of course, as well as joy. For he had known Steve, and he had covered Shorty with earth. He had looked upon life with a marksman's eyes, very close, and no one, if he have a heart, can pass through this and not carry sadness in his spirit with him forever. But he seldom shows it openly. It bides within him, enriching his cheerfulness and rendering him of better service to his fellow men. It was a commission of cheerfulness that he now gave, being distant from where rings are to be bought. He could not go so far as the East to procure what he had planned. Rings were to be had in Cheyenne, and a still greater choice in Denver, and so far as either of these towns his affairs would have permitted him to travel. But he was set upon having rings from the East. They must come from the best place in the country. Nothing short of that was good enough "to fit her finger," as he said. The wedding ring was a simple matter. Let it be right, that was all, the purest gold that could be used, with her initials and his together graven round the inside, with the day of the month and the year. The date was now set. It had come so far as this. July 3rd was to be the day. Then for 60 days and nights he was to be a bridegroom, free from his duties at Sunk Creek, free to take his bride wheresoever she might choose to go. And she had chosen. Those voices of the world had more than angered her. For after the anger a set purpose was left. Her sister should have the chance neither to come nor to stay away. Had her mother even answered the Virginian's letter, there could have been some relenting. But the poor lady had been inadequate in this, as in all other searching moments of her life. She had sent messages, kind ones to be sure, but only messages. If this had hurt the Virginian, no one knew it in the world, least of all the girl in whose heart it had left a cold frozen spot. Not a good spirit in which to be married, you will say. No, frozen spots are not good at any time. But Molly's own nature gave her due punishment. Through all these days of her warm happiness a chill current ran, like those which interrupt the swimmer's perfect joy. The girl was only half as happy as her lover, but she hid this deep from him, hid it until that final fierce hour of reckoning that her nature had with her, nay, was bound to have with her, before the punishment was lifted, and the frozen spot melted at length from her heart. So, meanwhile, she made her decree against Bennington. Not Vermont, but Wyoming should be her wedding place. No world's voices should be whispering, no world's eyes should be looking on, when she made her vow to him and received his vow. Those voices should be spoken and that ring put on in this wild cattle land, where first she had seen him ride into the flooded river, and lift her ashore upon his horse. It was this open sky which should shine down on them, and this frontier soil upon which their feet should tread. The world should take its turn second. After a month with him by stream and canyon, a month far deeper into the mountain wilds than ever yet he had been free to take her, a month with sometimes a tent and sometimes the stars above them, and only their horses besides themselves, after such a month as this, she would take him to her mother and to Bennington, and the old aunt over at Dunbarton would look at him and be once more able to declare that the Starks had always preferred a man who was a man. And so July 3rd was to be engraved inside the wedding ring. Upon the other ring the Virginian had spent much delicious meditation, all in his secret mind. He had even got the right measure of her finger without her suspecting the reason. But this step was the final one in his plan. During the time that his thoughts had begun to be busy over the other ring, by a chance he had learned from Mrs. Henry a number of old fancies regarding precious stones. Mrs. Henry often accompanied the Judge in venturesome mountain climbs, and sometimes the steepness of the rocks required her to use her hands for safety. One day, when the Virginian went with them to help mark out certain boundary corners, she removed her rings lest they should get scratched, and he, being just behind her, took them during the climb. "I see you're looking at my topaz," she had said as he returned them. "If I could have chosen, it would have been a ruby, but I was born in November." He did not understand her in the least, but her words awakened exceeding interest in him, and they had descended some 5 miles of mountain before he spoke again. Then he became ingenious, for he had half worked out what Mrs. Henry's meaning must be, but he must make quite sure. Therefore, according to his wild, shy nature, he became ingenious. "Men wear rings," he began. "Some of the men on the ranch do. I don't see any harm in a man's wearing a ring, but I never have." "Well," said the lady, not yet suspecting that he was undertaking to circumvent her, "probably those men have sweethearts." "No, ma'am. Not sweethearts worth wearing rings for, in 2 cases anyway. They won 'em at cyards, and they like to see 'em shine. I never saw a man wear a topaz." Mrs. Henry did not have any further remark to make. "I was born in January myself," pursued the Virginian, very thoughtfully. Then the lady gave him one look, and without further process of mind perceived exactly what he was driving at. "That's very extravagant for rings," said she. "January is diamonds." "Diamonds," murmured the Virginian, more and more thoughtfully. "Well, it don't matter, for I'd not wear a ring. And November is what did you say, ma'am?" "Topaz." "Yes. Well, jewels are certainly pretty things. In the Spanish missions you'll see large ones now and again, and they're not glass, I think. And so they have got some jewel that kind of belongs to each month right around the 12?" "Yes," said Mrs. Henry, smiling. "One for each month. But the opal is what you want." He looked at her and began to blush. "October is the opal," she added, and she laughed outright, for Miss Wood's birthday was on the 15th of that month. The Virginian smiled guiltily at her through his crimson. "I've no doubt you can beat around the bush very well with men," said Mrs. Henry, "but it's perfectly transparent with us, in matters of sentiment at least." "Well, I am sorry," he presently said. "I don't want to give her an opal. I have no superstition, but I don't want to give her an opal. If her mother did, or anybody like that, why, all right. But not for me. Do you understand, ma'am?" Mrs. Henry did understand this subtle trait in the wild man, and she rejoiced to be able to give him immediate reassurance concerning opals. "Don't worry about that," she said. "The opal is said to bring ill luck, but not when it is your own month stone. Then it is supposed to be not only deprived of evil influence, but to possess peculiarly fortunate power. Let it be an opal ring." Then he asked her boldly various questions, and she showed him her rings, and gave him advice about the setting. There was no special custom, she told him, ruling such rings as this he desired to bestow. The gem might be the lady's favorite or the lover's favorite, and to choose the lady's month stone was very well indeed. Very well indeed, the Virginian thought, but not quite well enough for him. His mind now busied itself with this lore concerning jewels, and soon his sentiment had suggested something which he forthwith carried out. When the ring was achieved, it was an opal, but set with 4 small embracing diamonds. Thus was her month stone joined with his, that their luck and their love might be inseparably clasped. He found the size of her finger one day when winter had departed and the early grass was green. He made a ring of twisted grass for her, while she held her hand for him to bind it. He made another for himself. Then, after each had worn their grass ring for a while, he begged her to exchange. He did not send his token away from him, but most carefully measured it. Thus the ring fitted her well, and the lustrous flame within the opal thrilled his heart each time he saw it. For now June was near its end, and that other plain gold ring, which, for safe keeping, he cherished suspended round his neck day and night, seemed to burn with an inward glow that was deeper than the opal's. So in due course arrived the 2nd of July. Molly's punishment had got as far as this. She longed for her mother to be near her at this time, but it was too late. Chapter 35. With Malice Aforethought. Town lay 12 straight miles before the lover and his sweetheart, when they came to the brow of the last long hill. All beneath them was like a map, neither man nor beast distinguishable, but the veined and tinted image of a country, knobs and flats set out in order clearly, shining extensive and motionless in the sun. It opened on the side of the lovers as they reached the sudden edge of the tableland, where since morning they had ridden, with the head of neither horse ever in advance of the other. At the view of their journey's end, the Virginian looked down at his girl beside him, his eyes filled with a bridegroom's light, and, hanging safe upon his breast, he could feel the gold ring that he would slowly press upon her finger to-morrow. He drew off the glove from her left hand, and stooping, kissed the jewel in that other ring which he had given her. The crimson fire in the opal seemed to mingle with that in his heart, and his arm lifted her during a moment from the saddle as he held her to him. But in her heart the love of him was troubled by that cold pang of loneliness which had crept upon her like a tide as the day drew near. None of her own people were waiting in that distant town to see her become his bride. Friendly faces she might pass on the way, but all of them new friends, made in this wild country. Not a face of her childhood would smile upon her, and deep within her a voice cried for the mother who was far away in Vermont. That she would see Mrs. Taylor's kind face at her wedding was no comfort now. There lay the town in the splendor of Wyoming space. Around it spread the watered fields, westward for a little way, eastward to a great distance, making squares of green and yellow crops, and the town was but a poor rag in the midst of this quilted harvest. After the fields to the east, the tawny plain began, and with one faint furrow of river lining its undulations, it stretched beyond sight. But west of the town rose the Bow Leg Mountains, cool with their still unmelted snows and their dull blue gulfs of pine. From 3 canyons flowed 3 clear forks which began the river. Their confluence was above the town a good 2 miles, it looked but a few paces from up here, while each side the river straggled the margin cottonwoods, like thin borders along a garden walk. Over all this map hung silence like a harmony, tremendous yet serene. "How beautiful! How I love it!" whispered the girl. "But oh, how big it is!" And she leaned against her lover for an instant. It was her spirit seeking shelter. To-day, this vast beauty, this primal calm, had in it for her something almost of dread. The small, comfortable, green hills of home rose before her. She closed her eyes and saw Vermont, a village street, and the post office, and ivy covering an old front door, and her mother picking some yellow roses from a bush. At a sound her eyes quickly opened, and here was her lover turned in his saddle, watching another horseman approach. She saw the Virginian's hand in a certain position, and knew that his pistol was ready. But the other merely overtook and passed them, as they stood at the brow of the hill. The man had given one nod to the Virginian, and the Virginian one to him, and now he was already below them on the descending road. To Molly Wood he was a stranger, but she had seen his eyes when he nodded to her lover, and she knew, even without the pistol, that this was not enmity at first sight. It was not, indeed. 5 years of gathered hate had looked out of the man's eyes, and she asked her lover who this was. "Oh," said he, easily, "just a man I see now and then." "Is his name Trampas?" said Molly Wood. The Virginian looked at her in surprise. "Why, where have you seen him?" he asked. "Never till now, but I knew." "My gracious, you never told me you had mind reading powers." And he smiled serenely at her. "I knew it was Trampas as soon as I saw his eyes." "My gracious," her lover repeated with indulgent irony. "I must be mighty careful of my eyes when you're looking at 'em." "I believe he did that murder," said the girl. "Whose mind are you reading now?" he drawled affectionately. But he could not joke her off the subject. She took his strong hand in hers, tremulously, so much of it as her little hand could hold. "I know something about that last autumn," she said, shrinking from words more definite. "And I know that you only did what I had to," he finished, very sadly, but sternly too. "Yes," she asserted, keeping hold of his hand. "I suppose that lynching," she almost whispered the word, "is the only way. But when they had to die just for stealing horses, it seems so wicked that this murderer—" "Who can prove it?" asked the Virginian. "But don't you know it?" "I know a heap o' things inside my heart, but that's not proving. There was only the body, and the hoof prints, and what folks guessed." "He was never even arrested," the girl said. "No. He helped elect the sheriff in that county." Then Molly ventured a step inside the border of her lover's reticence. "I saw," she hesitated. "Just now I saw what you did." He returned to his caressing irony. "You'll have me plumb scared if you keep on seeing things." "You had your pistol ready for him." "Why, I believe I did. It was mighty unnecessary." And the Virginian took out the pistol again, and shook his head over it, like one who has been caught in a blunder. She looked at him, and knew that she must step outside his reticence again. By love and her surrender to him their positions had been exchanged. He was not now, as through his long courting he had been, her half obeying, half refractory worshipper. She was no longer his half indulgent, half scornful superior. Her better birth and schooling, that had once been weapons to keep him at his distance, to bring her off victorious in their encounters, had given way before the onset of the natural man himself. She knew her cowboy lover, with all that he lacked, to be more than ever she could be, with all that she had. He was her worshipper still, but her master too. Therefore now, against the baffling smile he gave her, she felt powerless; and once again a pang of yearning for her mother to be near her to-day shot through the girl. She looked from her untamed man to the untamed desert of Wyoming, and the town where she was to take him as her wedded husband. But for his sake she would not let him guess her loneliness. He sat on his horse Monte, considering the pistol. Then he showed her a rattlesnake coiled by the roots of some sagebrush. "Can I hit it?" he inquired. "You don't often miss them," said she, striving to be cheerful. "Well, I'm told getting married unstrings some men." He aimed, and the snake was shattered. "Maybe it's too early yet for the unstringing to begin." And with some deliberation he sent 3 more bullets into the snake. "I reckon that's enough," said he. "Was not the first one?" "Oh, yes, for the snake." And then, with one leg crooked cowboy fashion across in front of his saddle horn, he cleaned his pistol and replaced the empty cartridges. Once more she ventured near the line of his reticence. "Has Trampas seen you much lately?" "Why, no, not for a right smart while. But I reckon he has not missed me." The Virginian spoke this in his gentlest voice; but his rebuffed sweetheart turned her face away, and from her eyes she brushed a tear. He reined his horse Monte beside her, and upon her cheek she felt his kiss. "You are not the only mind reader," said he, very tenderly. And at this she clung to him, and laid her head upon his breast. "I had been thinking," he went on, "that the way our marriage is to be was the most beautiful way." "It is the most beautiful," she murmured. He slowly spoke out his thought, as if she had not said this. "No folks to stare, no fuss, no jokes and ribbons and best bonnets, no public eye nor talking of tongues, when most you want to hear nothing and say nothing." She answered by holding him closer. "Just the Bishop of Wyoming to join us, and not even him after we're once joined. I did think that would be ahead of all ways to get married I have seen." He paused again, and she made no rejoinder. "But we have left out your mother." She looked in his face with quick astonishment. It was as if his spirit had heard the cry of her spirit. "That is nowhere near right," he said. "That is wrong." "She could never have come here," said the girl. "We should have gone there. I don't know how I can ask her to forgive me." "But it was not you!" cried Molly. "Yes, because I did not object. I did not tell you we must go to her. I missed the point, thinking so much about my own feelings. For you see, and I've never said this to you until now, your mother did hurt me. When you said you would have me after my years of waiting, and I wrote her that letter telling her all about myself, and how my family was not like yours, and all the rest I told her, why, you see, it hurt me never to get a word back from her except just messages through you. For I had talked to her about my hopes and my failings. I had said more than ever I've said to you, because she was your mother. I wanted her to forgive me, if she could, and feel that maybe I could take good care of you after all. For it was bad enough to have her daughter quit her home to teach school out hyeh on Bear Creek. Bad enough without having me to come along and make it worse. I have missed the point in thinking of my own feelings." "But it's not your doing," repeated Molly. With his deep delicacy he had put the whole matter as a hardship to her mother alone. He had saved her any pain of confession or denial. "Yes, it is my doing," he now said. "Shall we give it up?" "Give what?" She did not understand. "Why, the order we've got it fixed in. Plans are well, they're no more than plans. I hate the notion of changing, but I hate hurting your mother more. Or anyway, I ought to hate it more. So we can shift, if you say so. It's not too late." "Shift?" she faltered. "I mean, we can go to your home now. We can start by the stage to night. Your mother can see us married. We can come back and finish in the mountains, instead of beginning in them. It'll be just merely shifting, you see." He could scarcely bring himself to say this at all. Yet he said it almost as if he were urging it. It implied a renunciation that he could hardly bear to think of. To put off his wedding day, the bliss upon whose threshold he stood after his 3 years of faithful battle for it, and that wedding journey he had arranged. For there were the mountains in sight, the woods and cañons where he had planned to go with her after the bishop had joined them, the solitudes where only the wild animals would be, besides themselves. His horses, his tent, his rifle, his rod, all were waiting ready in the town for their start to morrow. He had provided many dainty things to make her comfortable. Well, he could wait a little more, having waited 3 years. It would not be what his heart most desired. There would be the public eye and the talking of tongues, but he could wait. The hour would come when he could be alone with his bride at last. And so he spoke as if he urged it. "Never!" she cried. "Never, never!" She pushed it from her. She would not brook such sacrifice on his part. Were they not going to her mother in 4 weeks? If her family had warmly accepted him, but they had not, and in any case it had gone too far, it was too late. She told her lover that she would not hear him, that if he said any more she would gallop into town separately from him. And for his sake she would hide deep from him this loneliness of hers, and the hurt that he had given her in refusing to share with her his trouble with Trampas, when others must know of it. Accordingly they descended the hill slowly together, lingering to spin out these last miles long. Many rides had taught their horses to go side by side, and so they went now, the girl sweet and thoughtful in her sedate gray habit, and the man in his leathern chaps and cartridge belt and flannel shirt, looking gravely into the distance with the level gaze of the frontier. Having read his sweetheart's mind very plainly, the lover now broke his dearest custom. It was his code never to speak ill of any man to any woman. Men's quarrels were not for women's ears. In his scheme, good women were to know only a fragment of men's lives. He had lived many outlaw years, and his wide knowledge of evil made innocence doubly precious to him. But today he must depart from his code, having read her mind well. He would speak evil of one man to one woman, because his reticence had hurt her. And was she not far from her mother, and very lonely, do what he could? She should know the story of his quarrel in language as light and casual as he could veil it with. He made an oblique start. He did not say to her, "I'll tell you about this. You saw me get ready for Trampas, because I have been ready for him any time these 5 years." He began far off from the point, with that rooted caution of his, that caution which is shared by the primal savage and the perfected diplomat. "There's certainly a right smart o' difference between men and women," he observed. "You're quite sure?" she retorted. "Ain't it fortunate that there's both, I mean?" "I don't know about fortunate. Machinery could probably do all the heavy work for us without your help." "And who'd invent the machinery?" She laughed. "We shouldn't need the huge noisy things you do. Our world would be a gentle one." "Oh, my gracious!" "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, my gracious! Get along, Monte. A gentle world all full of ladies." Do you call men gentle?" inquired Molly. Now, it's a funny thing about that. Have you ever noticed a joke about fathers-in-law? There's just as many fathers as mothers-in-law, but which side are your jokes? Molly was not vanquished. "That's because the men write the comic papers," said she. "Hear that, Monty? The men write 'em. Well, if the ladies wrote a comic paper, I expect that might be gentle." She gave up this battle in mirth, and he resumed, "But don't you really reckon it's uncommon to meet a father-in-law flouncing around the house? As for gentle, once I had to sleep in a room next a ladies' temperance meeting. Oh, heavens! Well, I couldn't change my room, and the hotel man he apologized to me next mawnin', said it didn't surprise him the husbands drank some." Here the Virginian broke down over his own fantastic inventions, and gave a joyous chuckle in company with his sweetheart. "Yes, there's a big heap o' difference between men and women," he said. "Take that fellow and myself, now." "Trampas?" said Molly, quickly serious. She looked along the road ahead, and discerned the figure of Trampas still visible on its way to town. The Virginian did not wish her to be serious, more than could be helped. "Why, yes," he replied, with a waving gesture at Trampas. "Take him and me. He don't think much of me. How could he? And I expect he'll never. But you saw just now how it was between us. We were not a bit like a temperance meeting." She could not help laughing at the twist he gave to his voice, and she felt happiness warming her; for in the Virginian's tone about Trampas was something now that no longer excluded her. Thus he began his gradual recital, in a cadence always easy and more musical with the native accent of the South. With the light turn he gave it, its pure ugliness melted into charm. "No, he don't think anything of me. Once a man in the John Day Valley didn't think much, and by Canada de Oro I met another. It will always be so here and there, but Trampas beats 'em all. For the others have always expressed themselves, got shut of their poor opinion in the open air. You see, I had to explain myself to Trampas a right smart while ago, long before ever I laid my eyes on you. It was just nothing at all, a little matter of cyards, in the days when I was apt to spend my money and my holidays pretty headlong. My gracious, what nonsensical times I have had! But I was apt to win at cyards, specially poker, and Trampas, he met me one night, and I expect he must have thought I looked kind o' young. So he hated losing his money to such a young looking man, and he took his way of saying as much. I had to explain myself to him plainly, so that he learned right away my age had got its growth. Well, I expect he hated that worse, having to receive my explanation, with folks looking on at us publicly that a way, and him without further ideas occurring to him at the moment. That's what started his poor opinion of me, not having ideas at the moment. And so the boys resumed their cyards. I'd most forgot about it, but Trampas's memory is one of his strong points. Next thing, oh, it's a good while later, he gets to losing flesh because Judge Henry gave me charge of him and some other punchers taking cattle. "That's not next," interrupted the girl. "Not? Why, don't you remember?" she said, timid yet eager. "Don't you?" "Blamed if I do." "The first time we met?" "Yes, my memory keeps that, like I keep this." And he brought from his pocket her own handkerchief, the token he had picked up at a river's brink when he had carried her from an overturned stage. "We did not exactly meet then," she said. "It was at that dance. I hadn't seen you yet, but Trampas was saying something horrid about me, and you said, 'Rise on your legs, you polecat, and tell them you're a liar.' When I heard that, I think it finished me." And crimson suffused Molly's countenance. "I'd forgot," the Virginian murmured. Then sharply, "How did you hear it?" Mrs. Taylor. Oh, well, a man would never have told a woman that. Molly laughed triumphantly. Then who told Mrs. Taylor? Being caught, he grinned at her. I reckon husbands are a special kind of man, was all that he found to say. Well, since you do know about that, it was the next move in the game. Trampas thought I had no call to stop him saying what he pleased about a woman who was nothing to me, then. But all women ought to be something to a man. So I had to give Trampas another explanation in the presence of folks looking on, and it was just like the Kiards. No ideas occurred to him again. And down goes his opinion of me some more. Well, I have not been able to raise it. There has been this and that and the other. You know most of the later doings yourself. And today is the first time I've happened to see the man since the doings last autumn. You seem to know about them, too. He knows I can't prove he was with that gang of horse thieves. And I can't prove he killed poor Shorty. But he knows I missed him awful close and spoiled his thieving for a while. So do you wonder he don't think much of me? But if I had lived to be 29 years old like I am, and with all my chances made no enemy, I'd feel myself a failure. His story was finished. He had made her his confidant in matters he had never spoken of before, and she was happy to be thus much nearer to him. It diminished a certain fear that was mingled with her love of him. During the next several miles he was silent, and his silence was enough for her. Vermont sank away from her thoughts, and Wyoming held less of loneliness. They descended altogether into the map which had stretched below them, so that it was a map no longer, but earth with growing things, and prairie dogs sitting upon it, and now and then a bird flying over it. And after a while she said to him, "What are you thinking about?" "I have been doing sums. Figured in hours it sounds right short. Figured in minutes it boils up into quite a mess. 20 by 60 is 1,200. Put that into seconds, and you get 72,000 seconds. 72,000. 72,000 seconds yet before we get married." "Seconds? To think of its having come to seconds!" "I am thinking about it. I'm chopping 60 of 'em off every minute." With such chopping time wears away. More miles of the road lay behind them, and in the virgin wilderness the scars of new scraped water ditches began to appear, and the first wire fences. Next they were passing cabins and occasional fields, the outposts of habitation. The free road became wholly imprisoned, running between unbroken stretches of barbed wire. Far off to the eastward a flowing column of dust marked the approaching stage, bringing the bishop, probably, for whose visit here they had timed their wedding. The day still brimmed with heat and sunshine, but the great daily shadow was beginning to move from the feet of the Bow Leg Mountains outward toward the town. Presently they began to meet citizens. Some of these knew them and nodded, while some did not, and stared. Turning a corner into the town's chief street, where stood the hotel, the bank, the drug store, the general store, and the 7 saloons, they were hailed heartily. Here were 3 friends, Honey Wiggin, Scipio Le Moyne, and Lin McLean, all desirous of drinking the Virginian's health, if his lady would she mind? The 3 stood grinning, with their hats off, but behind their gaiety the Virginian read some other purpose. "We'll all be very good," said Honey Wiggin. "Pretty good," said Lin. "Good," said Scipio. "Which is the honest man?" inquired Molly, glad to see them. "Not one," said the Virginian. "My old friends scare me when I think of their ways." "It's being engaged scares yu'," retorted Mr. McLean. "Marriage restores your courage, I find." "Well, I'll trust all of you," said Molly. "He's going to take me to the hotel, and then you can drink his health as much as you please." With a smile to them she turned to proceed, and he let his horse move with hers, but he looked at his friends. Then Scipio's bleached blue eyes narrowed to a slit, and he said what they had all come out on the street to say. "Don't change your clothes." "Oh," protested Molly, "isn't he rather dusty and countrified?" But the Virginian had taken Scipio's meaning. Don't change your clothes. Innocent Molly appreciated these words no more than the average reader who reads a masterpiece, complacently unaware that its style differs from that of the morning paper. Such was Scipio's intention, wishing to spare her from alarm. So at the hotel she let her lover go with a kiss, and without a thought of Trampas. She in her room unlocked the possessions which were there waiting for her, and changed her dress. Wedding garments and other civilized apparel proper for a genuine frontiersman when he comes to town were also in the hotel, ready for the Virginian to wear. It is only the somewhat green and unseasoned cow-puncher who struts before the public in spurs and deadly weapons. For many a year the Virginian had put away these childish things. He made a sober toilet for the streets. Nothing but his face and bearing remained out of the common when he was in a town. But Scipio had told him not to change his clothes. Therefore he went out with his pistol at his hip. Soon he had joined his three friends. "I'm obliged to you," he said. "He passed me this morning." "We don't know his intentions," said Wiggin. "Except that he's hanging around," said McLean. "And filling up," said Scipio. "Which reminds me." They strolled into the saloon of a friend, where, unfortunately, sat some foolish people. But one cannot always tell how much of a fool a man is at sight. It was a temperate health drinking that they made. "Here's how," they muttered softly to the Virginian, and "How," he returned softly, looking away from them. But they had a brief meeting of eyes, standing and lounging near each other, shyly, and Scipio shook hands with the bridegroom. "Some day," he stated, tapping himself, for in his vagrant heart he began to envy the man who could bring himself to marry. And he nodded again, repeating, "Here's how." They stood at the bar, full of sentiment, empty of words, memory and affection busy in their hearts. All of them had seen rough days together, and they felt guilty with emotion. "It's hot weather," said Wiggin. "Hotter on Box Elder," said McLean. "My kid has started teething." Words ran dry again. They shifted their positions, looked in their glasses, read the labels on the bottles. They dropped a word now and then to the proprietor about his trade and his ornaments. "Good head," commented McLean. "Big old ram," assented the proprietor. "Shot him myself on Gray Bull last fall." "Sheep was thick in the Tetons last fall," said the Virginian. On the bar stood a machine into which the idle customer might drop his nickel. The coin then bounced among an arrangement of pegs, descending at length into one or another of various holes. You might win as much as 10 times your stake, but this was not the most usual result, and with nickels the three friends and the bridegroom now mildly sported for a while, buying them with silver when their store ran out. "Was it sheep you went after in the Tetons?" inquired the proprietor, knowing it was horse thieves. "Yes," said the Virginian. "I'll have 10 more nickels." "Did you get all the sheep you wanted?" the proprietor continued. "Poor luck," said the Virginian. "Think there's a friend of yours in town this afternoon," said the proprietor. "Did he mention he was my friend?" The proprietor laughed. The Virginian watched another nickel click down among the pegs. Honey Wiggin now made the bridegroom a straight offer. "We'll take this thing off your hands," said he. "Any or all of us," said Lin. But Scipio held his peace. His loyalty went every inch as far as theirs, but his understanding of his friend went deeper. "Don't change your clothes" was the first and the last help he would be likely to give in this matter. The rest must be as such matters must always be, between man and man. To the other two friends, however, this seemed a very special case, falling outside established precedent. Therefore they ventured offers of interference. "A man don't get married every day," apologized McLean. "We'll just run him out of town for you." "Save you the trouble," urged Wiggin. "Say the word." The proprietor now added his voice. "It'll sober him up to spend his night out in the brush. He'll quit his talk then." But the Virginian did not say the word, or any word. He stood playing with the nickels. "Think of her," muttered McLean. "Who else would I be thinking of?" returned the Southerner. His face had become very somber. "She has been raised so different," he murmured. He pondered a little, while the others waited, solicitous. A new idea came to the proprietor. "I am acting mayor of this town," said he. "I'll put him in the calaboose and keep him till you get married and away." "Say the word," repeated Honey Wiggin. Scipio's eye met the proprietor's, and he shook his head about a quarter of an inch. The proprietor shook his to the same amount. They understood each other. It had come to that point where there was no way out, save only the ancient eternal way between man and man. It is only the great mediocrity that goes to law in these personal matters. "So he has talked about me some?" said the Virginian. "It's the whiskey," Scipio explained. "I expect," said McLean, "he'd run a mile if he was in a state to appreciate his insinuations." "Which we are careful not to mention to you," said Wiggin, "unless you inquire for 'em." Some of the fools present had drawn closer to hear this interesting conversation. In gatherings of more than 6 there will generally be at least one fool, and this company must have numbered 20 men. "This country knows well enough," said one fool, who hungered to be important, "that you don't brand no calves that ain't your own." The saturnine Virginian looked at him. "Thank you," said he, gravely, "for your endorsement of my character." The fool felt flattered. The Virginian turned to his friends. His hand slowly pushed his hat back, and he rubbed his black head in thought. "Glad to see you've got your gun with you," continued the happy fool. "You know what Trampas claims about that affair of yours in the Tetons? He claims that if everything was known about the killing of Shorty " "Take one on the house," suggested the proprietor to him, amiably. "Your news will be fresher." And he pushed him the bottle. The fool felt less important. "This talk had went the rounds before it got to us," said Scipio, "or we'd have headed it off. He has got friends in town." Perplexity knotted the Virginian's brows. This community knew that a man had implied he was a thief and a murderer. It also knew that he knew it. But the case was one of peculiar circumstances, assuredly. Could he avoid meeting the man? Soon the stage would be starting south for the railroad. He had already to day proposed to his sweetheart that they should take it. Could he for her sake leave unanswered a talking enemy upon the field? His own ears had not heard the enemy. Into these reflections the fool stepped once more. "Of course this country don't believe Trampas," said he. "This country " But he contributed no further thoughts. From somewhere in the rear of the building, where it opened upon the tin cans and the hinder purlieus of the town, came a movement, and Trampas was among them, courageous with whiskey. All the fools now made themselves conspicuous. One lay on the floor, knocked there by the Virginian whose arm he had attempted to hold. Others struggled with Trampas, and his bullet smashed the ceiling before they could drag the pistol from him. There now, they interposed. "You don't want to talk like that." For he was pouring out a tide of hate and vilification. Yet the Virginian stood quiet by the bar, and many an eye of astonishment was turned upon him. "I'd not stand half that language," some muttered to each other. Still the Virginian waited quietly, while the fools reasoned with Trampas. But no earthly foot can step between a man and his destiny. Trampas broke suddenly free. "Your friends have saved your life," he rang out, with obscene epithets. "I'll give you till sundown to leave town." There was total silence instantly. "Trampas," spoke the Virginian, "I don't want trouble with you." "He never has wanted it," Trampas sneered to the bystanders. "He has been dodging it 5 years, but I've got him corralled." Some of the Trampas faction smiled. "Trampas?" said the Virginian again. "Are you sure you really mean that?" The whiskey bottle flew through the air, hurled by Trampas, and crashed through the saloon window behind the Virginian. "That was surplusage, Trampas," said he, "if you mean the other." "Get out by sundown, that's all," said Trampas, and wheeling, he went out of the saloon by the rear as he had entered. "Gentlemen," said the Virginian, "I know you will all oblige me." "Sure," exclaimed the proprietor, heartily. "We'll see that everybody lets this thing alone." The Virginian gave a general nod to the company, and walked out into the street. "It's a turruble shame," sighed Scipio, "that he couldn't have postponed it." The Virginian walked in the open air with thoughts disturbed. "I am of two minds about one thing," he said to himself uneasily. Gossip ran in advance of him, but as he came by, the talk fell away until he had passed. Then they looked after him, and their words again rose audibly. Thus everywhere a little eddy of silence accompanied his steps. "It don't trouble him much," one said, having read nothing in the Virginian's face. "It may trouble his girl some," said another. "She'll not know," said a third, "until it's over." "He'll not tell her?" "I wouldn't. It's no woman's business." "Maybe that's so. Well, it would have suited me to have Trampas die sooner." "How would it suit you to have him live longer?" inquired a member of the opposite faction, suspected of being himself a cattle thief. "I could answer your question if I had other folks' calves I wanted to brand." This raised both a laugh and a silence. Thus the town talked, filling in the time before sunset. The Virginian, still walking aloof in the open air, paused at the edge of the town. "I'd sooner have a sickness than be undecided this way," he said, and he looked up and down. Then a grim smile came at his own expense. "I reckon it would make me sick, but there's not time." Over there in the hotel sat his sweetheart alone, away from her mother, her friends, her home, waiting his return, knowing nothing. He looked into the west. Between the sun and the bright ridges of the mountains was still a space of sky, but the shadow from the mountain's feet had drawn half way toward the town. "About 40 minutes more," he said aloud. "She has been raised so different." And he sighed as he turned back. As he went slowly, he did not know how great was his own unhappiness. "She has been raised so different," he said again. Opposite the post office, the Bishop of Wyoming met him and greeted him. His lonely heart throbbed at the warm, firm grasp of this friend's hand. The bishop saw his eyes glow suddenly, as if tears were close, but none came, and no word more open than, "I'm glad to see you." But gossip had reached the bishop, and he was sorely troubled also. "What is all this?" said he, coming straight to it. The Virginian looked at the clergyman frankly. "You know just as much about it as I do," he said, "and I'll tell you anything you ask." "Have you told Miss Wood?" inquired the bishop. The eyes of the bridegroom fell, and the bishop's face grew at once more keen and more troubled. Then the bridegroom raised his eyes again, and the bishop almost loved him. He touched his arm like a brother. "This is hard luck," he said. The bridegroom could scarce keep his voice steady. "I want to do right to day more than any day I have ever lived," said he. "Then go and tell her at once." "It will just do nothing but scare her." "Go and tell her at once." "I expected you was going to tell me to run away from Trampas. I can't do that, you know." The bishop did know. Never before in all his wilderness work had he faced such a thing. He knew that Trampas was an evil in the country, and that the Virginian was a good. He knew that the cattle thieves, the rustlers, were gaining in numbers and audacity, that they led many weak young fellows to ruin, that they elected their men to office and controlled juries, that they were a staring menace to Wyoming. His heart was with the Virginian, but there was his gospel that he preached and believed and tried to live. He stood looking at the ground and drawing a finger along his eyebrow. He wished that he might have heard nothing about all this, but he was not one to blink his responsibility as a Christian server of the church militant. "Am I right," he now slowly asked, "in believing that you think I am a sincere man?" "I don't believe anything about it. I know it." "I should run away from Trampas," said the bishop. "That ain't quite fair, seh. We all understand you have got to do the things you tell other folks to do. And you do them, seh. You never talk like anything but a man, and you never set yourself above others. You can saddle your own horses. And I saw you walk unarmed into that White River excitement when those two other parsons was a fogging and a fanning for their own safety. Damn scoundrels." The bishop instantly rebuked such language about brothers of his cloth, even though he disapproved both of them and their doctrines. "Every one may be an instrument of Providence," he concluded. "Well," said the Virginian, "if that is so, then Providence makes use of instruments I'd not touch with a 10-foot pole. Now if you was me, seh, and not a bishop, would you run away from Trampas?" "That's not quite fair either," exclaimed the bishop with a smile, "because you are asking me to take another man's convictions and yet remain myself." "Yes, seh, I am. That's so. That don't get at it. I reckon you and I can't get at it." "If the Bible," said the bishop, "which I believe to be God's word, was anything to you—" "It is something to me, seh. I have found fine truths in it." "'Thou shalt not kill,'" quoted the bishop. "That is plain." The Virginian took his turn at smiling. "Mighty plain to me, seh. Make it plain to Trampas, and there'll be no killing. We can't get at it that way." Once more the bishop quoted earnestly, "'Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord.'" "How about instruments of Providence, seh? Why, we can't get at it that way. If you start using the Bible that way, it will mix you up mighty quick, seh." "My friend," the bishop urged, and all his good, warm heart was in it, "my dear fellow, go away for the one night. He'll change his mind." The Virginian shook his head. "He cannot change his word, seh. Or at least I must stay around till he does. Why, I have given him the say-so. He's got the choice. Most men would not have took what I took from him in the saloon. Why don't you ask him to leave town?" The good bishop was at a standstill. Of all kicking against the pricks, none is so hard as this kick of a professing Christian against the whole instinct of human man. "But you have helped me some," said the Virginian. "I will go and tell her. At least, if I think it will be good for her, I will tell her." The bishop thought he saw one last chance to move him. "You're 29," he began. "And a little over," said the Virginian. "And you were 14 when you ran away from your family." "Well, I was weary, yu' know, of having elder brothers lay down my law night and mawnin'." "Yes, I know. So that your life has been your own for 15 years. But it is not your own now. You have given it to a woman." "Yes, I have given it to her. But my life's not the whole of me. I'd give her twice my life, 50, 1,000 of 'em. But I can't give her nor anybody in heaven or earth, I can't give we'll never get at it, seh. There's no good in words. Good by." The Virginian wrung the bishop's hand and left him. "God bless him," said the bishop. "God bless him." The Virginian unlocked the room in the hotel where he kept stored his tent, his blankets, his pack saddles, and his many accouterments for the bridal journey into the mountains. Out of the window he saw the mountains blue in shadow, but some cottonwoods distant in the flat between were still bright green in the sun. From among his possessions he took quickly a pistol, wiping and loading it. Then from its holster he removed the pistol which he had tried and made sure of in the morning. This, according to his wont when going into a risk, he shoved between his trousers and his shirt in front. The untried weapon he placed in the holster, letting it hang visibly at his hip. He glanced out of the window again, and saw the mountains of the same deep blue, but the cottonwoods were no longer in the sunlight. The shadow had come past them, nearer the town. For 15 of the 40 minutes were gone. "The bishop is wrong," he said. "There is no sense in telling her." And he turned to the door, just as she came to it herself. "Oh!" she cried out at once, and rushed to him. He swore as he held her close. "The fools," he said. "The fools." "It has been so frightful waiting for you," said she, leaning her head against him. "Who had to tell you this?" he demanded. "I don't know. Somebody just came and said it." "This is mean luck," he murmured, patting her. "This is mean luck." She went on. "I wanted to run out and find you, but I didn't. I stayed quiet in my room till they said you had come back." "It is mean luck. Mighty mean," he repeated. "How could you be so long?" she asked. "Never mind. I've got you now. It is over." Anger and sorrow filled him. "I might have known some fool would tell you," he said. "It's all over. Never mind." Her arms tightened their hold of him. Then she let him go. "What shall we do?" she said. "What now?" "Now?" he answered. "Nothing now." She looked at him without understanding. "I know it is a heap worse for you," he pursued, speaking slowly. "I knew it would be." "But it is over!" she exclaimed again. He did not understand her now. He kissed her. "Did you think it was over?" he said simply. "There is some waiting still before us. I wish you did not have to wait alone. But it will not be long." He was looking down, and did not see the happiness grow chilled upon her face, and then fade into bewildered fear. "I did my best," he went on. "I think I did. I know I tried. I let him say to me before them all what no man has ever said, or ever will again. I kept thinking hard of you, with all my might, or I reckon I'd have killed him right there. And I gave him a show to change his mind. I gave it to him twice. I spoke as quiet as I'm speaking to you now, but he stood to it. And I expect he knows he went too far in the hearing of others to go back on his threat. He will have to go on to the finish now." "The finish?" she echoed, almost voiceless. "Yes," he answered very gently. Her dilated eyes were fixed upon him. "But," she could scarce form utterance, "but you?" "I have got myself ready," he said. "Did you think why, what did you think?" She recoiled a step. "What are you going?" She put her two hands to her head. "Oh, God!" she almost shrieked. "You are going?" He made a step, and would have put his arm round her, but she backed against the wall, staring speechless at him. "I am not going to let him shoot me," he said quietly. "You mean but you can come away!" she cried. "It's not too late yet. You can take yourself out of his reach. Everybody knows that you are brave. What is he to you? You can leave him in this place. I'll go with you anywhere. To any house, to the mountains, to anywhere away. We'll leave this horrible place together and oh, won't you listen to me?" She stretched her hands to him. "Won't you listen?" He took her hands. "I must stay here." Her hands clung to his. "No, no, no, there's something else. There's something better than shedding blood in cold blood. Only think what it means. Only think of having to remember such a thing. Why, it's what they hang people for. It's murder." He dropped her hands. "Don't call it that name," he said sternly. "When there was the choice!" she exclaimed, half to herself, like a person stunned and speaking to the air. To get ready for it when you have the choice." "He did the choosing," answered the Virginian. "Listen to me. Are you listening?" He asked, for her gaze was dull. She nodded. "I work hyeh. I belong hyeh. It's my life. If folks came to think I was a coward " "Who would think you were a coward?" "Everybody. My friends would be sorry and ashamed, and my enemies would walk around saying they had always said so. I could not hold up my head again among enemies or friends." "When it was explained " "There'd be nothing to explain. There'd just be the fact." He was nearly angry. "There is a higher courage than fear of outside opinion," said the New England girl. Her Southern lover looked at her. "Certainly there is. That's what I'm showing in going against yours." "But if you know that you are brave, and if I know that you are brave, oh, my dear, what difference does the world make? How much higher courage to go your own course " "I am going my own course," he broke in. "Can't yu' see how it must be about a man? It's not for their benefit, friends or enemies, that I have got this thing to do. If any man happened to say I was a thief, and I heard about it, would I let him go on spreading such a thing of me? Don't I owe my own honesty something better than that? Would I sit down in a corner, rubbing my honesty and whispering to it, 'There, there, I know you ain't a thief'? No, seh, not a little bit. What men say about my nature is not just merely an outside thing. For the fact that I let 'em keep on saying it is a proof I don't value my nature enough to shield it from their slander and give them their punishment. And that's being a poor sort of a jay." She had grown very white. "Can't yu' see how it must be about a man?" he repeated. "I cannot," she answered, in a voice that scarcely seemed her own. "If I ought to, I cannot. To shed blood in cold blood When I heard about that last fall, about the killing of those cattle thieves, I kept saying to myself, he had to do it, it was a public duty. And lying sleepless, I got used to Wyoming being different from Vermont. But this," she gave a shudder, "when I think of tomorrow, of you and me, and of If you do this, there can be no tomorrow for you and me." At these words he also turned white. "Do you mean?" he asked, and could go no farther. Nor could she answer him, but turned her head away. "This would be the end?" he asked. Her head faintly moved to signify yes. He stood still, his hand shaking a little. "Will you look at me and say that?" he murmured at length. She did not move. "Can you do it?" he said. His sweetness made her turn, but could not pierce her frozen resolve. She gazed at him across the great distance of her despair. "Then it is really so?" he said. Her lips tried to form words, but failed. He looked out of the window and saw nothing but shadow. The blue of the mountains was now become a deep purple. Suddenly his hand closed hard. "Good by, then," he said. At that word she was at his feet, clutching him. "For my sake," she begged, "for my sake." A tremble passed through his frame. She felt his legs shake as she held them, and, looking up, she saw that his eyes were closed with misery. Then he opened them, and in their steady look she read her answer. He unclasped her hands from holding him, and raised her to her feet. "I have no right to kiss you any more," he said. And then, before his desire could break him down from this, he was gone, and she was alone. She did not fall, or totter, but stood motionless, and next, it seemed a moment and it seemed eternity, she heard in the distance a shot, and then two shots. Out of the window she saw people beginning to run. At that she turned and fled to her room, and flung herself face downward upon the floor. Trampas had departed into solitude from the saloon, leaving behind him his ultimatum. His loud and public threat was town knowledge already, would very likely be county knowledge to night. Riders would take it with them to entertain distant cabins up the river and down the river, and by dark the stage would go south with the news of it and the news of its outcome. for everything would be over by dark. After 5 years, here was the end coming, coming before dark. Trampas had got up this morning with no such thought. It seemed very strange to look back upon the morning. It lay so distant, so irrevocable. And he thought of how he had eaten his breakfast. How would he eat his supper? For supper would come afterward. Some people were eating theirs now, with nothing like this before them. His heart ached and grew cold to think of them, easy and comfortable with plates and cups of coffee. He looked at the mountains, and saw the sun above their ridges, and the shadow coming from their feet. And there close behind him was the morning he could never go back to. He could see it clearly. His thoughts reached out like arms to touch it once more and be in it again. The night that was coming he could not see, and his eyes and his thoughts shrank from it. He had given his enemy until sundown. He could not trace the path which had led him to this. He remembered their first meeting, 5 years back, in Medicine Bow, and the words which at once began his hate. No, it was before any words. It was the encounter of their eyes. For out of the eyes of every stranger looks either a friend or an enemy, waiting to be known. But how had 5 years of hate come to play him such a trick, suddenly, today? Since last autumn he had meant sometime to get even with this man who seemed to stand at every turn of his crookedness and rob him of his spoils. But how had he come to choose such a way of getting even as this, face to face? He knew many better ways, and now his own rash proclamation had trapped him. His words were like doors, shutting him in to perform his threat to the letter, with witnesses at hand to see that he did so. Trampas looked at the sun and the shadow again. He had till sundown. The heart inside him was turning it round in this opposite way. It was to himself that in his rage he had given this lessening margin of grace, but he dared not leave town in all the world's sight after all the world had heard him. Even his friends would fall from him after such an act. Could he, the thought actually came to him, could he strike before the time set? But the thought was useless. Even if his friends could harbor him after such a deed, his enemies would find him, and his life would be forfeit to a certainty. His own trap was closing upon him. He came upon the main street, and saw some distance off the Virginian standing in talk with the bishop. He slunk between two houses, and cursed both of them. The sight had been good for him, bringing some warmth of rage back to his desperate heart, and he went into a place and drank some whiskey. "In your shoes," said the barkeeper, "I'd be afraid to take so much." But the nerves of Trampas were almost beyond the reach of intoxication, and he swallowed some more, and went out again. Presently he fell in with some of his brothers in cattle stealing, and walked along with them for a little. "Well, it will not be long now," they said to him, and he had never heard words so desolate. "No," he made out to say, "soon now." Their cheerfulness seemed unearthly to him, and his heart almost broke beneath it. "We'll have one to your success," they suggested. So with them he repaired to another place, and the sight of a man leaning against the bar made him start so that they noticed him. Then he saw that the man was a stranger whom he had never laid eyes on till now. "It looked like Shorty," he said, and could have bitten his tongue off. "Shorty is quiet up in the Tetons," said a friend. "You don't want to be thinking about him. Here's how." Then they clapped him on the back, and he left them. He thought of his enemy and his hate, beating his rage like a failing horse, and treading the courage of his drink. Across a space he saw Wiggin walking with McLean and Scipio. They were watching the town to see that his friends made no foul play. "We're giving you a clear field," said Wiggin. "This race will not be pulled," said McLean. "Be with you at the finish," said Scipio. And they passed on. They did not seem like real people to him. Trampas looked at the walls and windows of the houses. Were they real? Was he here, walking in this street? Something had changed. He looked everywhere, and feeling it everywhere, wondered what this could be. Then he knew. It was the sun that had gone entirely behind the mountains, and he drew out his pistol. The Virginian, for precaution, did not walk out of the front door of the hotel. He went through back ways, and paused once. Against his breast he felt the wedding ring where he had it suspended by a chain from his neck. His hand went up to it, and he drew it out and looked at it. He took it off the chain, and his arm went back to hurl it from him as far as he could. But he stopped and kissed it with one sob, and thrust it in his pocket. Then he walked out into the open, watching. He saw men here and there, and they let him pass as before, without speaking. He saw his 3 friends, and they said no word to him. But they turned and followed in his rear at a little distance, because it was known that Shorty had been found shot from behind. The Virginian gained a position soon where no one could come at him except from in front, and the sight of the mountains was almost more than he could endure, because it was there that he had been going to-morrow. "It is quite a while after sunset," he heard himself say. A wind seemed to blow his sleeve off his arm, and he replied to it, and saw Trampas pitch forward. He saw Trampas raise his arm from the ground and fall again, and lie there this time still. A little smoke was rising from the pistol on the ground, and he looked at his own, and saw the smoke flowing upward out of it. "I expect that's all," he said aloud. But as he came nearer Trampas, he covered him with his weapon. He stopped a moment, seeing the hand on the ground move. 2 fingers twitched, and then ceased, for it was all. The Virginian stood looking down at Trampas. "Both of mine hit," he said, once more aloud. "His must have gone mighty close to my arm. I told her it would not be me." He had scarcely noticed that he was being surrounded and congratulated. His hand was being shaken, and he saw it was Scipio in tears. Scipio's joy made his heart like lead within him. He was near telling his friend everything, but he did not. "If anybody wants me about this," he said, "I will be at the hotel." "Who'll want you?" said Scipio. "3 of us saw his gun out." And he vented his admiration. "You were that cool, that quick." "I'll see you boys again," said the Virginian heavily, and he walked away. Scipio looked after him astonished. "You might suppose he was in poor luck," he said to McLean. The Virginian walked to the hotel, and stood on the threshold of his sweetheart's room. She had heard his step, and was upon her feet. Her lips were parted, and her eyes fixed on him, nor did she move or speak. "You have to know it," said he. "I have killed Trampas." "Oh, thank God!" she said, and he found her in his arms. Long they embraced without speaking, and what they whispered then with their kisses matters not. Thus did her New England conscience battle to the end, and, in the end, capitulate to love. And the next day, with the bishop's blessing, and Mrs. Taylor's broadest smile, and the ring on her finger, the Virginian departed with his bride into the mountains. Chapter 36. At Dunbarton. For their first bridal camp he chose an island. Long weeks beforehand he had thought of this place, and set his heart upon it. Once established in his mind, the thought became a picture that he saw waking and sleeping. He had stopped at the island many times alone, and in all seasons, but at this special moment of the year he liked it best. Often he had added several needless miles to his journey that he might finish the day at this point, might catch the trout for his supper beside a certain rock upon its edge, and fall asleep hearing the stream on either side of him. Always for him the first signs that he had gained the true world of the mountains began at the island. The first pine trees stood upon it. The first white columbine grew in their shade, and it seemed to him that he always met here the first of the true mountain air, the coolness and the new fragrance. Below there were only the cottonwoods, and the knolls and steep foothills with their sagebrush, and the great warm air of the plains. Here, at this altitude, came the definite change. Out of the lower country and its air, he would urge his horse upward, talking to him aloud, and promising fine pasture in a little while. Then, when at length he had ridden abreast of the island pines, he would ford to the sheltered circle of his campground, throw off the saddle and blanket from the horse's hot, wet back, throw his own clothes off, and shouting, spring upon the horse bare, and with a rope for bridle, cross with him to the promised pasture. Here there was a pause in the mountain steepness, a level space of open, green with thick grass. Riding his horse to this, he would leap off him, and with the flat of his hand give him a blow that cracked sharp in the stillness, and sent the horse galloping and gambolling to his night's freedom. And while the animal rolled in the grass, often his master would roll also, and stretch, and take the grass in his two hands, and so draw his body along, limbering his muscles after a long ride. Then he would slide into the stream below his fishing place, where it was deep enough for swimming, and cross back to his island, and dressing again, fit his rod together and begin his casting. After the darkness had set in, there would follow the lying drowsily with his head upon his saddle, the campfire sinking as he watched it, and sleep approaching to the murmur of the water on either side of him. So many visits to this island had he made, and counted so many hours of reverie spent in its haunting sweetness, that the spot had come to seem his own. It belonged to no man, for it was deep in the unsurveyed and virgin wilderness. Neither had he ever made his camp here with any man, nor shared with any the intimate delight which the place gave him. Therefore for many weeks he had planned to bring her here after their wedding, upon the day itself, and show her and share with her his pines and his fishing rock. He would bid her smell the first true breath of the mountains, would watch with her the sinking campfire, and with her listen to the water as it flowed round the island. Until this wedding plan, it had by no means come home to him how deep a hold upon him the island had taken. He knew that he liked to go there, and go alone; but so little was it his way to scan himself, his mind or his feelings, unless some action called for it, that he first learned his love of the place through his love of her. But he told her nothing of it. After the thought of taking her there came to him, he kept his island as something to let break upon her own eyes, lest by looking forward she should look for more than the reality. Hence, as they rode along, when the houses of the town were shrunk to dots behind them, and they were nearing the gates of the foothills, she asked him questions. She hoped they would find a camp a long way from the town. She could ride as many miles as necessary. She was not tired. Should they not go on until they found a good place far enough within the solitude? Had he fixed upon any? And at the nod and the silence that he gave her for reply, she knew that he had thoughts and intentions which she must wait to learn. They passed through the gates of the foothills, following the stream up among them. The outstretching fences and the widely trodden dust were no more. Now and then they rose again into view of the fields and houses down in the plain below. But as the sum of the miles and hours grew, they were glad to see the road less worn with travel, and the traces of men passing from sight. The plowed and planted country, that quilt of many-colored harvests which they had watched yesterday, lay in another world from this where they rode now. No hand but Nature's had sown these crops of yellow flowers, these willow thickets and tall cottonwoods. Somewhere in a passage of red rocks the last sign of wagon wheels was lost, and after this the trail became a wild mountain trail. But it was still the warm air of the plains, bearing the sagebrush odor and not the pine, that they breathed. Nor did any forest yet cloak the shapes of the tawny hills among which they were ascending. Twice the steepness loosened the pack ropes, and he jumped down to tighten them, lest the horses should get sore backs. And twice the stream that they followed went into deep canyons, so that for a while they parted from it. When they came back to its margin for the second time, he bade her notice how its water had become at last wholly clear. To her it had seemed clear enough all along, even in the plain above the town, but now she saw that it flowed lustrously with flashes, and she knew the soil had changed to mountain soil. Lower down, the water had carried the slightest cloud of alkali, and this had dulled the keen edge of its transparence. Full solitude was around them now, so that their words grew scarce, and when they spoke it was with low voices. They began to pass nooks and points favorable for camping, with wood and water at hand, and pasture for the horses. More than once, as they reached such places, she thought he must surely stop, but still he rode on in advance of her, for the trail was narrow, until, when she was not thinking of it, he drew rein and pointed. "What?" she asked timidly. "The pines," he answered. She looked and saw the island, and the water folding it with ripples and with smooth spaces. The sun was throwing upon the pine boughs a light of deepening red gold, and the shadow of the fishing rock lay over a little bay of quiet water and sandy shore. In this forerunning glow of the sunset, the pasture spread like emerald, for the dry touch of summer had not yet come near it. He pointed upward to the high mountains which they had approached, and showed her where the stream led into their first unfoldings. "To-morrow we shall be among them," said he. "Then," she murmured to him, "to-night is here?" He nodded for answer, and she gazed at the island and understood why he had not stopped before. Nothing they had passed had been so lovely as this place. There was room in the trail for them to go side by side they rode to the ford and crossed, driving the pack horses in front of them, until they came to the sheltered circle, and he helped her down where the soft pine needles lay. They felt each other tremble, and for a moment she stood hiding her head upon his breast. Then she looked round at the trees and the shores and the flowing stream, and he heard her whispering how beautiful it was. "I am glad," he said, still holding her. "This is how I have dreamed it would happen, only it is better than my dreams." And when she pressed him in silence, he finished, "I have meant we should see our first sundown here, and our first sunrise." She wished to help him take the packs from their horses, to make the camp together with him, to have for her share the building of the fire and the cooking. She bade him remember his promise to her that he would teach her how to loop and draw the pack ropes, and the swing ropes on the pack saddles, and how to pitch a tent. Why might not the first lesson be now? But he told her that this should be fulfilled later. This night he was to do all himself, and he sent her away until he should have camp ready for them. He bade her explore the island, or take her horse and ride over to the pasture, where she could see the surrounding hills, and the circle of seclusion that they made. "The whole world is far from here," he said. And so she obeyed him, and went away to wander about in their hiding place. Nor was she to return, he told her, until he called her. Then at once, as soon as she was gone, he fell to. The packs and saddles came off the horses, which he turned loose upon the pasture on the main land. The tent was unfolded first. He had long seen in his mind where it should go, and how its white shape would look beneath the green of the encircling pines. The ground was level in the spot he had chosen, without stones or roots, and matted with the fallen needles of the pines. If there should come any wind, or storm of rain, the branches were thick overhead, and around them on three sides tall rocks and undergrowth made a barrier. He cut the pegs for the tent, and the front pole, stretching and tightening the rope, one end of it pegged down and one round a pine tree. When the tightening rope had lifted the canvas to the proper height from the ground, he spread and pegged down the sides and back, leaving the opening so that they could look out upon the fire and a piece of the stream beyond. He cut tufts of young pine and strewed them thickly for a soft floor in the tent, and over them spread the buffalo hide and the blankets. At the head he placed the neat sack of her belongings. For his own he made a shelter with crossed poles and a sheet of canvas beyond the first pines. He built the fire where its smoke would float outward from the trees in the tent, and near it he stood the cooking things and his provisions, and made this first supper ready in the twilight. He had brought much with him, but for 10 minutes he fished, catching trout enough. When at length she came riding over the stream at his call, there was nothing for her to do but sit and eat at the table he had laid. They sat together, watching the last of the twilight and the gentle oncoming of the dusk. The final afterglow of day left the sky, and through the purple which followed it came slowly the first stars, bright and wide apart. They watched the spaces between them fill with more stars, while near them the flames and embers of their fire grew brighter. Then he sent her to the tent while he cleaned the dishes and visited the horses to see that they did not stray from the pasture. Some while after the darkness was fully come, he rejoined her. All had been as he had seen it in his thoughts beforehand, the pines with the setting sun upon them, the sinking campfire, and now the sound of the water as it flowed murmuring by the shores of the island. The tent opened to the east, and from it they watched together their first sunrise. In his thoughts he had seen this morning beforehand also, the waking, the gentle sound of the water murmuring ceaselessly, the growing day, the vision of the stream, the sense that the world was shut away far from them. So did it all happen, except that he whispered to her again, "Better than my dreams." They saw the sunlight begin upon a hilltop, and presently came the sun itself, and lakes of warmth flowed into the air, slowly filling the green solitude. Along the island shores the ripples caught flashes from the sun. "I am going into the stream," he said to her, and rising he left her in the tent. This was his side of the island, he had told her last night; the other was hers, where he had made a place for her to bathe. When he was gone she found it, walking through the trees and rocks to the water's edge. And so, with the island between them, the two bathed in the cold stream. When he came back he found her already busy at their camp. The blue smoke of the fire was floating out from the trees, loitering undispersed in the quiet air, and she was getting their breakfast. She had been able to forestall him because he had delayed long at his dressing, not willing to return to her unshaven. She looked at his eyes that were clear as the water he had leaped into, and at his soft silk neckerchief, knotted with care. "Do not let us ever go away from here," she cried, and ran to him as he came. They sat long together at breakfast, breathing the morning breath of the earth that was fragrant with woodland moisture and with the pines. After the meal he could not prevent her helping him make everything clean. Then, by all customs of mountain journeys, it was time they should break camp, and be moving before the heat of the day. But first they delayed for no reason, save that in these hours they so loved to do nothing. And next, when with some energy he got upon his feet, and declared he must go and drive the horses in, she asked, why? Would it not be well for him to fish here, that they might be sure of trout at their nooning? And though he knew that where they should stop for noon trout would be as sure as here, he took this chance for more delay. She went with him to his fishing rock and sat watching him. The rock was tall, higher than his head when he stood. It jutted out halfway across the stream, and the water flowed round it in quick foam and fell into a pool. He caught several fish, but the sun was getting high, and after a time it was plain the fish had ceased to rise. Yet still he stood casting in silence, while she sat by and watched him. Across the stream the horses wandered or lay down in their pasture. At length he said with half a sigh that perhaps they ought to go. "Ought?" she repeated softly. "If we are to get anywhere to day," he answered. Need we get anywhere?" she asked. Her question sent delight through him like a flood. "Then you do not want to move camp to day?" said he. She shook her head. At this he laid down his rod and came and sat by her. "I am very glad we shall not go till to morrow," he murmured. "Not to morrow," she said, "nor next day, nor any day until we must." And she stretched her hands out to the island and the stream, exclaiming, "Nothing can surpass this." He took her in his arms. "You feel about it the way I do," he almost whispered. "I could not have hoped there'd be two of us to care so much." Presently, while they remained without speaking by the pool, came a little wild animal swimming round the rock from above. It had not seen them nor suspected their presence. They held themselves still, watching its alert head cross through the waves quickly and come down through the pool, and so swim to the other side. There it came out on a small stretch of sand, turned its gray head and its pointed black nose this way and that, never seeing them, and then rolled upon its back in the warm, dry sand. After a minute of rolling, it got on its feet again, shook its fur, and trotted away. Then the bridegroom husband opened his shy heart deep down. "I am like that fellow," he said dreamily. "I have often done the same." And stretching slowly his arms and legs, he lay full length upon his back, letting his head rest upon her. "If I could talk his animal language, I could talk to him," he pursued. "And he would say to me, 'Come and roll on the sands. Where's the use of frettin'? What's the gain in bein' a man? Come roll on the sands with me.' That's what he would say." The Virginian paused. "But," he continued, "the trouble is I am responsible. If that could only be forgot forever by you and me." Again he paused and went on, always dreamily. "Often when I have camped here, it has made me want to become the ground, become the water, become the trees, mix with the whole thing, not know myself from it, never unmix again. Why is that?" he demanded, looking at her. "What is it? You don't know, nor I don't. I wonder would everybody feel that way here?" "I think not everybody," she answered. "No, none except the ones who understand things they can't put words to. But you did." He put up a hand and touched her softly. "You understood about this place. And that's what makes you and me as we are now, better than my dreams. And my dreams were pretty good." He sighed with supreme quiet and happiness, and seemed to stretch his length closer to the earth. And so he lay and talked to her as he had never talked to any one, not even to himself. Thus she learned secrets of his heart new to her, his visits here, what they were to him, and why he had chosen it for their bridal camp. "What I did not know at all," he said, "was the way a man can be pining for this, and never guess what is the matter with him." When he had finished talking, still he lay extended and serene, and she looked down at him in the wonderful change that had come over him like a sunrise. Was this dreamy boy the man of 2 days ago? It seemed a distance immeasurable, yet it was 2 days only since that wedding eve when she had shrunk from him as he stood fierce and implacable. She could look back at that dark hour now, although she could not speak of it. She had seen destruction like sharp steel glittering in his eyes. Were these the same eyes? Was this youth with his black head of hair in her lap the creature with whom men did not trifle, whose hand knew how to deal death? Where had the man melted away to in this boy? For as she looked at him, he might have been no older than 19 to-day. Not even at their first meeting, that night when his freakish spirit was uppermost, had he looked so young. This change their hours upon the island had wrought, filling his face with innocence. By and by they made their nooning. In the afternoon she would have explored the nearer woods with him, or walked up the stream, But since this was to be their camp during several days, he made it more complete. He fashioned a rough bench and a table. Around their tent he built a tall windbreak for better shelter in case of storm. And for the fire he gathered and cut much wood and piled it up. So they were provided for, and so for 6 days and nights they stayed, finding no day or night long enough. Once his hedge of boughs did them good service, for they had an afternoon of furious storm. The wind rocked the pines and ransacked the island, the sun went out, the black clouds rattled, and white bolts of lightning fell close by. The shower broke through the pine branches and poured upon the tent. But he had removed everything inside from where it could touch the canvas and so lead the water through, and the rain ran off into the ditch he had dug round the tent. While they sat within, looking out upon the bounding floods and the white lightning, she saw him glance at her apprehensively, and at once she answered his glance. "I am not afraid," she said. "If a flame should consume us together now, what would it matter?" And so they sat watching the storm till it was over, he with his face changed by her to a boy's, and she leavened with him. When at last they were compelled to leave the island, or see no more of the mountains, it was not a final parting. They would come back for the last night before their journey ended. Furthermore, they promised each other like two children to come here every year upon their wedding day. And like two children they believed that this would be possible. But in after years they did come, more than once, to keep their wedding day upon the island, and upon each new visit were able to say to each other, "Better than our dreams." For 30 days, by the light of the sun and the campfire light, they saw no faces except their own. And when they were silent it was all stillness, unless the wind passed among the pines, or some flowing water was near them. Sometimes at evening they came upon elk, or black-tailed deer, feeding out in the high parks of the mountains. And once from the edge of some concealing timber he showed her a bear, sitting with an old log lifted in its paws. She forbade him to kill the bear, or any creature that they did not require. He took her upward by trail and canyon, through the unfooted woods and along dwindling streams to their headwaters, lakes lying near the summit of the range, full of trout, with meadows of long grass and 1,000 flowers, and above these the pinnacles of rock and snow. They made their camps in many places, delaying several days here and one night there, exploring the high solitudes together, and sinking deep in their romance. Sometimes when he was at work with the horses, or intent on casting his brown hackle for a fish, she would watch him with eyes that were fuller of love than of understanding. Perhaps she never came wholly to understand him, but in her complete love for him she found enough. He loved her with his whole man's power. She had listened to him tell her in words of transport, "I could enjoy dying." Yet she loved him more than that. He had come to her from a smoking pistol, able to bid her farewell, and she could not let him go. At the last white-hot edge of ordeal, it was she who renounced, and he who had his way. Nevertheless she found much more than enough, in spite of the sigh that now and again breathed through her happiness when she would watch him with eyes fuller of love than of understanding. They could not speak of that grim wedding eve for a long while after, but the mountains brought them together upon all else in the world and their own lives. At the end they loved each other doubly more than at the beginning, because of these added confidences which they exchanged and shared. It was a new bliss to her to know a man's talk and thoughts, to be given so much of him; and to him it was a bliss still greater to melt from that reserve his lonely life had bred in him. He never would have guessed so much had been stored away in him, unexpressed till now. They did not want to go to Vermont and leave these mountains, but the day came when they had to turn their backs upon their dream. So they came out into the plains once more, well established in their familiarity, with only the journey still lying between themselves and Bennington. "If you could," she said, laughing, "if only you could ride home like this." "With Monte and my 6-shooter?" he said. "To your mother?" "I don't think mother could resist the way you look on a horse." But he said, "It is this way she's fearing I will come." "I have made one discovery," she said. "You are fonder of good clothes than I am." He grinned. "I certainly like 'em. But don't tell my friends. They would say it was marriage. When you see what I have got for Bennington's special benefit, why, you'll just trust your husband more than ever." She undoubtedly did. After he had put on one particular suit, she arose and kissed him where he stood in it. "Bennington will be sorrowful," he said. "No Wild West show after all. And no ready-made guy either." And he looked at himself in the glass with unbidden pleasure. "How did you choose that?" she asked. "How did you know that homespun was exactly the thing for you?" "Why, I have been noticing. I used to despise an Eastern man because his clothes were not Western. I was very young then, or maybe not so very young as what you saw I was when you first came to Bear Creek. A Western man is a good thing, and he generally knows that, but he has a heap to learn, and he generally don't know that. So I took to watching the Judge's Eastern visitors. There was that Mr. Ogden especially, from New Yawk, the gentleman that was there the time when I had to sit up all night with the missionary, you know. His clothes pleased me best of all. Fit him so well, and nothing flash. I got my ideas, and when I knew I was going to marry you, I sent my measure East, and I and the tailor are old enemies now." Bennington probably was disappointed. To see get out of the train merely a tall man with a usual straw hat and Scotch homespun suit of a rather better cut than most in Bennington, this was dull, and his conversation, when he indulged in any, seemed fit to come inside the house. Mrs. Flint took her revenge by sowing broadcast her thankfulness that poor Sam Bannett had been Molly's rejected suitor. He had done so much better for himself. Sam had married a rich Miss Van Scootser of the second families of Troy, and with their combined riches this happy couple still inhabit the most expensive residence in Hoosic Falls. But most of Bennington soon began to say that Molly's cowboy could be invited anywhere and hold his own. The time came when they ceased to speak of him as a cowboy, and declared that she had shown remarkable sense. But this was not quite yet. Did this bride and groom enjoy their visit to her family? Well, they did their best. Everybody did their best, even Sarah Bell. She said that she found nothing to object to in the Virginian. She told Molly so. Her husband Sam did better than that. He told Molly he considered that she was in luck. And poor Mrs. Wood, sitting on the sofa, conversed scrupulously and timidly with her novel son-in-law, and said to Molly that she was astonished to find him so gentle. And he was undoubtedly fine-looking, yes, very handsome. She believed that she would grow to like the Southern accent. Oh yes, everybody did their best. And, dear reader, if ever it has been your earthly portion to live with a number of people who are all doing their best, you do not need me to tell you what a heavenly atmosphere this creates. And then the bride and groom went to see the old great aunt over at Dunbarton. Their first arrival, the one at Bennington, had been thus. Sam Bell had met them at the train, and Mrs. Wood, waiting in her parlor, had embraced her daughter and received her son-in-law. Among them they had managed to make the occasion as completely mournful as any family party can be with the window blinds up. "And with you present, my dear," said Sam Bell to Sarah, "the absence of a coffin was not felt." But at Dunbarton the affair went off differently. The heart of the ancient lady had taught her better things. From Bennington to Dunbarton is the good part of a day's journey, and they drove up to the gate in the afternoon. The great aunt was in her garden, picking some August flowers, and she called as the carriage stopped, "Bring my nephew here, my dear, before you go into the house." At this, Molly, stepping out of the carriage, squeezed her husband's hand. "I knew that she would be lovely," she whispered to him, and then she ran to her aunt's arms and let him follow. He came slowly, hat in hand. The old lady advanced to meet him, trembling a little, and holding out her hand to him. "Welcome, nephew," she said. "What a tall fellow you are, to be sure! Stand off, sir, and let me look at you." The Virginian obeyed, blushing from his black hair to his collar. Then his new relative turned to her niece and gave her a flower. "Put this in his coat, my dear," she said. "And I think I understand why you wanted to marry him." After this the maid came and showed them to their rooms. Left alone in her garden, the great aunt sank on a bench and sat there for some time, for emotion had made her very weak. Upstairs, Molly, sitting on the Virginian's knee, put the flower in his coat, and then laid her head upon his shoulder. "I didn't know old ladies could be that way," he said. "Do you reckon there are many?" "Oh, I don't know," said the girl. "I'm so happy." Now at tea, and during the evening, the great aunt carried out her plans still further. At first she did the chief part of the talking herself, nor did she ask questions about Wyoming too soon. She reached that in her own way, and found out the one thing that she desired to know. It was through General Stark that she led up to it. "There he is," she said, showing the family portrait. "And a rough time he must have had of it now and then. New Hampshire was full of fine young men in those days. But nowadays most of them have gone away to seek their fortunes in the West. Do they find them, I wonder?" "Yes, ma'am, all the good ones do." "But you cannot all be what is the name? Cattle kings?" "That's having its day, ma'am, right now. And we are getting ready for the change. Some of us are." "And what may be the change, and when is it to come?" "When the natural pasture is eaten off," he explained. "I have seen that coming a long while. And if the thieves are going to make us drive our stock away, we'll drive it. If they don't, we'll have big pastures fenced, and hay and shelter ready for winter. What we'll spend in improvements will more than save in wages. I am well fixed for the new conditions. And then, when I took up my land, I chose a place where there is coal. It will not be long before the new railroad needs that." Thus the old lady learned more of her niece's husband in one evening than the Bennington family had ascertained during his whole sojourn with them. For by touching upon Wyoming and its future, she roused him to talk. He found her mind alive to Western questions, irrigation, the Indians, the forests, and so he expanded, revealing to her his wide observation and his shrewd intelligence. He forgot entirely to be shy. She sent Molly to bed, and kept him talking for an hour. Then she showed him old things that she was proud of, "because," she said, "we too had something to do with making our country. And now go to Molly, or you'll both think me a tiresome old lady." "I think," he began, but was not quite equal to expressing what he thought, and suddenly his shyness flooded him again. "In that case, nephew," said she, "I'm afraid you'll have to kiss me good night." And so she dismissed him to his wife, and to happiness greater than either of them had known since they had left the mountains and come to the East. "He'll do," she said to herself, nodding. Their visit to Dunbarton was all happiness and reparation for the doleful days at Bennington. The old lady gave much comfort and advice to her niece in private, and when they came to leave, she stood at the front door holding both their hands a moment. "God bless you, my dears," she told them, "and when you come next time, I'll have the nursery ready." And so it happened that before she left this world, the great aunt was able to hold in her arms the first of their many children. Judge Henry at Sunk Creek had his wedding present ready. His growing affairs in Wyoming needed his presence in many places distant from his ranch, and he made the Virginian his partner. When the thieves prevailed at length, as they did, forcing cattle owners to leave the country or be ruined, the Virginian had forestalled this crash. The herds were driven away to Montana. Then, in 1889, came the cattle war, when, after putting their men in office and coming to own some of the newspapers, the thieves brought ruin on themselves as well. For in a broken country there is nothing left to steal. But the railroad came, and built a branch to that land of the Virginians where the coal was. By that time he was an important man, with a strong grip on many various enterprises, and able to give his wife all and more than she asked or desired. Sometimes she missed the Bear Creek days, when she and he had ridden together, and sometimes she declared that his work would kill him. But it does not seem to have done so. Their eldest boy rides the horse Monty, and, strictly between ourselves, I think his father is going to live a long while. End of The Virginian, by Owen Wister. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Harris.